Chapter 1, Stop It All. Tang Tianyu, male, 18 years old this year, is a senior high school student in H County No. 1 Middle School. There are about a few months to prepare for the college entrance examination. Because his parents wanted him to grow up healthy, happy, and happily, they named him God Bless before he was born, meaning that he was born with a child blessed by God. Unfortunately, reality is full of skinny. Since he was born, he has been different from other children, because others were pregnant in October, but he was born in 7 months, so he was a premature baby and was born with stunted growth. I don't know if it is because of this that he has grown very thin since he was a child, as if even a gust of wind could blow him away. Once he accidentally collided with a weaker female classmate while running in the school playground, and he flew out. The weaker female classmate stood there with a strange look. Tang Tianyu, he ran away in shame. What made him feel most helpless was that he was only 1.5 meters tall, and he had to raise his head to talk to others when he walked, for fear that others would not find him. What's more sad is that if he is not careful, he will be driven out by the teachers in the 3rd year of the senior year who mistakenly thought that it was a primary school student who came to the classroom to make trouble. This kind of thing has not known how many times it happened. Even in his studies, he is undisputed first from the bottom. From the 1st grade of elementary school to the present, he has never fallen out of this ranking. His grades are extremely stable. Although he studies very hard, his progress is close to nothing, teacher. We can only helplessly say, the student has a lot of room for growth. Therefore, he was given an extremely humiliating nickname by his classmates, Xiaokeu. Although he fought vigorously at that time and even ignored them, the power of the people is extremely powerful. He has fought for more than 10 years and has not changed his nickname. There is no way he can only admit it silently. In the evening of this day, Xiaokeu, no, Tang Tianyu is walking home very depressed, because today is the day of the school's monthly test scores. There is no doubt that he is the last in every subject, and the total score is the last one. 1, without the slightest change, in the eyes of the students gloating, sympathy, or contempt, in the eyes of the teachers extremely disappointed, Tang Tianyu led away this cross-examination paper blankly. In fact, he didn't understand how he thought about it. It was obvious that he had worked hard to study, but his grades did not improve at all. On the contrary, people who didn't work hard in the ordinary day got very high scores in the test. Is there really such a big difference between? Even though his parents comforted him that everyone's talents are different. Some people are better at learning, some are better at painting, and some are talented in singing. As long as you can dig out your own talent can also become a great person. However, it has been a full 18 years since he has survived, and he hasn't found out what kind of talent he has. Instead, he has always been a waste material in the eyes of others. In fact, being able to live for so long in the contempt and blind eyes of others without embarking on the path of crime is already a good education for parents. In other words, based on his physical condition, it is estimated that it is difficult to commit a crime. Although his words are awkward, the criminal is not a promising career for everyone. Just as Tang Tianyu was thinking wildly, he found that he had unknowingly walked into a small alley. Here is a piece of hessian, he can't see his fingers, and exudes an incomparably weird aura. This is where the sins survive. The best soil. He had long heard that there had been homicides in this small alley, so most people were reluctant to come here. On the contrary, many small gangsters liked to come here for gatherings, which made it a place where dirt and mists were hidden. Therefore, Tang Tianyu usually doesn't like to come here, even close to him, but today because of a trance, he accidentally walked here. I was really affected by the test today. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, wait a minute and don't know what will happen? Tang Tianyu thought secretly. However, just as Tang Tianyu was about to leave, in the alley of Hesensen, there was a scream of Zi, which was the sound of the clothes being torn. Not only that, it was accompanied by a bit of female painful crying, mixed with a few excited gasps, and the sound of body struggling. In the dark alley, it seemed so eerie and weird. Is this rape? This was Tang Tianyu's first thought, and he immediately ignited a terrible anger in his heart. I couldn't think of this scene that I could only see in newspapers and TV. I didn't expect to encounter it in reality. This, really a bunch of beasts. However, before long, Tang Tianyu's anger soon subsided. The reason is simple. He is just a waste material with a height of only 1.5 meters and a body so small that even a girl can fly. Why can he be in a group? How about the vicious gangsters to save people? Moreover, his parents told him that those who are able to save people are heroes, those who are unable to save people can only be martyrs, or the kind of unknown, therefore, don't be fools. Therefore, Tang Tianyu hesitated, was terrified, and didn't even dare to look back. However, it suddenly occurred to him that this young girl who may be at the age of a flower like a jade, with extremely sad eyes and struggling hard, was forcibly held down by a group of vicious criminals and violated wantonly, and then by a group of people in the days to come. People can't bear the tremendous pressure and commit suicide. Cannot do it. How can I make this happen? How could I, saw a living life, fading away in front of my own eyes? I will never allow this kind of thing. Anyway, I'm just a waste material blessing. I'm so bad. If there is anything to be afraid of, just be a fool. Tang Tianyu thought angrily. Even the humble soul can do great things. Therefore, Tang Tianyu quickly called the police and couldn't wait for the arrival of the police. With a rush of blood in his heart, he rushed into the alley and shouted, "TMD, stop it! The sound is like thunder." The criminals who were committing the crime were suddenly startled, thinking that the police had arrived. They quickly let go of the young woman who had been pressed to the ground, and looked outside in a panic. However, when they realized that the so-called policeman in front of them was just a 1.5-meter tall child, they couldn't help but feel so happy. They had never seen such a fool. The beautiful young woman who was forcibly pressed to the ground had a very happy face, but at this time she also showed extremely disappointed eyes. It would be better not to come to such a hero. Hee, kid, you'd better go home for milk, see that this kind of thing is not suitable for you. A small couldn't help but laugh. Little devil, you have to pay the price of blood if you want to be righteous and brave. A tall said viciously, winking, and wanted his accomplices to stop him. If someone discovers such a thing, they will be sent to prison for the rest of their lives, so this child must not be allowed to escape. Tang Tianyu saw these men with full faces and a fierce look ready to walk over. He was so scared that he was trembling and his legs were trembling, but he still calmly said, "I have already called the police, you better get out of here quickly, or wait for the police to come, you won't even have a chance to run." What? The gangsters were shocked, their expressions were very flustered, and they looked at each other, while the woman who was pressed on the ground showed surprise eyes, and it seemed that she could escape today. Just when Tang Tianyu thought these would run away quickly, he did not expect that the tall suddenly became fierce, and said viciously, "Damn kid! The great thing today is just like this, and you will be disturbed. That's it. Even if your kid is out of luck, today we will teach you a profound lesson. Hit me to death!" The tall shouted. Before Tang Tianyu could react, several fierce gangsters gathered around, punching and kicking, calling for the most important beating, and beating to death. Not long after, Tang Tianyu wailed for a while and fell to the ground with a plop, unconscious. The skinny nervously touched Tang Tianyu's nose with his hand. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com, choked deeply, and stammered, he's out of breath. As soon as this statement came out, the other companions suddenly became frightened, trembling constantly, they were really dead. If this is caught, he will definitely be sentenced to death. What is it? The tall cursed angrily. Suddenly, the other companions calmed down. Although their faces were still a little panic, they still barely calmed down. It seems that this toll is very prestigious among them. Pack your things, the police are coming, let's leave here quickly. The toll said decisively. Therefore, the gangsters did not care about the woman who fell to the ground, and ran away in a hurry, and the woman saw Tang Tianyu who fell on the ground, gritted her teeth, struggled to get up from the ground, and quickly ran away. Only the unconscious Tang Tianyu left in the empty alley. I saw that Tang Tianyu was bleeding from a place, his body was covered with scars and his face was beaten into pig heads. Of course he was not dead yet, but it took a long time to breathe, but the was too flustered, so he didn't notice this kind of thing. However, he was also beaten to death. He opened his mouth and breathed in and out. If there was no one to save him, he would probably die from bleeding too much. At this moment, there seemed to be something abnormal in the sky. The space in the alley twisted for a while, revealing a lonely hole, exuding an aura of destruction. Suddenly a durian-like fruit fell out of it, just hitting Tang Tianyu's mouth. It's just that this fruit that looks like a durian, with strange spiral golden patterns on the skin, is noble and mysterious. It seems to be the most incredible existence in this world. Chapter 2, Devil Fruit. Tang Tianyu, who was in a daze, was awakened by this strange fruit that fell from the sky, and he felt that there seemed to be a strange thing in his mouth. Tang Tianyu opened his eyes laboriously, and took a glance. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, this look drew out the anger all over his body. I rub. Which guy is it all right to throw durians? Is there a sense of ethics? The most shameful thing is, how can I deal with a severely wounded number like this, if I was thrown in my mouth fortunately? If it weren't for him to be seriously injured now and unable to move his whole body, he would definitely yell at him, and even desperately tried to find the guy with no ethics, and then brutally crushed him. It's a pity that now he can only stare at this strange durian fiercely with anger, and then exhausted the last bit of strength in his body to eat it. Vomit. It's so terrible. This smell, like stool. Nima. No wonder that wicked guy would throw it away. Durian that is so unpalatable is the only one. Tang Tianyu thought angrily. He wanted to spit it out on the spot, but the fruit seemed to be alive, and the flesh on his body immediately turned into liquid, passed through his throat and poured into his stomach. Tang Tianyu was shocked, eating such unpalatable fruit into his stomach, maybe he will have diarrhea for a few days. So, he kept retching, desperately trying to spit it out. However, what is eaten is only pulled out, how can it be vomited out? No way. After Tang Tianyu worked hard for a while, he had no choice but to give up. Isn't it possible to have diarrhea for a few days? Lao Tzu is not even afraid of death, is he still afraid of you, a little durian? Tang Tianyu thought fiercely. However, it was only after a while. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the head, as if countless ants burrowed into it, and the muscles, bones, and meridians all over the body were twitching violently. This kind of pain that exceeds the limit of humans has caused the human neural response mechanism. With Tang Tianyu spit out a mouthful of foam, and after a while of convulsions, he was completely unconscious. The last thought before he went into a coma was, I will never eat durian again. At this moment, there was a sirensman of Daiwu, Daiwu, Daiwu in the distance, and then a few people in white coats walked in quickly. It turned out that the beautiful woman still couldn't stand the torment in her heart. Just made a phone call and called an ambulance. When the doctors and nurses carried Tang Tianyu into the ambulance, no one noticed. Suddenly, a white light flashed on his body. After a while, the scars that had been scary healed slowly, and the blood stopped flowing. A strange force is helping him repair his body. The First People's Hospital of H County. Tang Tianyu was lying quietly on the hospital bed, with a very peaceful expression, completely without the ugly face caused by the severe pain just now. His parents were nervously by his side, showing a sad face, and that the woman who was rescued was afraid that this matter would be implicated on her, so she left early. Dr. Chen, how is my son's situation now? Mother Tang's eyes were flushed and red, and she asked in a choked voice, which him beating him like this? You must know that Tang Tianyu has been frail and sick since she was a child, and she was in poor health, which made her very worried. Unexpectedly, this time she was injured so badly that she might have died directly. How could she not worry about this situation? Father Tang hugged her and kept comforting. Although he was worried, he was the pillar of the family. If he collapsed, the whole family would collapse, so he must not show any weakness. Expressions. The doctor surnamed Chen hesitated for a moment, picked up the report and looked at it carefully. He held the glasses with his hand and said slowly, Ms. Tang, your son's situation is very strange. What? Has the situation worsened? Mother Tang almost fainted when she heard it. No, no. Dr. Chen said quickly when he saw this, I mean, the situation is just the opposite. What's strange is that his body is so good that it can be compared to those athletes who exercise regularly. The reason why there is no awakening may be due to severe stimulation and mental trauma. It stands to reason. Then when can he wake up? Mother Tang asked hurriedly. She didn't care about any strange problems. It was the best thing for her to be okay with her son. If there were no accidents, I would be able to wake up in a couple of days. Dr. Chen said comfortingly. Since his family members are not interested in this, he doesn't need to say more. After all, is good health a bad thing? Okay, let's not bother Tianyu to rest here, let's go back and have a rest, you haven't closed your eyes for a few days. Father Tang said with a little pain. Yet. Mother Tang nodded and didn't say anything. Now that she knew that her son's situation had stabilized, she was gradually relieved. As a result, the doctor, Tang's father, and Tang's mother all left the ward one after another, leaving only Tang Tianyu alone in the bed to rest quietly. It's just that no one knows that earth-shaking changes have taken place in Tang Tianyu at this time. The bones of the body were cracking and the voice was low, so no one noticed. At the same time, his muscles, nerves, blood, and meridians are all beginning to undergo new changes, and even the genes in the deepest part of the body are undergoing drastic changes. The spiral structure is constantly broken, reorganized, jumped again and again. Genetic changes to an incredible point. It seems that a peculiar rule of heaven and earth is transforming him to adapt to the peculiar energy deep in the body, making him more in line with the rule of this heaven and earth. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I don't know how long it took before Tang Tianyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, woke up quietly, opened his eyes and looked straight to the sky. What you can see is a white ceiling. Hey? Have I been sent to the hospital now? But why does my head hurt so much? Tang Tianyu pondered all this silently. In the constant thoughts, waves, slices, tidal-like information emerged from Tang Tianyu's mind, causing him to tremble on the spot, completely stunned there. At this time, he finally understood what had happened just now. It turned out that the strange fruit he ate was called devil fruit, and it was a magical plant from the world of One Piece. Devil fruit, it is called the sea's secret treasure in the eccentric plane. No one knows where it came from or when it began to appear. It is said that it is the incarnation of the demon of the sea. As long as you eat it, you will have abilities that no one else in the world can imagine, such as the ability to breathe fire, the ability to control wind, and so on. However, although the devil fruit can endow the eater with powerful abilities, it also brings a significant side effect, unable to swim. Those with abilities will be spurned by the sea, and they will be land ducks throughout their lives. As long as they come into contact with a certain amount of sea water, they will become weak, but their abilities are still there. Even if half of their body is submerged by ordinary water, they will be faint. And this devil fruit that was eaten by Tang Tianyu is the devil fruit that is hailed as the most destructive by the ectopic plane, the shocking fruit, possessing the power to destroy the world. Not only that, it also carries the strongest man in the One Piece world, Whitebeard, a lifetime memory. That is to say, because this huge memory flooded into Tang Tianyu's mind, his brain couldn't adapt for a while, so his head suffered severe pain, and he remained unconscious. Chapter 3, Shocking Fruit. The next morning. The morning sun shines through the curtains of the ward, making the dim room brighter, and there are waves of bird calls outside, giving the hospital a bit of life in this slightly cold place. With a squeak, the door of the ward was opened, and a sweet-looking little nurse walked in with the potion, while Tang Tianyu just woke up and lay on the bed, staring at the white ceiling with dreamily eyes. He was shocked by what happened to him. Oh my god! The patient is awake, the patient is awake! The little nurse covered her mouth with her little hand, opened her eyes, and shouted in surprise. After speaking, Tang Tianyu just wanted to say something, but the confused little nurse didn't mean to listen to him at all. Surprised screams were accompanied by footsteps. With a bang at the door, his parents and Dr. Chen hurriedly walked into the ward. I saw that both Father Tang and Mother Tang looked at Tang Tianyu with joy, while Dr. Chen in a white coat walked in, picked up the equipment to check on Tang Tianyu's body. What's the matter? His expression is very serious. During the whole process, Tang Tianyu just watched calmly, watching his body being tossed and tossed, because he had no idea how many times he had experienced similar things, and he had become accustomed to it. Okay, there is no problem. His physical condition is very good. If it is not for fear of recurrence of the disease, he can be discharged from the hospital now. Dr. Chen checked for a while, took off the receiver, and said with a smile. That's great. Thank you really, Dr. Chen. Mother Tang held Dr. Chen's hand tightly and said excitedly. Dr. Chen looked embarrassed and said, "It's nothing, this is just our doctor's responsibility. He can recover so well, in fact, it depends on his good physical fitness." Good physical fitness? Her son has been insulated from these words since he was a child. However, Mother Tang didn't think too much, she was already occupied by the matter of her son's awakening in her heart, and she was full of joy. God, how are you feeling now? Is there any place you feel uncomfortable? Do you want Dr. Chen to check again? Mother Tang turned away from Dr. Chen, and asked with concern to Tang Tianyu. Father Tang's name is Tang Aguo, which is a very common name. It is estimated that there are thousands of people calling this name in the country. Now he runs a Master Tang fast food restaurant and is a chef. Almost all of his family's living expenses are from this restaurant. Expenses inside, so this fast food restaurant is also the lifeblood of their family. Tang's mother's name is Zhang Han, an ordinary housewife who usually works as a cashier at Master Tang's fast food restaurant, and occasionally serves as a waiter. She is a gentle, virtuous, and respectful mother. Tang Tianyu also has a younger sister who is 2 years younger than him, named Tang Xieying. She is now in her first year of high school, and she is also in H County's No. At this moment, Tang Aguo did not make a sound, but quietly looked at Tang Tianyu, standing beside the hospital bed, but the curvature of the corners of his mouth and the joyful eyes all proved that he had always loved Tang Tianyu. When Tang Tianyu heard Tang's mother's questioning, he was deeply moved. He didn't dislike his mother's nagging at all, because no matter how wasteful his body was and how low his grades were, his parents never gave up because of it. He complained about him, but always encouraged him. To be honest, he has always felt that if he finds something to be thankful for in his 18 years of tragic life, it is undoubtedly that he can be born in this happy family. Mom, I'm fine. Now my whole body is full of strength, even if a tiger is standing in front of me, it can be beaten to death with one punch. Tang Tianyu raised his thin fist and said gestures. Zhang Han listened and chuckled, "You child, you will talk nonsense. If the tiger stands in front of you, you may be eaten by you." However, seeing that Tang Tianyu was so energetic, she was relieved. Originally, she was worried that Tang Tianyu's body would get worse because of this. "Mom, can I leave the hospital now? I don't like staying here." Tang Tianyu frowned and said. That's because he has been frail and sick since he was a child. He often worked with medicine jars and often had to run to the hospital. So from the bottom of his heart, he hated hospitals, and hated this place where disinfectant water was everywhere. Because this feeling seems to tell him that he is not a normal person, so if it is not a last resort, he will never come to the hospital. Of course Zhang Han understands her son's mood well, but she is still very worried because Tang Tianyu has suffered such a serious injury and has been in poor health since she was a child. Now it is not certain that there will be any root causes of the disease. So even if her son hates the hospital anymore, I have to observe here for a few days before I can go back. No, your body may have relapses. If you get sick again, what should you do? Are you going to be sent back to the hospital again? Zhang Han said sternly, without compromise. Tang Tianyu had no choice but to compromise as soon as he heard it, because the orders given by his stubborn mother could not be violated. Anyway, he only needs to stay in the hospital for a few days, and the time is not long, he can bear it. After about an hour, the ward gradually calmed down, leaving only Tang Tianyu resting on the bed. Now he finally has time to study the changes that have occurred in his body. Tang Tianyu slowly stretched out his right hand from the quilt. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and watched attentively, meditating in his heart, and his ability to activate. The air seemed to produce a strange shock, as if the space in front of him was folded, producing a trace of ripples. Although his power at this time was very weak, it was undoubtedly extremely powerful. From the memory he got, it can be known that the devil fruit he ate was called shocking fruit. It has the ability to shake the outside world. It belongs to the superhuman system. It can trigger a tsunami through shaking, and even shatter space when it activates its ability. When the fruit is used to the extreme, it can even cause the earth to tilt seriously, and the sea water backflows, which is a very powerful fruit. Naturally, he also inherited this ability and can start vibrations at will, but now he can control the range of vibrations and the intensity of the vibrations is still very weak. For example, Tang Tianyu's ability can only be used for massage. Despite this, Tang Tianyu was already very excited, and even tears filled his eyes, because this was a superpower. What is superpower? That is to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. What is a superpower? That is a genius far beyond ordinary people, a Superman who can do things that ordinary people can't do. Obtaining superpowers is simply a gift from God to Tang Tianyu, who has never been praised by anyone for 18 years. Even if he obtains some ordinary superpowers, he is very excited, because it means that he is not a waste material, that he is not worthless, and that he is also gifted. The excited Tang Tianyu is like a child getting a new toy, constantly experimenting with the newly acquired superpowers, playing for a whole night, until the mental power is exhausted before stopping, then fainted on the bed, with sweetness the smile fell asleep. Chapter 4, Strange Feeling. The next morning, Tang Tianyu, who had played with superpowers all night yesterday, woke up slowly, lying on the bed thinking about it, and thinking excitedly, what can he do with this superpower? Before he could think about it clearly, suddenly a sharp knock on the door of boom, boom, boom sounded in the silent ward, interrupting Tang Tianyu's contemplation, causing him to frown. It must be the confused little nurse, Tang Tianyu thought secretly. Come in. The helpless Tang Tianyu could only call her in. After all, she might just come to change his dressing, and it was her job, and it was impossible to know that it had disturbed herself. At this moment, Tang Tianyu thought to himself, it seems that to test his abilities, he has to return home first. There are so many people here, it is too dangerous, and you may be exposed if you are not careful. He knew clearly from the memory of Whitebeard that even in the world where One Piece is a powerful man, there will be many ignorant people who do not know the power of the devil fruit, and thus regard those children who have exposed their power as children. Monsters, burn them alive. This is the case in the world of One Piece. Not to mention that although many ordinary people admire superpowers on this scientifically prosperous Earth, if superpowers really appear in front of him, they will probably be scared to death. Unhelpfulness will make you feel uneasy, which is the same as Yegong Hailong. At that time, not only ordinary people will be afraid of you, but even the government will be very interested in you. They will be caught in the laboratory for sectioning and study, and then locked up in it, unable to come out for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although Tang Tianyu can't read books, he is very clear about this kind of serious matter, that is, superpowers must not be exposed to anyone. Even the parents can't do it, because this approach not only has no effect, but may harm them. While Tang Tianyu was thinking, the little nurse crept in, holding the medicine bottle in her hand, and seeing Tang Tianyu wake up, she couldn't help but spit out her cute tongue mischievously. "It's time to change the dressing." After saying this, the little nurse didn't care how Tang Tianyu reacted. She approached the bed and quickly picked up the medicine bottle and began to change Tang Tianyu's medicine. As the little nurse's body got closer and closer to Tang Tianyu, a fragrant body scent came over her face, and her frail and boneless body was tightly attached to Tang Tianyu's arm. So soft. This is Tang Tianyu's first feeling. Immediately afterwards, Tang Tianyu's whole body stiffened, and he dared not move at all. Because in his tragic life in the past 18 years, apart from his mother, no woman has had such close contact with him. Therefore, he doesn't know how to react, so he can only be rigid, because if one is not handled properly, which arouses her resentment, what should be done? Originally, he thought he could get through this embarrassing time soon, but what he didn't expect was that the little nurse seemed to be bent down because of a dressing change, and her body was closer to Tang Tianyu. Suddenly, a piece of white blossoms greeted Tang Tianyu's eyes. The distance was so close, as if as long as he raised his head, the tip of his nose could touch the softness. Tang Tianyu had never felt that whiteness was so dazzling. It made him feel dry in his body, which has been moisturized with several bottles of glucose water every day. The little nurse is 1.68 meters tall, but has a 360 body. The tight nurse uniform seems to be unable to support the rough waves, revealing a deep cleavage. In addition to this petite body, it is even more upright. At this moment, Tang Tianyu's brain, which had a low brain capacity, seemed to be a little inadequate, showing a blank space. There were only 4 big characters flashing in his mind, so big, so white. Uncontrollably, Tang Tianyu actually activated his ability uncontrollably. The little nurse's body trembled suddenly, and her hands that were changing the potion could not help but stop, because just now, she suddenly felt a sudden heat in her chest. It feels like a pair of big hands touched up, ravaged wantonly. At this moment, the only person who can do this is Tang Tianyu, and now there is only himself and him in the ward, so no one else will know about this, and the potion is about to be replaced, although the little nurse is very I wanted to give this guy a slap, but her good professional ethics still kept her silent. However, the little nurse soon couldn't bear it, because the harassment did not stop because of her tolerance, but worsened. The whole body was trembling, and even the private parts were not let go, as if the whole body was connected. If it wasn't for the shame in my heart to stop it, I would have started groaning a long time ago. The little nurse changed the potion as quickly as she could in her life, and quickly stepped back a few steps, flushed, and stared at Tang Tianyu with an angry gaze. But what surprised her was that Tang Tianyu's hands were placed on both sides of his body naturally, and he did not move at all. But her body was still trembling constantly, and the harassment on her chest continued, and her 2 beautiful legs suddenly trembled, as if a strange liquid flowed out. "What?" the little nurse exclaimed. Her face was flushed, and she said nothing. She covered her cute face with her hand, and left the ward as if fleeing for her life. After escaping to the bathroom, the pleasure of the body slowly subsided, and the harassment on the chest did not continue. The red-faced little nurse looked in front of the mirror foolishly, wondering in her heart, what happened to me? What is going on here? How could this happen suddenly? Am I really? Thinking of this, the little nurse quickly shook her cute little head, as if to throw away those evil thoughts, patted her blushing cheeks with her hand, and thought viciously in her heart, I would never be like this, absolutely not. Just when the little nurse escaped from the ward, Tang Tianyu slowly woke up, because after the little nurse left, the scenes that made him blush also disappeared. At the same time, the ability stopped, the surrounding vibrations slowly disappeared, and the surrounding air slowly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. This feeling is so strange. Why does it feel like the whole body is burned by fire, and the brain is completely crashed? Tang Tianyu lay on the hospital bed, desperately recalling the scene just now. Oh, how can I say, this is the sadness of a virgin. Just as Tang Tianyu was still thinking about the reason why he suddenly lost control, suddenly a wretched cry came from outside the door. Hey, God, here I am, do you see a beautiful guard here? A chubby head was stretched out of the ward, with wicked eyebrows, and he swallowed it back in the middle of speaking. This little fat guy was Tang Tianyu's high school classmate and his best friend, none of them. It was the first time to visit Tang Tianyu when he was injured, but with his wretched and evil intentions, I don't know who it was on. However, based on Tang Tianyu's understanding of him, he is generally not so humane. Chapter 5, Fat Man. The fat man is called Zhang Hunan, whose name is the same as the gang boss in a Hong Kong movie, so he has always been proud of him. Taking him as an example, he was born with loyalty and is very good to Tang Tianyu. This is probably in addition to his parents. The only one who treats him better. Zhang Hunan's family can be regarded as a wealthy family. His dad relied on his unique vision to open several restaurants in the more prosperous area of H County, and because his dad relied on exquisite diplomatic methods to make friends. Therefore, many civil servants and wealthy businessmen like to go to them for consumption, and the business is not bad. And because Zhang Hunan's father is more generous and loves him very much, Zhang Hunan usually has a lot of pocket money, and he can be regarded as a pseudo-rich second generation. I don't know if it's because I grew up in a restaurant since I was a child, so Zhang Hunan likes to eat very much. As a result, he weighs more than 200 kgs at 175 meters. The car, the whole behemoth. However, this does not mean that he is a fat man with nothing. On the contrary, he is an extremely smart person with very good grades. He can almost be ranked in the top 5 in the class every time he takes an exam, unlike Tang. God bless his like waste material, the last time, and even the entrance to high school is because the parents spent money on it. It stands to reason that such a wasteful Tang Tianyu and the second generation of pseudo-rich Zhang Hunan can't make friends anyway. The two of them are like people from two worlds. They should be on two parallel lines and never meet. However, fate is so wonderful. During an ordinary after-school in the first year of high school, the fat man seemed to provoke someone and was surrounded by a dozen gangsters on the spot. The fat man's usually so-called good friend left the classroom early when he saw this situation, and even had a relatively normal relationship. Good classmates, when seeing this scene, they lowered their heads and hurried away. They didn't even have the idea of calling the police. The big class only left the fat man facing this group of gangsters. He was in a panic. When the fat man thought he was about to die, Tang Tianyu didn't know where to rush out and grabbed the fat man. While the group of gangsters were in a daze, they ran out of the classroom without saying anything. As a result, Tang Tianyu, whose body was waste, and Zhang Hunan, who weighed more than 200 jin, of course couldn't get past these gangsters who often fought. In the end, the two of them were trapped in a dead end and beaten beyond recognition. Their bodies were blue and purple. Was sent directly to the hospital for a full month before being discharged. Since then, Fatty has made friends with Tang Tianyu. According to the fat man, it is really rare to be able to make a friend who will never leave even in danger, and he will cherish it for a lifetime. Didn't you see his group of friends and dogs who just fled for their lives? No one is willing to share adversity with him. However, Tang Tianyu said shyly. In fact, he just couldn't understand the fat man being bullied by those people at the time. As soon as his anger came up, his head was stunned, and he rushed forward like this without thinking about anything. The fat man said nothing, just smiled slightly. At that time, when he was surrounded by a dozen gangsters, he thought everything was over. He swears to the God and Buddha that if someone saves him, if it is a woman, he will go after her and marry her as his wife, no matter how beautiful or ugly. If you are a male, you will become a brother with a different surname and will never leave. Because no one knew how terrified and uneasy he was at the time. He never thought that at a critical moment, he would be abandoned by those who usually seem to be very good friends immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Tang Tianyu was the only one who held out his arm to him. This thin guy who was only 1.5 meters tall and could be blown away by a gust of wind, actually rushed to a group of tall and vicious gangsters to save him. He was shocked at the time. How could this kid be so courageous? How dare he act on those vicious gangsters? How dare he rush over? You know, even the tall sports students in the class who are over 1.8 meters tall are so frightened by the gangsters that they don't dare to take a breath. What kind of power is hidden in that thin body? The fat man always thought that courage should be proportional to the size of his body, but after seeing Tang Tianyu compare with the people in his class that day, he only realized that he was wrong, and that he was wrong. There is no difference in body size for people who are truly courageous. Even a man with a stature like Schwarzenegger may be as timid as a rabbit in danger. Even with a stature like a dwarf, he may have the courage of a lion. So, at that moment, he decided that no matter whether he had that oath or not, he must also make friends with Tang Tianyu, because this guy is really amazing. At that moment, the fat man felt that this guy was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. Hey, no one is here. It seems that I came earlier. The fat man said triumphantly, opening the door, holding a basket of fruits in his hand, and banging, he rudely placed it on the table. Tang Tianyu smiled bitterly. This guy was still so rude, shook his head and said, "Don't you want to go to class today? Why come to visit me so early?" "Hehe, I'm all sleeping in the hospital, right? It's a holiday time these few days. I woke up early today just to surprise you. How about, is there a feeling of happiness?" The fat man said with a smile, sat down on the hospital bed, picked up a piece of fruit in the fruit basket, and ate it on his own. "You kid, I've seen you through it a long time ago. Why do you come so early?" Tang Tianyu attacked without any hesitation. Fatty is the kind of person who can open a dye room as long as he gives a 3-point color, so he can't be spoiled. The fat man chuckled, took another bite of the fruit, and said, "Sure enough, the parents who give birth to me are blessed by those who know me. God bless you, really know me too well. Don't tell me, I'm going to drive you away." Tang Tianyu sullenly, as if chasing people. Don't, I'll just say it." The fat man waved his hand quickly. You read www.yuncha.com and then lowered his head, looking around, as if he was paying attention to whether anyone around was eavesdropping. For a long time, he whispered mysteriously, "I heard that this hospital came to a beautiful young nurse with a great body, comparable to those Japanese literary heroines. No, as soon as I heard about it, I rushed over non-stop just to gather first-line intelligence. Of course, I also came to see you by the way. Feelings, come to visit me, just by the way." The fat guy who looks down on his friends. Tang Tianyu continued to slander in his heart. "How about it, have you seen that beautiful little nurse after you have been here for so long?" the fat man asked in a fascinating manner. "No." Tang Tianyu said angrily. He didn't know what to say to this lustful friend. However, the beautiful little nurse in the legend is not talking about her. That's it. The fat man looked disappointed, but he quickly became excited again. his eyes were raging, and he said excitedly, "Well, I just dig the ground 3 feet, and I will dig her out." Tang Tianyu's wry smile really couldn't stand such an excited fat man. If he puts his enthusiasm in this area into his study, he can get the first place if he is not sure. However, the fat man always said, "How can life always learn and learn, that's so boring. The most precious thing a person is life, life belongs to a person only once, so he spends his entire life in the great cause of studying women. In this way, when he looks back on the past, he will not regret for wasting his years, nor will he be ashamed of inaction. In this way, when he is dying, he can say, 'My entire life and all my energy are dedicated to the most magnificent cause in the world, picking up girls.'" Tang Tianyu. It can only be said that there is no limit to the shamelessness of a fat man. Chapter 6, Discharged. Song Kexin, 18 years old this year, is an intern in a secondary medical school. Because she was passionate about the profession of nurse when she was in junior high school, she ignored the wishes of her family and just signed up for a secondary medical school. However, this is nothing, because she has a strong family background, so no matter which career she chooses, it doesn't matter and will not affect her future. Therefore, Song Kexin's family didn't criticize her too much. After all, she had already chosen this way. It was done. In addition, the father loved her very much and was reluctant to make her sad, so even if her parents were unwilling, they could only acquiesce. Ns. At this time, Song Kexin has been in H County No. 1 People's Hospital for an internship for more than a month. Because the dean of this hospital is her aunt, even if no one knows her background, she will be polite to her. Also because of her aunt's deliberate care, those difficult patients and obsessive patients would not let Song Kexin serve. She only had to deal with some cute children and some patients who seemed harmless to humans and animals. Therefore, Song Kexin has never been in contact with patients with bad attitudes, or patients with sexual desires. Her experience in this area is pure and pure like a white rabbit. However, Song Kexin lost his temper today, showing such a shameful expression in front of the patient, and even some weird things flowed out of the private star. This made the pure Song Kexin flushed, and as soon as she was struck by lightning, she immediately asked her aunt for leave after she cleared her discomfort, and ran home as if she was running away. As soon as she got home, Song Kexin locked herself in the bedroom and covered herself with a thick quilt, like an ostrich. She didn't die, she was full of the shameful scene just now. Originally, she didn't feel anything about this patient who was as old as her own. Before this happened, she was just a passerby, no different from ordinary patients. In the past month, after all, she doesn't know how many people she has contacted, and it can be said that there are countless counts. Besides, this guy is not handsome, not tall, and his body is as thin as a firewood. How could I make such an expression? How can you feel that way? Is it really that I am sick? The bewildered little nurse hid in the bed, her lovely brows frowned, and her heart was constantly tangled. Time was like flowing water, and 3 days passed quickly. Tang Tianyu, who had already endured too much, insisted on leaving the hospital. Although Tang's mother wanted Tang Tianyu to stay for a few more days and observe carefully, but Tang Tianyu's stubbornness could not be disturbed, coupled with the doctor's repeated guarantees, so she had to ask him to advance. Discharged. Tang Aguo did not come because he still had work to do in the fast food restaurant and his business was very busy. Only Tang's mother came to pick Tang Tianyu back. However, this is not a big deal. Tang Tianyu understands his father's work fortune and is very considerate, so he doesn't take this matter to his heart. Have everything packed up, don't leave important things, or you won't be able to find them when you come back later. Mother Tang exhorted. I know. Tang Tianyu replied. That's how it is said, but Tang Tianyu doesn't actually have many things to pack, just some daily necessities. It's just a backpack, and there aren't many valuable things in it. Even if it's all lost, he won't. It's a pity. "Doctor, is there anything else he should pay attention to after he is discharged from the hospital?" Mother Tang asked. Although Tang Tianyu's body looks good now, injuries like this are most afraid of repetition, so she wants to avoid this happening as much as possible. Pay attention to rest and don't exercise too vigorously, and eat more nutritious foods that are easy to digest. Don't eat spicy, sour, mustard and other stimulating things. Don't drink alcohol, don't eat shrimp, because shrimps are easy to scar. The doctor warned carefully. Mother Tang nodded in satisfaction, and meticulously wrote down the contents. "Come on, Mom, I packed everything up." Tang Tianyu put everything in his backpack and checked it carefully. Feeling that there was no omission, he carried the backpack in his hand, turned his head and said to Mother Tang. After hearing this, Tang's mother hurriedly said to the doctor individually, and left the ward that had been living with Tang Tianyu for a week. When he walked out of the hospital, Tang Tianyu still had a little regret, because when he was leaving, he had not seen the little nurse who took care of him for a week. He went to the doctor's duty room just now and wanted to thank the little nurse for the news. It was the little nurse who had asked for leave 3 days ago. At this moment, Tang Tianyu suddenly realized that, no wonder the fat man turned the whole hospital over that day, and he failed to find the legendary Japanese literary heroine the little nurse. She had already asked for leave at that time, how could the fat man find her? At the end of the day, Yu read www.yuuganchu.com found a fat man who had no fruit in the morning, and stood in the ward, facing Tang Tianyu, cursing the guy who spread the news indiscriminately. The saddest thing was that he had been looking for a morning and found that besides the ant, the hospital was actually crooked melons and jujubes. It was very difficult to find something nice, let alone find the beautiful nurse who was too cute. This trip to search for beauty in the hospital not only completely reduced his aesthetics of beautiful women, but he might also suffer from a serious mental illness. If I find the guy who misplaced the news, I will definitely not let him go, and even dare to deceive this fat man. The fat man scolded fiercely. It is said that the fat man was so angry that he found the guy who was spreading information about the beautiful nurse through various means. He did not listen to his explanation, and directly executed the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. The person is sad, the listeners shed tears. However, the reason why Tang Tianyu wants to thank the little nurse, to put it to the heart, these are actually secondary. He was mainly thinking about the scene 3 days ago, the fragrance scene, and the situation at that time, which caused a great impact on his soul. This is probably the first time he has had close contact with a woman, or girl, in 18 years, so he wants to get to know her well, at least he also needs to know her name. However, Tang Tianyu felt it was a pity that she was not here today, because it is very likely that in the future, he would never have the opportunity to know her again. Because although the area of H County is not very large, it is not as big as those big cities, but there are hundreds of thousands of people living here, and there is a huge crowd, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to meet again. Therefore, with a look of regret, Tang Tianyu got on the motorcycle that his mother drove. With a whistle, the back of the First People's Hospital of H County disappeared behind him. Chapter 7, Testability. An hour later, Tang Tianyu returned home. Because Tang Tianyu's home is located in a relatively remote area of the county town, it is far from the hospital. However, even if Tang's mother drives a women's motorcycle, the speed is usually slow, but 1 hour is almost enough. As soon as he got home, Tang Tianyu put his things in, and immediately hid in the room and closed the door. Even Tang's mother called him desperately behind her back, but she ignored her. This bear kid, really? Mother Tang shook her head helplessly, giving up the plan to call Tang Tianyu out. Because she knows the personality of her child very well, because she is small and does not study well, many people look down on him, so she usually has no friends and her personality is very closed. If there is nothing to do, she will hide in her bedroom. Not coming out all day. For this reason, Tang's mother has always wanted to change Tang Tianyu's introverted personality, so she often takes him out to make friends with neighbors the same age, but the effect is not great, and it seems that not many people are willing to play with him. Of course, if you ask those people why they don't play with Tang Tianyu, they will all change their faces. You said to go sports with Tang Tianyu? Don't be kidding, even if I go home to watch TV, I will never play with him. Go to hell, bastard! Do not make jokes. Then why do so many people hate playing with Tang Tianyu? Let's give an example. For example, when playing basketball, Tang Tianyu is a tortured dish. It is commonplace to get blocked shots or something, pass the ball or something to the opponent. The most hateful thing is that he can't even shoot, almost every shot, even basketball. You can't touch the frame, let alone the basket. Another example is football. If a player can't defend, he can't attack. Nima, he often kicks the ball towards his door and conducts suicide attacks. Mad, is not that diligent to be an insider. What is the happiest thing about playing games? That is, win. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. Losing to a strong opponent is nothing at all, but you may learn more. However, if you lose the game because your teammates waste materials and often give others food, then who is not angry? Therefore, anyone who has exercised with Tang Tianyu does not want to play with him. At this point, Tang's mother gave up too. Her child is like this. Do whatever he likes. As long as Tang Tianyu can grow up happily, she will be satisfied. As soon as Tang Tianyu hid in the bedroom, he immediately lay on the bed with a very urgent expression, as if someone who was hungry to collapse suddenly encountered a sumptuous dinner. This is because he had to endure it in the hospital for 3 days, and there was nothing. Use superpowers. Imagine that a poor and crazy person suddenly gets a huge amount of wealth. You let him not get rid of it, but hide the windfall and don't use it. Is this possible? Therefore, it is not easy for Tang Tianyu to tolerate 3 days of not using his powers. Of course, this also has something to do with his fear of being caught and doing slice research. Therefore, as soon as he returned home, he immediately hid in the bedroom. You said, is there a safer place than the bedroom? So he was very excited, and even couldn't wait. He finally didn't have to worry about being discovered, and he could use his abilities at will. Therefore, Tang Tianyu forced himself to calm down, concentrate slowly, and activate his abilities. I saw that the air in the bedroom vibrated. The light shining into the bedroom through the curtains seems to be distorted, forming a rainbow. No, not only that, he actually felt the table, quilts, pillows and other substances in the bedroom were trembling slightly, and even the small particles that were invisible to the naked eye were colliding fiercely. Incredible! No matter how many times Tang Tianyu watched it, or how many times he used his power, he felt it was incredible. This feeling of controlling everything was like the creator performing a miracle. However, the ability to activate this time gave him a completely different feeling from before. When he first started in the hospital, he felt that he was using his abilities, which was very obscure and stiff, just like the feeling of a child learning to walk. But now he uses his abilities, but he feels very smooth, like an arm instructs, he will vibrate whenever he wants to, as if he has suddenly become an adult from a child. In fact, this was because Tang Tianyu had been in the hospital for a few days, and the power of the devil fruit had slowly integrated into his body. This ability had been engraved in the deepest part of his genes, melting instinct. Therefore, he felt that he was born to use this ability, and he would use this ability like an arm's command, just like instinct. As a result, the excited Tang Tianyu constantly tried to activate his abilities, shaking, and constantly shaking, and the surrounding matter was constantly trembling. The unique rhythm seemed to be playing a grand music party. Downstairs, Mother Tang was cooking lunch in the kitchen, because Tang Aguo and Tang Xieying were back soon, and her son was just discharged from the hospital, so to celebrate, She had to prepare a good lunch. However, after a while, she suddenly felt that the kitchen seemed to be trembling slightly, and the dishes, bowls, spoons, and chopsticks in the kitchen were also shaking, making a pop, pop sound, and the sound seemed to be Tang Tianyu's bedroom. The movement that came out. Tang Tianyu, what are you doing? How did you make such a big movement? Don't you know I'm cooking? So Tang's mother shouted angrily. Tang Tianyu, who was playing happily, woke up abruptly. He felt that he seemed to be too overwhelmed. If someone finds out that he has superpowers, it will be no fun. He quickly explained, "Nothing, Mom. I'm doing it. Move things. Then be careful. Don't make such a big movement." Mother Tang reduced her anger a little. Move things? Only by moving something can you make such a big move. However, this thought only flashed through Mother Tang's mind. She was very busy and had to prepare a good lunch. This was no big deal. Mother Tang was not interested at all. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I know. Tang Tianyu replied. Mother Tang nodded in satisfaction and started to get busy again. In the bedroom, Tang Tianyu showed a grateful expression. Fortunately, his mother didn't pursue it, or else he didn't know how to explain it. However, this incident also reminded him. Although the home is safe, you have to be careful, or else there will be no time to cry if something really happens. But such a crazy ability to activate is actually beneficial. Tang Tianyu, who has the spirit of a scientist, has tried countless times and found that the range of vibration that can be controlled now is only about 1 meter in radius. If it exceeds this range, he can basically not control it. Moreover, the number of activations is also limited. He can only use it for about an hour. If it exceeds this time period, he will basically be dizzy and lose all energy. He can only continue to use his abilities if he rests for a period of time. According to Baybeard's memory, this seems to have something to do with the strength of his own mental power. If it is of the level of Baybeard, even if he fights for 3 days and 3 nights, he will not feel tired. However, after playing for about an hour, the tired and paralyzed Tang Tianyu lay on the bed feebly, closed his eyes, and slowly recovered the mental energy consumed by his ability to activate. Although Tang Tianyu is very tired at this time, there is still a kind of excitement on his face. Now that he has this ability, will he still be called waste material blessing, and will he be laughed unscrupulously? At the moment, he had an impulse, wanted to show his abilities, and scared the group of people who often laughed at him to death, and wanted to see the stunned expressions on their faces. Fortunately, he suppressed the thoughts in his heart in time. If he really did that, he might be caught by some white coats tomorrow. Chapter 8, Younger Sister. God, come down to eat soon. Mother's voice sounded downstairs. Well, I know. Tang Tianyu replied. Tang Tianyu struggled to get up from the bed. Although his current mental strength has not been fully recovered, if he only walks, there is still no major problem. Besides, he is so hungry that his chest is pressed against his back, so even if he crawls, he has to crawl to eat. When he walked out of the room, Tang Tianyu secretly thought, the next time you activate the ability, you must not overdraw like this again. This feeling is so uncomfortable, it's like being hit hard by someone from behind. As soon as he entered the living room, his eyes were deeply attracted by the scene in front of him, as if a magnet was attracting iron filings, and he would never be able to remove his eyes. No matter how many times you have seen it, you will find it extremely beautiful. Scene. An extremely beautiful girl is sitting quietly at the dining table. Her long, jet black straight hair reached her waist, her silky voice, and her white face like snow were amazing. She was wearing a beautiful black dress, like a fairy in a fairy tale. This is Tang Tianyu's sister Tang Xieying. But unfortunately, her attitude towards Tang Tianyu was obviously not so friendly. I saw Tang Xieying pouting her cute little mouth, squinting her eyes, and looking at Tang Tianyu with a dissatisfaction, as if she was blaming him, and the whole family shouldn't be waiting for him. Although this dissatisfaction is very subtle, Tang Tianyu has been with her for so long, and he is still very keenly aware. However, Tang Tianyu didn't say anything, and didn't care at all. Anyway, this sister had a prejudice against him, it was not a day or two. After all, his younger sister is not a waste material like him. She is excellent in study and versatile in sports. She is the pride of the #1 high school in H County. She is a genius girl who is known as the school flower. At least there is a strengthening group in the number of people who pursue her in school. In comparison, Tang Tianyu's body is wasteful, the last in the exams year after year, is worthless, can be called the shame of the #1 high school in H County, and is often the object of ridicule. Compared with his sister, he is the toad who wants to eat swan meat, the ridiculous supporting role under the shadow of the protagonist, and the pile of weeds in the corner that even passers-by are too lazy to trample. Sometimes, he even thinks that this guy is not his sister at all. If it is really his sister, then why is she amazing in appearance, but she is not good in appearance, she is brilliant, but she is stupid, she is in shape tall, but he is Wu Dalan. God is really unfair. His sister is the perfect apple that even God can't bear to bite, and he himself is the tattered apple that God eats only with apple cores. In this case, how could the relationship between their two brothers and sisters be good? It is a great blessing for them not to turn their heads into enemies. Therefore, every time when Tang Tianyu was injured and hospitalized, she also constantly found out all kinds of excuses not to visit Tang Tianyu in the hospital. In the living room. However, Tang Tianyu has become accustomed to this kind of scene, because no matter how beautiful things are, if they get along day and night, they won't feel that they are so precious. So, he just glanced at it, and walked to the dining table carelessly, sat down on the chair, picked up the tableware, and started to serve the meal, but Tang Xieying seemed very upset at Tang Tianyu's behavior, staring with her eyes. Look at him. Tang Tianyu looked at it, not to be outdone, and stared back. Two fierce gazes clashed in the air, as if they collided with a trace of fierce sparks. Tang Tianyu and Tang Xieying both slanted their eyes and despised each other with very vague gazes. After a while, Tang Xieying first retracted her gaze, snorted coldly, and turned her head aside, with a face of disdain, indicating that she did not want to ignore Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu was furious and thought bitterly, "Humph, what's so great? Don't you just look a little better and learn better?" But the character is so bad that he will definitely not be able to make good friends in the future. Just when Tang Tianyu was thinking about it, Mother just brought out the last dish from the kitchen. The hot and delicious meal constantly teased Tang Tianyu's taste buds, making him forget the unpleasant thing just now. The father was holding the newspaper in his hand, watching intently, and seeing that the food was ready, he put down the newspaper in his hand. "How about it, do you feel better? Why do you look tired?" Tang Aguo put down the newspaper and said suddenly. "Hey? Yes, God, your face is so pale, is it uncomfortable?" Mother Tang seemed to have discovered this situation and exclaimed from the side. Tang Tianyu quickly explained, "I'm fine, I just feel a little tired. Just take a break." He couldn't tell the truth of the fact, so he could only pass this way. "That's it, then you have to rest for a while, and don't work too hard." After my mother heard this, she immediately relieved her heart, as long as it is not an attack. "Well, I got it." Tang Tianyu kept stuffing food into his mouth, and said haltingly. Seeing Tang Tianyu look like a starving ghost reborn, she couldn't help but smile, "Don't have to eat so eagerly. There is still a lot of food. Don't worry about not eating enough." Instead, his father looked at Tang Tianyu kindly and said, "Hee, since God is hungry, let him eat more. After all, God, he is still in the developmental stage, maybe he can continue to grow taller. Mother Tang nodded her head when she heard it. Her son's body has always been a heart disease in her heart. It is obvious that Tang's father is about 1.75 meters tall, and her height is not short, but Tang Tianyu's height is only 1.5 meters, a standard short, third-class disabled. Known as the modern version of Wu Dalan. No matter how the couple took Tang Tianyu to the hospital for an examination, they did not find any special problems. In the end, doctors can only blame the sequelae caused by premature birth. Therefore, for this reason, they all love Tang Tianyu this son very much, even can be said to be a spoiling. Every time there is something delicious, they will first give him. It may also be because of this that Tang Xieying's psychological imbalance was caused, and she was very upset, thinking it was patriarchal and differential treatment. But she couldn't be angry with her parents, so she could only vent her anger on Tang Tianyu, often looking for Tang Tianyu. No, when Tang Xieying saw Tang Tianyu devouring a wolf, she looked contemptuous, lowered her head, looked at the food in the bowl, and kept muttering something in her cute little mouth. Her voice was very small, as if she was talking about pigs. Something like starving ghosts. Anyway, there is nothing good to say. Tang Tianyu had no time to ignore such trivial matters, because he was starving to death now. At this time, he discovered that the original activation ability not only consumes mental power, but also consumes a lot of physical power. Just now when he was desperately activating his abilities in the bedroom, he had already emptied his calories, and he was too hungry. He didn't have the strength to fight with his sister. It would be more realistic to fill his stomach first. Chapter 9, The Magical Use of Ability. Half an hour later, Tang Tianyu sat on the chair with a contented face, with a big belly, already unable to move. You know, he had eaten several bowls of rice just now. Normally, he was full after eating at most 2 bowls. Tang Xieying simply ate something because he couldn't understand his appearance of a starving ghost, so she ran back to her room. And my father was lying on the sofa and watching the news in the afternoon. At this time, Mother Tang was packing the tableware on the dining table, taking these dishes into the kitchen to clean them, and putting some leftovers in the cabinet. As the saying goes, she was in chaos when she was busy. Mother Tang was a little anxious when she was washing the dishes. She splashed some water on the ground. She accidentally stepped on it and slipped and fell to the ground. Mother Tang is also about 40 years old. Her body is not lighter than a person. After she stood up, she felt pain in her waist unbearable and her body couldn't stand upright. Even when she shouted for God, her voice was a little louder and she felt her waist. The pain is getting worse, as if being bitten by countless ants. Tang's mother had been working in her own fast food restaurant before. Although the business was not very prosperous, it was not bad, so she was very busy every day. Not only that, after work, she had to go home to prepare dinner for her family and deal with some tedious housework, so she was very tired every day. This has caused her lumbar muscles and spine to have some large and small problems. She has also been to the hospital for examination. The doctor diagnosed it as mild chronic lumbar muscle strain and spine disease. So whenever it rained and cloudy days, Mother Tang would feel back pain. It's just that Mother Tang's personality was strong and she had never told her family about this. But today, when she fell, her old problems recurred, and she was suddenly painful. I can't even walk. Mom, what's the matter with you? Tang Tianyu was almost frightened when he saw it. He rushed into the kitchen and carefully helped his mother out of it, but even if the movements were very slight, Tang's mother was in pain. Oh, it hurts. God, don't move, let your mother lie down quickly. Just when Tang Tianyu helped Tang's mother come out, Tang's father clearly saw from the side that a severe pain came from her waist. Tang's mother's face was deformed with pain, and big beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. So he quickly stopped Tang Tianyu's reckless behavior. Hey! Mom, what's the matter with you? Tang Xieying seemed to hear some movement from the room and ran out. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came out, she saw Mother Tang lying on the sofa with a pained expression on her face, and her heart began to tense immediately. God, you look at your mother, I'll get a doctor. Father Tang's face was serious. He didn't say anything, put on his coat, and opened the door of the room. After coming here for a while, I heard the motorbike starting downstairs. Son, don't worry, Mom is okay, hurry up and call your dad to come back. Isn't it just a small problem? It takes such a fuss, and I actually asked the doctor to come over. Mom, these are all old problems, just take a break. Now. Seeing her sons look anxious, Mother Tang said in a low voice, but there was a weak voice in her voice. Mom. Tang Xiaoying's eyes were red, and she couldn't help but choked up when she saw Mother Tang's painful look. She put her little hand on Mother Tang's waist and stroked it slowly, as if she wanted to relieve the pain for her mother. Pain, massage. Tang Tianyu seemed to have something in mind. By the way, massage can help the muscles relax and return to normal, and it can also stimulate the nervous system to send out signals to promote the muscles to gradually relax. Maybe massage can help my mother relieve the pain. The so-called massage is a special treatment method that directly acts on the muscles through special tapping, kneading, and other actions. After all, this special method is mainly to make the muscles vibrate to a certain degree, thereby increasing blood circulation. Circulation, it stimulates metabolism. In this case, my abilities may come in handy. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Mother Tang, Mom, I almost forgot. I once had a special massage technique with an old Chinese medicine practitioner, which might relieve your pain. Mother Tang heard this, and asked in confusion, the special massage technique is based on the old Chinese medicine. Why don't I know about this? When Tang Xiaoying heard this, she also looked suspicious, staring at Tang Tianyu with big shiny eyes, as if she was saying, if you don't have this ability, don't take it out, otherwise it hurts our mother, and I can't spare you. This was all when I was young. At that time, because I was often hospitalized, I met an old Chinese doctor. He saw my skinny appearance and taught me a set of massage techniques, saying that it can strengthen my physique. The body became stronger quickly. So I learned this massage technique, but it had been useless before, so it was useless. Tang Tianyu explained quickly. Mother Tang and Tang Xiaoying had no doubt when they heard it, because when Tang Tianyu was a child, he was really thin and sickly. Then you better be careful, otherwise I won't let you go. Tang Xiaoying clenched Zaihuquan, pretending to be vicious and said. Know it. After speaking, Tang Tianyu walked up to Mother Tang and said softly, Mom, you roll over and lie on the sofa. Tang Tianyu helped his mother turn over, pushed up the clothes, and exposed the waist, which can be seen with the naked eye, and there was a red and swollen high spine on the waist spine. Although he didn't need to touch with his hands to activate his abilities, in order to avoid revealing his superpowers, Tang Tianyu put his hands gently on Mother Tang's waist, pretending to be massaging. Suddenly, a rush of heat was transmitted to Mother Tang's body through the skin. Tang Tianyu stabilized his emotions for a while, meditating in his heart the ability to activate. Because he really didn't understand what constitutes the correct vibration frequency for massage, he first adjusted the vibration frequency to the lowest, and then slowly increased it, carefully observing the mother's reaction during the period. At the beginning, Mother Tang didn't feel anything, she still frowned, her pain was not relieved, and it seemed that the massage had no effect. Tang Xiaoying saw this situation and immediately wanted to have an attack, but seeing that her mother showed no signs of aggravating the pain, she suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart. She secretly thought, if her mother has any shortcomings, immediately stop this foolish brother. But as time went by, Mother Tang's brows slowly unfurled, and the cold sweat on her forehead didn't break any more, her expression was gentle, like a kitten basking in the sun. Hey! It seems to work, it should be the vibration of this frequency. Tang Tianyu could clearly feel that under the bizarre vibration of Tang's mother's waist, the bruises on her waist continued to dissipate, and that piece of high swelling was getting shorter, and only one piece was left. Bruises with big palms. At this time, Yu reading www.yunsha.com. Tang's mother had undergone earth-shaking changes in her body. Her body was under a strange vibration, and her whole body was in a strange rhythm, just like a super martial arts master practicing. Driven by this strange vibration, the blood in Mother Tang's body was flowing rapidly, forming a strange cycle, as if a strange force was constantly surging in the deepest part of the body. The blood circulates through the 8 meridians, and all the impurities in the body seem to be excreted. With a boom, blood flowed to her brain. Mother Tang's face flushed, as if she had eaten a ginseng fruit. Her body opened all her pores, her mind was clear, her waist pain had long since disappeared. Then, a sense of comfort without words surged in Mother Tang's heart. On the other hand, Tang Tianyu's face was pale at the moment, and he looked shaky. It seemed to be more painful than Tang's mother was injured just now. Like an otaku who had spent several nights in a row. This is because his mental power has been consumed more severely just now, and he has not recovered yet. This time he was overdrawn again. The reason why he is not fainted and fell to the ground is only because of his strong willpower. That's it. Hey, it really doesn't hurt at all. God, what kind of massage technique did that old Chinese doctor teach you, and the effect is so good, it seems that even the stubborn illness of my mother for many years has been eliminated. By the way, it seems that the waists of your father, Lao Huang, and Lao Wang next door are not very good. You can also help them massage later. Hey, God, what's wrong with you, are you feeling ill? Mother Tang looked back and found that Tang Tianyu was pale, holding the sofa with one hand, the corners of her mouth twitching constantly. Massage. If you come here again, I am afraid I will die first. At least I have to wait for my mental strength to recover. Tang Tianyu's expression this time is not caused by excessive use of his ability. Chapter 10, Veterinary. Mom, I'm fine, but the physical exertion just now was a bit heavy, so I can rest for a while. Tang Tianyu replied with strong spirits. He didn't want his mother to find out that he was weak, because his body worries his mother a lot. If he shows his painful appearance again, his mother still doesn't know what it will be like to be sad. After speaking, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and splashed some cold water on his face. The whole person's appearance seemed to be a little more energetic, and his mental strength seemed to have recovered a little, at least not like this. Feeling sick. After returning to the living room, my mother was already watching the romance drama on TV with great interest, and she was still discussing the plot with her sister very excitedly. It seemed that his mother was all right now. Tang Tianyu thought, very pleased. The younger sister also returned to her previous smile when she saw her mother's healthy face. Knowing that Tang's mother's painful expression just now really frightened her. God, go call your dad, don't find a doctor, it's all minor problems, and make a big fuss. It's so troublesome for others. Go call and tell him to come back soon. Seeing Tang Tianyu come to the living room, Mother Tang said immediately. However, as soon as the words fell, there was a dong 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 knocking outside the door. As soon as Tang Tianyu opened the door, he saw his father rushing in a hurry. At a glance, he saw Mother Tang and his sister watching TV happily. He was taken aback for a while. He didn't figure it out for a while, and it hurt just now. Mother Tang, who was speechless, was sitting on the sofa like an okay person, but Tang Tianyu saw that there was a man behind his father, so he quickly stepped aside and led him in. The father was also sober, and first gave the person he had brought to a seat, and said with doubts on his face, "Wife, didn't you just twist your waist just now? How could it be all right in a blink of an eye? Emotion, you still want me to twist my waist, don't you? Are you still looking for a mistress to come back?" Mother Tang's eyes widened, her waist straightened, and an overwhelming air overflowed. Suddenly, my father was in a cold sweat, and he stammered, "Bah, bah, what am I talking about? Look at my crow's mouth. It should be done, it should be." Seeing his father's embarrassed look, Tang Tianyu was amused for a while, but he couldn't let outsiders watch the jokes in vain, and could not help but exclaimed, "Dad, haven't you introduced who this person is next to you?" When the father heard this, his grateful eyes immediately turned to Tang Tianyu. "Son, I didn't hurt you in vain. In the future, your pocket money, you Lao Tzu decided to double you." Mother Tang snorted when she heard it, and stopped pursuing it. After all, there were outsiders, so she couldn't say anything serious. If it were passed out, wouldn't it be a joke? "Let me introduce first, this is Lao Li, a doctor nearby. Wife, let Lao Li take a look at the wound on your waist." Father touched a cold sweat and said quickly, "It's okay. It's just that the waist flashed accidentally. It's no big problem. I was massaged by God just now and it was fine. Really, it's already noon. Why are you bothering Lao Li?" "Lao Li, I'm sorry. You haven't eaten yet, why not just have a light meal here?" Mother Tang stood up from the sofa with a smile on her face, and greeted Tang Xieying to serve the food, but the old Li said that he didn't want to stay at all, saying that there was something at home and he wouldn't let his father drive it. No way, Tang's mother had to let Tang Tianyu take 2 cigarettes that his father had just bought from the supermarket, squeezed them into him, and then sent him downstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, Tang Tianyu looked at his father with a weird look, and asked slowly, "Dad, wouldn't that guy be a veterinarian just now?" Although the sentence was questionable, the tone was surprisingly affirmative. "You know, just now, the old Li was bare-chested, full-mouthed and bearded, and had a rough figure. He seemed to have the smell of a Shandong man. The most unbearable thing was that he still exuded an extremely strong smell of blood. God, he has never seen a doctor like this." When my father heard this, his face flushed, and he stalked his neck and said, "Veterinarian, what's the matter with the vet? Somehow they have done surgery, and they have rich clinical experience. Although they are all done for animals, they can't hold people's technical cattle. It's called Lasuo, and it's never muddled." The more I got to the end, my father's voice became quieter. It seemed that he couldn't bear Tang's aggressive gaze, and his conscience became guilty. "Say, my husband, why did you hire a vet to treat me? Do you want my waist to be more serious?" Mother Tang said with a smile, her expression seemed very kind. "But for Dad, this is terrible. It means that she is really angry. If an explanation is not good, maybe he will have to kneel and calculate tonight. It's so easy to say, how difficult it is to find a doctor here. It takes an hour to get to the city center, but your condition can't wait for that long, so I want to find an ordinary doctor to stabilize your condition first. So, I asked Lao Li to come over. Although he is a veterinarian, he occasionally helps people receive bones and treats some minor colds. He is also a famous barefoot doctor nearby. Also, Lao Li's medical skills are not bad, so many people come to see him every day. If it weren't for the relationship between me and him, but if you don't want to come, I'll have to go to his house another day." "Thank you. What about them?" "But, you still don't appreciate it." Father Rory talked a lot like this, trying to use many excuses such as pretending to be pitiful and difficult to get through. "So, is he really a veterinarian?" Mother asked with a ugly face, not at all confused by his father's performance. Father laughed for a while and said, "I'm not, I'm just fainted, I just wanted to say, just catch a doctor here and help you treat it. I didn't expect that he is a veterinarian." Just after speaking, Mother Tang approached Old Tang with a smile, without saying anything. She stretched out a Kunkunzu hand, gently clamped the tender meat on his waist, and then rotated it 720 degrees. The action was finished in one breath. Very proficient, showing the exquisite martial arts of Tang Mu. "Ah!" With a scream, Old Tang showed a big bead of sweat on his face. Looking at the painful expression, it was more painful than when Tang's mother broke her waist. "My wife, I was wrong, please forgive me." Old Tang desperately begged for mercy. Mother Tang sneered, "Humph, forgive you, I think it's pretty beautiful. Even if I can't get a doctor, I actually got my old lady a veterinarian. Do you still want to marry a mistress?" Furious. Speaking of this, the more Tang's mother thinks, the more angry she gets, and the harder she starts. Old Tang knew that he was wrong and didn't dare to argue, so he said, "I'm sorry, I won't dare again next time, I won't dare anymore." Seeing this scene, Tang Tianyu and Tang Xieying looked at each other. For a rare occasion, the two of them left the living room silently while their parents were not paying attention. After coming out of the living room, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, Tang Tianyu took a long breath and said with emotion, "Fortunately, we escaped in time, otherwise we will be reprimanded by the angry mother." Tang Xieying gave him a blank look, and said disdainfully, "Stupid brother, it's just that you are often reprimanded by your mother for doing wrong things. I'm a good student." Tang Tianyu was furious and just wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, Tang Xieying walked over with her slender feet, and violently and forcefully stepped on the back of his instep with her slender feet. "Ah!" With a scream, Tang Tianyu grinned in pain, and took a few breaths of cold air. "Crazy woman, what on earth do you want to do?" Tang Tianyu said angrily. Tang Xieying snorted, looked at him arrogantly, and said, "Don't be overwhelmed, you idiot. Don't think that if you cure your mother, I will treat you with admiration. In my mind, you will always be just a big fool." After speaking, she raised her little head high, like a proud little peacock, without turning her head back, put her hands on her back, her hair wiggled, and walked back in brisk footsteps. "Own bedroom. What the hell, this crazy woman, what the is she doing?" Tang Tianyu was a little baffled by his sister's behavior, confused. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't understand, it was really a woman's mind, don't guess, guess and guess you still don't understand. Although his sister is only a half-finished woman, she is essentially the same. Forget it, I don't want to think about it, it's a waste of brain power. Just do what you love, I have to go to class tomorrow. Tang Tianyu also walked back to his bedroom. Because he is very tired now, if he doesn't rest, he will probably pass out directly, so he doesn't have the mood to care about this kind of thing. Chapter 11, Back to School. Dingling bell, jingling bell. A crisp alarm sounded in the room, and the morning sun shone through the curtains. "Well, it's really been a long time since I slept so comfortably." Tang Tianyu sat up from the bed, stretched his waist, and slept for 12 hours in this sleep, which is extremely refreshing. "God, get up quickly. If you don't go early, you will be late." Mother Tang's voice sounded outside the door in a timely manner. "Know it." Tang Tianyu quickly got up from the bed, got dressed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then went to prepare books and stationery for class. After a while, he came to the living room fully equipped. "God, why are you so lazy? You're almost late. It's not easy to learn from your sister. I get up early in the morning and go to school after breakfast. It is estimated that she is already studying seriously in the classroom." "Right." Mother Tang just walked out of the kitchen with a hot plate of steamed buns, and saw Tang Tianyu's lazy appearance, and she didn't get angry. When Tang Tianyu heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Who wants to compare with that crazy woman? She is a monster who gets up at 5:30 in the morning every day, and every day is rain or shine, and she is a good student of standards. As a standard deviation student, Tang Tianyu spurned this behavior the most. This is a typical food and nothing to do. In Tang Tianyu's opinion, school, or something, as long as you are not late, isn't it all right? Do I need to go to school an hour earlier? She is obviously very good in grades, almost the first in the next grade, and now she is still studying so hard. Does this let us not live a bad life? Doesn't it give us a little motivation to catch up? Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall. When he saw it, he was taken aback. He was really late and had to leave. "Mom, I'm going to be late, so I won't eat breakfast at home, I'm going a step ahead." Tang Tianyu quickly took a few fried dough sticks, a few meat buns, and a bottle of milk from the dining table. He carried his school bag and hurried downstairs like a tornado. You kid, do you need to be in such a hurry? Have you brought everything together? Don't leave it. Also, pay attention to safety on the road." Mother Tang shouted at the back of Tang Tianyu, who hurriedly left. "Know it." Tang Tianyu didn't look back, with a meat bun in his mouth, riding a bicycle, desperately stepping toward the school. Stepping into the gate of the number 1 middle school in H County again, Tang Tianyu seemed to have a feeling of being reborn. It seemed that he hadn't stepped into this sacred hall of learning for a long time. Without thinking for a long time, Tang Tianyu came back to his senses, first put the bicycle away, then tidied up his school bags and clothes, and walked towards the classroom calmly. And Tang Tianyu's class is the 6th class of the 3rd High School of H County number 1 Middle School, on the 2nd floor of the main teaching building. As soon as he entered the classroom, Tang Tianyu saw a group of Ying Ying and Yan Yan chatting, looking full of spring. That's right, this is the unique side of liberal arts classes. More women than men are the characteristics of liberal arts classes. If it were Tang Tianyu's class, there would probably be more than 60 girls, but there were only a dozen boys. The standard porridge is more than monks. However, this has nothing to do with Tang Tianyu. He didn't apply for the liberal arts class for this reason, just because, based on his grades, it might be easier to go to university in liberal arts. As for why the fat man studies liberal arts, there is no need to say more about this kind of thing. However, as soon as Tang Tianyu entered the classroom, all the students in the class stopped talking, and their eyes were almost focused on him, with a gloating look, contemptuous disdain, and sympathetic eyes. But Tang Tianyu calmly walked to his seat and sat down. Because in his 18 years of tragic life, he has seen too much of this kind of thing, and there is nothing to be fussed about. "God, are you better now? You just left the hospital, why don't you stay at home for a day or two?" Fatty Zhonghunan was his desk mate. When Tang Tianyu just sat down, he couldn't wait to ask. Tang Tianyu shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's okay, there is nothing serious about my body, but I was worried that I would be dropped from the school curriculum, so I came to school." "Hey, I already knew your character as a kid. Fortunately, I was prepared. See what I prepared for you." The fat man took out a notebook in his hand and said with a smile. "Notes from class these days?" Tang Tianyu exclaimed, catching the notebook that the fat man had thrown over with his hand. Turning over the pages, he was extremely surprised. "You know, fat guys never take notes in class." Now for him, the fat man actually recorded every key point of the teacher's class, everything was dense, and he was very serious. "Fatty." Tang Tianyu looked at Fatty Zhonghunan with grateful eyes, and there was a warm current flowing in his heart. He knew that Fatty was probably the only one who was kind to him among the more than 80 students in the class. "Cut, pretentious, don't show such a disgusting expression to the fat man, don't think too much. After school, in order to celebrate your physical recovery, I will take you to the seafood restaurant to have a vicious meal." The fat man said viciously. Tang Tianyu couldn't help laughing, and said, "Okay." Dingling bell. A crisp class bell, ringing in time. "Hush, stop arguing, class has already started." The fat man quickly said sneakily from the side. Tang Tianyu looked very speechless, and couldn't help touching his head. Really, this is probably the only course that Fatty doesn't get distracted in class. Because the first class this morning was an English class, the English teacher who taught us this course was a beautiful lady who had just come from a big city. Her name was Xiao Yongxuan. She was extremely beautiful. She almost came here. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com captured most of the students. Especially the fat man, he just wanted to become a cute pug, entangled with her all day long. Classmates, let's start the class. A sweet voice came from outside the door, and saw a superb beauty in an office uniform stepping in gracefully. I saw that her long hair was like a waterfall, and her charming eyes flowed away, like a bright moon in the sky, bright and moving, and her tight uniform seemed to be unable to withstand the turbulence, revealing a deep Ariana trench. Sister Supreme, Uniform Temptation, Sora Aoi. The fat man was already seduced and drooled, and the fat all over his body was trembling, and there seemed to be a bunch of unsuitable images in his mind. Tang Tianyu. After a while, the charming English teacher just put the lesson plan on the podium. "Hello teacher!" A neatly excited voice shouted. The students in class 6 of the 3rd grade liberal arts stood up excitedly, shouting neatly, their voices were deafening, and all of them looked at the English teacher without blinking. Obviously, this English teacher not only captured the hearts of male students, but also conquered many female students. However, Tang Tianyu did not feel this way, because in the past 18 years of his life, the number of times he talked to girls was very few, and he hadn't watched any unsuitable films for teenagers, so he was very concerned about the relationship between men and women. I don't know much about it. Although this English teacher is very beautiful, he is only limited to appreciation, and he has no special ideas. Now he just wants to improve his results from the bottom of 10,000 years. After sitting down, he began to open Fatty's notebook, preparing to make up all the missing learning content, and he was not interested in other things. Chapter 12, Never Forget. After opening Fatty's notebook, Tang Tianyu began to review the lessons that were left this week, because the content was too much, so he had to divide it into several parts. Let's look at English first. It's also an English class anyway, Tang Tianyu thought. As soon as he opened the English textbook, he began to read the articles in it, because his English is a big problem, so there are many words that he doesn't understand, almost except for yes, no, hello and other common words. Apart from understanding, everything else is just like Sanskrit, incomprehensible. However, it was strange today. As soon as he opened the English textbook and read one of the articles, he felt that the words in it were very familiar, as if he had read it through countless times. The most amazing thing was that after he finished reading it, he found that after a while, closing his eyes, English words turned into dynamic images, flashing back and forth in his mind. Hey! Strange, why do you remember it all? Isn't it dazzled? Tang Tianyu, who didn't believe in evil, picked up the textbook again, turned to another page, and read another article. After a while, he read the article all over. After reading it, he immediately closed the textbook and did not take another look. However, the words in it were still clearly presented in his mind, and even every punctuation mark was clearly remembered, like a 3D image. He felt that there would be no problem even if the English article of 500 or 600 words was written backwards. Do I really have the ability to be unforgettable? Tang Tianyu looked at the textbook blankly, with a burst of ecstasy in his heart, like a lottery ticket that won a huge prize of 5 million from the sky, smashed fiercely. Fainted him. You know, the reason why he has been at the bottom of the exams for years is because of his poor memory, and it is extremely poor. No matter how hard he tries to memorize, how much time he spends to memorize, as long as he wakes up, he will forget everything. Made, even drinking Meng Po Tang hasn't forgotten to be so clean. Think about it, a person who can't even remember English words, will his English score be good? A person who can't even remember math formulas, will his math grades be good? A person who can't even memorize ancient poems, will his grades in Chinese be good? Therefore, his poor memory has contributed to his brilliant record of 10,000 years of crane tail. But now it's different. He has the ability to remember the past. In the next few months, he can make up all the knowledge he has lost in the past, and he may be able to enter a good university. Even, I can do a lot of things I wanted to do but couldn't do. The ability to remember me is definitely not just for college entrance exams. But why is there such a change? Devil fruits can only give humans some special abilities. Perhaps some devil fruits can enhance human intelligence, but they definitely do not include shock fruits. In fact, it was because of the huge and extreme memory of Baybeard. It was stuffed into Tang Tianyu's mind, and it was compatible with his mental power, and forcibly developed the brain, causing Tang Tianyu's mental power to skyrocket by 10. More than doubled. And Tang Tianyu's current excellent memory was caused by his strong mental power. Speaking of memory, we can clearly know that it is a kind of ability that every human being can easily achieve without forgetting. That is because the human subconscious has everything it experiences, including what it sees, hears, smells, tastes, touches, feels, experiences, thinks, and associates. Memories are all stored, including everything he experienced when he was a fetus and when he was born. This is the complete memory capability of human beings, which can memorize everything in the world. But why do some people have poor memory and some people can remember them? This is because of the difference in extraction technology. The so-called extraction is to take out some data or images from the brain that stores the memory. One of the simplest ways of extraction is desperate recall. I believe many people have had this experience. As long as they desperately recall, more or less will think of some vague impressions. It's just that this extraction method is too simple, so ordinary people cannot extract too much information. In modern times, ordinary people seem to have discovered how to extract the memories in their minds. Many people have achieved excellent memory after a series of hard training. However, why can some geniuses have the ability to remember them without going through these trainings? This is because they are born with stronger mental power than ordinary people, and powerful mental power can break the brain's self-protection mechanism and extract all the active memories in the brain. Powerful mental power is a key that can freely open and close this taboo door. And this is the power that geniuses have. Tang Tianyu, who was in ecstasy, didn't have time to care about these things. He just wanted to study desperately to wash away his shame from the end of the crane for thousands of years. If you have the ability to remember not to forget, and still crane the tail for years, and do not seek to make progress, wouldn't it be that you are blinded with this ability, and you will definitely be struck by thunder? At this time, Tang Tianyu remembered the Oxford Advanced English-Chinese Dictionary that the fat man bought to pretend to be used, with a total of 2,511 pages. According to him, if a girl sees him having such a huge book, she will think he has a strong bookish temperament and profound knowledge. Maybe they will pounce on him like moths to the fire, and then entangle him tightly like an octopus. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Tang Tianyu. So, he remembered that Fatty had such a book, and he thought that if he could read this book thoroughly, it is estimated that the English of the college entrance examination is 3 fingers to hold snails, which is very stable. Fat man, where is your Oxford dictionary? The fat man, who was indulging in the beauty of the English teacher, finally recovered, turned his head, and asked strangely, "God, what are you doing with my book? Do you want to use it to pretend to be a force? Don't talk nonsense, take it." Tang Tianyu was full of black lines. "Fat man, do you think everyone is as sullen as you? All right." The fat man took out a thick book from his desk, and just put it on the desk, and saw that it was covered with dust, and it seemed that no one had read it for a long time. Tang Tianyu took it over and put it on his table. Seeing its dusty appearance, he was speechless. No way, he had to blow hard and pat lightly with his hand. A huge cloud of smoke enveloped the table and chairs, and thick smoke billowed. Cough, cough, cough caused a burst of coughing. Fortunately, this is the last row, and the corner is remote, otherwise the whole class must be paying attention. Even so, many people have noticed, but they just ignored this side, because the class of the beautiful English teacher is much better. Fatty, how long have you not read this book? Tang Tianyu asked with a strange expression on his dictionary. Well, it seems that I bought this one and never saw it again. The fat man was suddenly embarrassed, but his face was super thick, and he recovered after only a while, calm, completely unable to see it. Something's wrong. Presumably, you should have found that it seems useless to use it to pretend to be useless, so put it into the cold palace, Tang Tianyu kept slandering in his heart. Chapter 13, What? As soon as he opened the Oxford Dictionary, Tang Tianyu found a bunch of chicken intestine English words. If he was the old one, he would definitely think his head was bigger. It seemed that there were countless demons entrenched in them, laughing at him unscrupulously, surely not at all. Continue to watch with confidence. But now, the situation is different. He thinks the book is now cute as a little angel, and these English words are like small pieces of delicious steak, waiting for him to taste one by one. Tang Tianyu first started looking at the first page. Sure enough, all the knowledge he had read has been permanently stored in his brain, vividly visible, and extremely clear. Even the picture that swept past the corner of his eye, he remembered clearly. Chu, like a camera, brought these peculiar pictures into his mind. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages. This is no longer reading a book, it's just turning a book. In the past 10 minutes, this book, which was hailed as impossible to read, has been completely remembered by him, and he has memorized it back and forth. It can be said that no matter which page, line, or even number of any English word in this book is, Tang Tianyu can tell you with great certainty. Suppressing the excitement, Tang Tianyu took out the English textbooks for the first and second grades of high school and began to make up for the original knowledge. After opening the textbook, he found that all the words in the English article were recognizable. Different voice, nonsense, you already know the Oxford Dictionary by heart, it's a strange thing not to know it. At the beginning, because Tang Tianyu was unfamiliar with English grammar, it was a bit jerky, stiff, and unsmooth to read, but when he slowly read a few more articles, the jerky feeling in it disappeared completely, and the reading became more and more. The more fluent it came, it felt like reading a Chinese novel. What? Tang Tianyu groaned involuntarily. He had never felt that reading was so pleasant. Learning knowledge would be a kind of comfort to the extreme. This kind of pleasure, like taking drugs, forced him to write textbooks like a sponge. The knowledge is absorbed cleanly. Just as he wanted to continue reading, a scent of human heart and spleen hit him. This scent is incomparable even for the top perfume, as if it is not a floral fragrance. Looking up, the Bell English teacher stood beside him impressively, with a pink face covered with frost, and the cold expression, as if he had done an unforgivable crime. Not only that, the attention of all the classmates turned towards here, and their eyes were full of mocking, disdain, indifference, and gloating expressions. Even the fat man next to him was shocked, looking at him with extremely admiring eyes. At this time, Tang Tianyu was shocked to discover. Just now, he actually groaned in a quiet class, so immortal. The English teacher who was teaching happened to pass his desk. Sorry. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu's face turned pale with fright. Now, it's all over. In the future, who doesn't think he wants that English teacher, and who doesn't think he is a big monster in the future? I am afraid that his reputation in school will be even better in the future. Loud right. However, now I am afraid I have to endure the terrible anger of the English teacher first. Sure enough, Tang Tianyu took a sneak peek at her, and saw that she was biting her angry white lips, her little white hands tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, her chest trembled violently, and she seemed to jump out if she was not careful. His eyes revealed a flame capable of burning everything. The angry teacher Xiao is really beautiful. The fat man thought shamelessly from the side, disregarding Tang Tianyu, who was suffering. Tang, Tian, Yu, Tong, Shuet, please come up and do this question. Xiao Yongxuan's words were almost squeezed out of her teeth. If she hadn't been thinking about her identity as a teacher, she would have gone crazy on the spot. Although she has only been here to work for a few months, no student has ever dared to make such a wretched voice at her. Now, in order to maintain the dignity of the teacher, she desperately suppressed the idea of slapping this wretched fellow in her heart. Originally, she still had a good impression of this thin student, because although Tang Tianyu had poor grades and weak body, he was often bullied, but he never complained to the teacher, nor was he depressed. Even if he knows that his talent for learning is not good, he will never give up like others. On the contrary, he will go home late in studying every day. He studies so hard just for that insignificant improvement. This kind of positive spirit deeply infected her. She once believed that she was not wrong in choosing the profession of teacher. But at this moment Xiao Yongxuan completely overturned the good impression of Tang Tianyu in the past, because today he actually did such a nasty and lustful behavior in the sacred classroom, which shows who he is in private. Humph, men really don't have a good thing. Today, my old lady, if I don't make you ecstatic, I won't be surnamed Xiao again. The beautiful English teacher clenched his fan fist and thought viciously. Why are you still sitting here? Don't do it yet. Seeing Tang Tianyu still sitting at the table blankly, Xiao Yongxuan was furious. Well, I know. To her surprise, Tang Tianyu answered very refreshingly this time, stood up, and walked onto the podium without any hesitation. Hey! Don't this guy know that he can't do this kind of problem anyway with his level of knowledge? And when he usually asks him to go up and do questions, it's like rooting his butt. Yuyuganshu.com is unwilling to move a step after death. How could it be so abnormal today? Could he really do these problems? Xiao Yongxuan secretly thought. But in a blink of an eye, Xiao Yongxuan felt relieved, because these topics are her carefully selected college entrance examination difficult problems. Even those high-achieving students with very good grades can hardly do it, not to mention the bottom of the exam year after year, and her English scores are normal. Only single-digit guys. At this time, the students around them started to boil as if they were deep frying. Wow! Look, Scrap Wu actually went up to do the problem. I don't know why he wants to go up and do it. Obviously his English scores are so bad. Cut, it must be a matter of life and death, who made him offend teacher Xiao. When he freezes on the podium and can't do it, let's see how he ends up. Extremely, right, and apologizing to teacher Xiao well, isn't it all right? It has to be successful. Maybe, teacher Xiao will let him go when he feels soft. Humph, definitely can't let him go. To dare to make such a voice to our beautiful, mature, and generous teacher Xiao in class is simply unforgivable and deserves to be laughed at. When the fat man heard the turbulent discussion, he immediately extinguished the idea of defending Tang Tianyu, and he thought to himself, brother, it's not a brother, I don't speak loyalty, but for the beautiful teacher Xiao, you will stand obediently. Go aside, I believe you will forgive me, Amen. Therefore, he joined the army condemning Tang Tianyu this time, scolding that spit and impassioned, people who did not know thought he had any deep hatred with Tang Tianyu. If Tang Tianyu knew this behavior of the fat man, he would definitely run off the podium with anger, and severely choke this guy who valued and despised friends. This fact tells everyone again that making friends must be cautious, and making friends is risky. Chapter 14, School Flowers. Tang Tianyu stood on the podium and looked at the English title on the blackboard. These are a few questions about clothes. Although this kind of title only requires you to fill in a few keywords, you must write the corresponding grammar. Otherwise it will be wrong. If you are not very proficient in English, I am afraid that you don't know what to write, let alone how to solve it. It can be said that this is a difficult question type in English exams. However, for the current Tang Tianyu, it is a piece of cake. He reads English as if he is reading Chinese. How can he be stumped by these simple questions? So he took up the chalk in his hand and danced on the blackboard, as joyful as the clouds and flowing water of his fellow travelers. After a while, the horizontal line of the English title was filled with dense English words, one by one, all finished, and then Tang Tianyu very smartly tossed the chalk, and drew a beautiful arc in the air, precise fall into the chalk box. Hiss! The classmates took a deep breath of air, eyes full of horror. He actually did it. Although they don't know whether Tang Tianyu's answer is correct, they can tell with this confident look. Because if you don't have absolute self-confidence, you would never make such a move. But, when did this guy's English become so good? The students present thought of this question in unison. Xiao Yongxuan also looked at Tang Tianyu, who was walking down from the podium, with a complicated face. Of course, she could tell at a glance that Tang Tianyu wrote all the correct answers, because even the questions were given by her, so how could she not know the correct answers? But, when did this guy have the ability to do this kind of problem? Is it Mongolian? By the way, it must be so. He must have happened to see this question on a certain test paper, so he did it. Otherwise, how could he make this problem with his English level? How can you do it so confidently? Hey! Opportunity guy! If you are lucky this time, you will never have such good luck next time. Xiao Yongxuan thought viciously in her heart. Okay, students, be quiet, let's take a look at the answers Tang Tianyu has done first. Then Xiao Yongxuan began to explain these English questions. Of course, it is no surprise that Tang Tianyu got these questions right. This disappointed the classmate who thought he could laugh at him for a while. How could he do it? God, you kid, when did you become so good? Your English level has become so high. Even the study committee member Dai Jiaoming can't do these topics. Unexpectedly, your kid did it. Did you really get caught? Ghost upper body. The fat man looked suspicious, trying to squeeze Tang Tianyu's body with his hands to see if it was not the original product. Cut, you have watched more ghost movies, how can there be such a thing? I just happen to have done these topics, so I will do it. Suddenly become a genius or something, it is estimated that no one can accept it. This kind of thing still has to be improved slowly, so that it will not make people feel abrupt, and his own ability must not be exposed. So Tang Tianyu found an excuse at will. The fat man nodded when he heard it. In fact, he thought the same way. Although it is a bit wrong to think this way, but a person whose English scores are usually only single digits, suddenly made a difficult question today, no matter how you think it will feel incredible. There was nothing for an afternoon. Since Tang Tianyu answered those questions, Xiao Yongxuan didn't seem to ask him any more. She had been in class very seriously, only the occasional fierce light from the corner of her eye knew this. The matter is far from over. However, the nervous Tang Tianyu ignored such things. He has been immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He has the ability to remember the endless knowledge of textbooks like a sponge, but his brain does not feel the slightest fatigue. However, this time he controlled his emotions well and did not show much excitement. In just one day, he had read most of the high school textbooks and remembered deeply in his mind. Although he only scanned it all over again, he only needed to do more test questions to get all the knowledge points. Be well informed and use it freely. When he wanted to continue to read the rest of the books in one breath, there was a thunderous drumming in his stomach, and he touched his deflated stomach, only to realize that he seemed to have been studying for a long time. The fat guy Zhonghunan and the crushes went bragging, and the seats were already empty. Not only that, but the classroom was already empty, and the surrounding students all went home for dinner one after another. Well, I'm so hungry, let's go home for dinner first, and then continue to study. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu was ready to pack up his books and go home. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt that someone was watching him closely behind his back. Turning his head suddenly, he suddenly discovered that Li Xian, the squad leader of the 6th class of liberal arts in high school, and the school flower recognized by all the students of H County No. 1 Middle School, was standing behind him with a smile on his face. What? It turned out to be Li Xian. Almost scared me. Why have you not returned home yet? Tang Tianyu greeted her with a twitch in the corners of his mouth, barely squeezing out a smile and said, "Damn, this why hasn't the witch returned home yet? Today is really unlucky." Li Xian approached Tang Tianyu step by step, circled him in a big circle, and then gestured to Tang Tianyu's head with her hands, before exclaiming, "Xiao Yu! I haven't seen you for a week, you actually grew taller." Tang Tianyu was full of black lines and said angrily, "Li Xian, how many times have I told you, don't call me Xiaoyu, call me my full name, you know." "Really? What do you think of the name Xiaozi?" Li Xian said innocently with big curious eyes. "Forget it, you'd better call me Xiaoyu." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tang Tianyu has retired. Why is this name a little bit more and more frustrating? It's better not to argue with her, or not know how many names that make him laugh. Having said that, everyone may find it a bit strange. Why do the dignified school flower fair and the famous waist Kahua feel so familiar? In fact, this is a tragic story. Mentioning this incident has always made him regret it. If it hadn't happened at that time, he might not have been entangled by this little witch. The girl who knocked Tang Tianyu into flight on the runway was actually Li Xian. This is incredible. This kind of strange thing immediately aroused the curiosity of this girl who is gentle on the outside but is actually a devil in her heart. In her words, how could there be a boy with such a wasteful body? And he actually still has the courage to live to the present. It is simply a miracle between heaven and earth. How could I give up on such a fun thing? As a result, Tang Tianyu started to be unlucky, being entangled by this witch, and tortured by her for various strange reasons every day. What frightened him the most was that Li Xian often had a whim to take him to the devil training, saying that he would make his body stronger. Oh my god, I remember that time he ran a full 10 kilometers. You know, he usually pants even if he walks, and his body cannot withstand such strenuous exercise. As a result, he lay on the hospital bed for a full month before he could get out of bed. From then on, he saw Li Xian just like a mouse saw a cat, too scared. Unexpectedly, she was called to the door today. Is there anything strange for him to do? No, let's quickly find an excuse to slip away, otherwise he won't have enough lives to squander. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but see dense beads of sweat on his forehead. Chapter 15, One Group Mixed. Haha, Li Xian, if you have nothing to do, I will go home first. It's getting late now, and I have to go back for dinner. Tang Tianyu said quickly, as if I was in a hurry, don't leave me. Li Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, smiled mysteriously, and said, Are you sure, are you really anxious? Tang Tianyu nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice. In order to quickly leave the witch, he decided, no matter what she said, just ignore it, it's a trick. Do you really hate me? Do you feel extremely bored even by staying with me for a while? A sad voice sounded in Tang Tianyu's ears. Li Xian frowned lightly, her nose flushed and her big charming eyes there seemed to be countless tears brewing, as if revealing endless sorrow, as if a wife who had been abandoned by her husband mercilessly was pitying herself. Tang Tianyu's heart was immediately grasped, as if he had done some terrible evil to her, and even refusing her felt that it was a great mistake. Mad, here again, this wicked witch. Even if he knew she was acting, even if he knew she was lying, Tang Tianyu couldn't bear to refuse her. Every time she used this trick, he would feel soft-hearted. No, you can no longer fall into her clutches, or you will definitely die miserably. Tang Tianyu hardened his heart with great perseverance, and said quickly, just so, Li Xian. I still have an urgent matter, so I'll leave first, see you next time. As soon as the words fell, Tang Tianyu seemed to run for his life. He immediately stood up, picked up his school bag, without looking back, exhausted all his strength, and escaped from the classroom door. Like a gust of wind, Tang Tianyu soon disappeared from the classroom. Ha 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 ha! Li Xian was here as soon as she saw Tang Tianyu fleeing for her life. She couldn't pretend to be any more. She trembled and laughed like a silver bell. If a friend who knew her saw this scene, she would be shocked and dumbfounded. Ms. Li, who is usually a lady, actually laughed so glumly. After a while, the laughter slowly stopped, and Li Xian's eyes flowed. This trick doesn't seem to work for Xiao Yu, try another trick next time. However, I dared to run away in front of this young lady. I have become more courageous. I originally wanted to kindly tell you that there are more than a dozen people outside preparing to beat you at the school gate, but I didn't expect to dare not listen to me. Humph, she deserves to be beaten. After you are sent to the hospital, this lady will take good care of you. Thinking of this, our Miss Li swayed her charming waist and walked out of the classroom step by step, with the corners of her mouth slightly tilted upwards, as if she was dreaming about how to fix Tang Tianyu tomorrow. Therefore, I would rather offend the villain than offend the woman. Otherwise, you don't even know what is going on. Call, call, call. Tang Tianyu exploded at an unprecedented speed and ran out of the school gate all at once. At this time, Bolt, Powell, and others were all floating clouds. However, as soon as he got out of the school gate, he immediately slackened off, leaning on the railing of the school gate, panting for breath and languishing from exhaustion. After a long time, he slowly recovered, and thought triumphantly, he didn't expect to be able to get rid of this witch today. It was really lucky. Before he started to be happy, Tang Tianyu discovered from a distance that there seemed to be a dozen small gangsters in front of the school gate. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they turned around and walked away. Even the hawkers who were setting up stalls in front of the school were afraid of hurting the fish pond. They packed up their things and ran away. In an instant, the whole street was empty. Only some confetti was left flying on the street. Among these people, there is not even one person who wants to help the police, let alone help. Seeing this scene, Tang Tianyu had to smile bitterly. After all, they were not relatives, and it would be good if they didn't fall into trouble. It was impossible for them to save their lives and save them, so he didn't expect to get help from others. These gangsters are getting closer and closer, they are still holding weapons such as iron rods in their hands, and they are very angry. Tang Tianyu can even clearly see the hideous smiles on their faces. These guys, are they here to find me? At this time, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but think of what happened a month ago. He was walking home alone that day. Because of his unsatisfactory exam results and a bad mood, he was very bored kicking the small stones on the side of the street. But he accidentally kicked it a little harder, and suddenly a small rock flew up in the air, just hitting one of the puppets' heads. He immediately splashed with blood, and his head was directly opened. That group of angry gangsters immediately surrounded Tang Tianyu, beat him fiercely, and robbed him of all his belongings. Originally, he thought that the matter would be over. What he didn't expect was that this group of gangsters, as if relying on him, he appeared at the school gate almost every day and blackmailed him face to face. The previous few times, he still gave money obediently and spared a few meals, but these guys were so greedy that they thought he was a rich second-generation, free cash machine, and began to open mouths one after another. After a few consecutive times, he became angry. The money was almost all the hard-earned money he saved from eating Jane in the past few years. So Tang Tianyu decided, to escape. Humph, I can't beat you, can't I still hide from you? Embracing the horoscope policy of the enemy advances, we retreat and the enemy retreats, we run. Tang Tianyu played peekaboo with the group of punks. It is also fortunate that the school is large and has many outlets. In the next few weeks, Tang Tianyu was not found by them once. He thought that their patience should have been exhausted, so he walked out carelessly today. This group of gangsters are still reluctant to stay until now. But what should I do now? It's really bad, it's careless, let's break through quickly, otherwise I will definitely be beaten up. Therefore, Tang Tianyu looked at a certain direction, ran away, desperately breaking out. The dozen or so gangsters were shocked when they saw this situation, and didn't dare to relax anymore, and hurried to catch up. Within a few minutes, Tang Tianyu was stuck in an alley, unable to advance or retreat. A dozen gangsters formed an encirclement circle, surrounding all the routes he tried to escape. Damn little mouse, I finally caught you. You run desperately, don't play you hard this time, my name won't be Huang. A Huang with dyed yellow hair. The gangster roared. Hey, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com boy, I finally caught you. I have missed you a lot in the past few weeks, wait for our brothers to get close and get close. The boss named Long Ge said in a weird manner. Tang Tianyu looked at the surrounding environment and cursed in his heart, damn, all the escape routes are blocked, is it true that I am in a disaster today? No, I have to work hard. After making up his mind, he pitifully said to the group of gangsters, boss, can't I make a mistake? This is all the money in my body. Take it all now. Please let me go. Tang Tianyu looked at the dozens of dollars he was holding in pain, and his heart was dripping blood. This is all the pocket money for this month. If you hand it out all at once, he will become a pauper. What? Just a few dozen dollars? You think we are beggars, right? This is not enough for us to eat a meal. This matter is not tens of thousands of dollars to solve. Suddenly one of the in fancy clothes began to clamor. Tens of thousands. You might as well go grab the bank, the money may come a little faster. If you don't want money, there will be one. Hearing these gangsters' increasingly arrogant words, Tang Tianyu's heart ignited. A fire. Extortion tens of thousands of dollars. What a joke. He didn't have that much money after he sold it. It's really good to be deceived by others, and Ma Shan is being ridden by others. Such a bully, even if the rabbit is anxious, it will bite. If you continue to be so aggressive. Don't blame me for a dead fish. Tang Tianyu secretly said cruelly in his heart. Hey, he's quite spine. Long brother, don't talk nonsense with him, this kid has to lie down and walk out of here today. A light red-haired vomited his cigarette butt, and stepped on it with his foot. After speaking, the group of gangsters gathered around maliciously, with a hideous expression on their faces, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Chapter 16, From the Memory of Whitebeard. It's over, it's over, it's all over now, don't I just come out of the hospital and have to go back now? Tang Tianyu wailed in his heart. Although he let go of his cruel words just now, he couldn't help being scared when things came to an end. But even if Tang Tianyu was terrified in his heart, time would not stop because of his worry. The yellow-haired gangster surnamed Huang ran the most happily, holding an iron rod, just such a person, separated from the crowd, and took the lead. Coming over, that kind of hideous expression and bloodthirsty red light, it was as if Tang Tianyu had a deep hatred with him. The little bully surnamed Huang raised the iron rod in his hand high, and suddenly struck Tang Tianyu. At the juncture of life and death, for some reason, Tang Tianyu's heart became more and more peaceful. Suddenly, a very familiar memory surged in his heart, as if it was an instinct that had deepened into his bones. Then, the little gangster surnamed Huang moved on his own. In my eyes, it seemed to be half a beat slow. Tang Tianyu turned his body slightly, as if it was a divine envoy, and the iron rod slammed into the empty space, hitting the ground fiercely, making a loud bang, and the cement couldn't stand the huge force. One after another, one can imagine what kind of damage would be caused if an iron rod hit a person. You guys, aren't you afraid of killing someone? Tang Tianyu asked angrily when he saw that the little surnamed Huang dared to be so cruel. Huang, surnamed the little gangster, is annoyed why he missed Tang Tianyu just now. After hearing Tang Tianyu's question, he said with disdain, "What's wrong with you? Even if you kill you can sit for a few years at most. Only in prison, with the boss's care, we will be released soon." What made Tang Tianyu even more chilling was that the words of the little gangster surnamed Huang actually got the approval of all the gangsters present, and they nodded, showing fierce eyes one by one. These guys really treat their lives like a waste. Tang Tianyu really got angry this time, not because of blackmail or being beaten, but because of their disrespect for life. "You scumbags, you are simply unforgivable," Tang Tianyu said in a low voice. No one of them noticed, his eyes showed a palpitating cold light. "Hey, boy, let me tell you a truth. In this world, whoever has the big fist has the final say. You flowers in the greenhouse will never understand the cruelty of this world," said. "Is that so? Thank you for telling me such a truth." Tang Tianyu lowered his head and put his face in the shadow, so that people could not see his face. "Cut." The little bully surnamed Huang looked upset. He originally thought that after saying this, Tang Tianyu would be mad, scared, and even useless like a worm, kneeling on the ground begging him for mercy. Unexpectedly, this guy was expressionless, with a calm and composed appearance, no feeling of fear at all. No, not only that, that tone, that kind of expression, as if, completely ignored them. Damn, what he hates most is seeing the enemy who is obviously terrified, but he even pretends to be calm. No, I must completely tear up his mask and let him kneel in front of me begging for mercy. The little bully surnamed Huang yelled frantically in his heart. So, he picked up the iron rod again, rushed up frantically, and slammed it towards Tang Tianyu's head, as if he would not give up if he didn't kill Tang Tianyu. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu felt that the movements of the little bully surnamed Huang had all been slowed down, and his body involuntarily greeted him like a conditioned reflex. A small sidestep dodges his attack, and with a light touch of his right foot, the small surnamed Huang immediately loses his center of gravity. The waist pulls him towards himself, taking himself as a fulcrum. Then, with a slight force, the little named Huang was thrown out from behind by Tang Tianyu like confetti, and slammed into the hard concrete floor with a loud bang. Suddenly, countless smoke and dust splashed on the ground. The little gangster surnamed Huang let out a scream of awe. His body was constantly twitching, like cooked dried shrimps, his body was suffering from great pain, and foam was constantly spitting out of his mouth. After a while, he was completely fainted. Standard over-shoulder fall. Actions that are as precise as a textbook. The whole movement was like flowing clouds and flowing water, exuding a sense of martial arts beauty, and the remaining gangsters seemed to be shocked. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Especially the bullshit, Brother Long, swallowed hard, with an unbelievable look. It is estimated that he has never seen such a fierce person in reality. After all, this kind of scene is too shocking. A guy with a height of only 1.5 meters can easily turn over a tall with a murder weapon in his hand. This is unscientific. The surrounding gangsters all looked at Brother Long, with the same expression on their faces, as if they were saying, "Brother Long, what should I do now? Is going? Stay? You have an idea." Suddenly, Long Ge felt an invisible pressure on him. At this time, he deeply knew that as long as he retreated a little bit, his prestige might not be as high as before, and some people even retreated. It is possible that he would no longer listen to his orders because of this. At this time, he already regretted coming to Tang Tianyu for trouble. But now it's too late to say anything, it's hard to ride a tiger. Thinking of this, Brother Long shouted to the younger brothers, "What are we afraid of? What if he knows martial arts? As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and the master is beaten to death with random fists. We are many people. He is only one person, we will win no matter how he fights. The more long he talked, the more excited he became. The more he talked, the more he felt that the truth seemed to be the case. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. We may be too dear to him, because even if the special forces are barehanded, they can only deal with 4 or 5 people at a time. What's more, this little dwarf may only know how to play a 3-legged cat. Thinking of this, the gangsters regained their confidence, and came over with a hideous look. It's just that this time they're not as mad as they were just now. They walked together in 2s and 3s, and seemed to want to use the crowded tactics to defeat them. Tang Tianyu. At this moment, Tang Tianyu had fallen into a strange state, and his body was trembling slightly. Under the strong stimulation of that just now, Baybeard's lifelong fighting memories seemed to have awakened in his body, slices after slices of memories. Like a tide, it springs up in the heart, then melts, absorbs, and digests. You must know that even if a strong man of that level is dead, he will still retain the most basic fighting instinct as a warrior, and the most primitive fighting memory. Even if Tang Tianyu only got the weakest trace of inheritance, it would be more than enough to deal with these dregs with only 5 combat effectiveness. It was too late, and soon, 3 gangsters rushed up, holding a long iron rod in their hands, exhausted all their strength, and called Tang Tianyu fiercely. The club whizzed out across the sky and was about to hit Tang Tianyu's head. The 3 bastards' eyes were full of craziness, revealing a trace of bloodthirsty red light. They seemed to see the iron club hitting Tang Tianyu's body. Miserable! Mad! Go to hell! Go to all! What a martial arts master! It's not worth mentioning, all Lao Tzu. Tang Tianyu smiled contemptuously, as if he could predict it, but he took a step backwards slightly, and then, the 3 iron rods slammed into the empty space. Because of the excessive force, the 3 thugs' feet staggered and almost fell. Tang Tianyu didn't give them time to recover, so he rushed forward, kicking one person and one foot, fiercely towards the crotch. With a pop, it seemed that something was broken. The 3 immediately hugged their crotch, like cooked dried shrimps, bent over in pain, and rolled around on the ground, their faces twitching constantly and wailing. Chapter 17, Strength. The terrible conditions of the 3 gangsters who fell to the ground did not make the remaining gangsters fear, on the contrary, they aroused their ferociousness. Their faces showed incomparably hideous expressions. They all surrounded by coincidence. A dozen iron rods smashed at Tang Tianyu at the same time. More than a dozen iron rods whizzed in with great power, and they swept across the air at an extremely fast speed, as if they were violently rubbing against the air, making a sound like zzz. That huge force, if it hits the human body, must be bloodied and bloody, and it may even, death on the spot. However, at this moment, Tang Tianyu didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his whole body was trembling, and his blood was boiling violently. This feeling, it was as if he had longed for a full battle. His thoughts stretched infinitely, and in this critical moment of life and death, his mind became a blank, like a mirror, and his spiritual power firmly controlled an area of 10 meters in radius. In this area, he knew every movement of these gangsters, and even the subtle expressions on their faces and the tiny movements on their bodies were very subtle in his eyes, without any secrets. Because in this realm, he is the god, he is the sky, and he can control everything. At this moment, Tang Tianyu's body seemed to be possessed by a god, and he moved and dodged. The body was winding like a snake, and like a fish swimming in the water. With this strange pace, he was a few minutes from the peak, out of danger, and the dozen or so gangsters' attacks suddenly fell into the empty space with roots and hairs. No fight. Seeing this, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but let out a sneer. No matter how powerful, no matter how many people, no matter how strong the weapon, if he didn't hit anyone, it would be just a waste. The gangsters are angry. No one has ever dared to make fun of them when they have the advantage. This feeling is like an adult who faces a group of children's unreasonable troubles and laughs contemptuously. Stop it, I'm very busy. Mad, this is looking down on them, looking down on their combat effectiveness, looking down on their brutality, looking down on them as a gangster. The gangsters were completely crazy, inspiring the fierceness in their hearts, holding the iron rod tightly with both hands, like a group of mad dogs, roaring, and rushing up frantically. It seemed that they would never stop without tearing Tang Tianyu crazy. Seeing these frantic looks, Tang Tianyu couldn't help sighing, God must make people go crazy first if he wants to kill people. If you are looking for your own death, then don't blame me. Tang Tianyu let out a low roar, his body backed back again and again, stretched out his left hand, the palm of his hand showed eagle claws, grabbed the closest to him, and hit the joint of his wrist with a fierce punch with his right hand. With a sound, the hands of the were already useless, and he immediately uttered a scream of awe, like being struck by lightning, trembling all over, with white lips, lying on the ground groaning in pain. The bone is the hardest part of the human body. Normal blows cannot break it, but the joints are different. It is the connection point between the bones of human bones. It is a relatively fragile part. Humans only need one light touch hit it, you can interrupt it. But what if humans do not have the support of bones? It will become a mollusk, which can only crawl like a snake and cannot walk upright. Therefore, joints are a vital part of mankind. As long as these joints are removed, mankind can't use any force. It can only be like fish on a chopping board and let it be slaughtered. It was too late. It was fast. After the first gangster was killed, Tang Tianyu didn't stop in the slightest. Like a tiger out of the gate and a wolf into the flock, he rushed into the middle of the gangsters with a strange step under his feet. Tang Tianyu was like a swimming fish, wandering among more than a dozen gangsters, shooting like lightning, and hitting the joints of the gangsters with lightning speed. It makes the peculiar sounds of click and click, like a symphony. Immediately afterwards, the gangsters seemed to be acupunctured, like puppets, with a few sounds of bang, 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 and fell heavily to the ground, shaking violently, biting their white lips, and groaning in pain. Now these mad dogs have become dead dogs, there is no way to continue clamoring. At this moment, in the deep hutong, only Tang Tianyu stood quietly, and the gangsters who came to look for the smash had fallen to the ground, knowing whether they were alive or not. Is this the power of martial arts? It is a mighty power like a miracle. He doesn't have extraordinary power and speed, nor does he use any abilities. Can he defeat these violent guys just with his own strength and some skills? Until now, Tang Tianyu felt like a dream, looking at his fists and the gangsters lying on the ground in disbelief. Did he really do all of this? Destroyed tyranny and artistic fighting skills. All of this made him deeply fascinated. It turns out that I am also a powerful person. It turns out that I am not a fish to be slaughtered. It turns out that I can do it easily. To all this. Is this what it feels like to have power? I like. Starting today, I will crush all enemies who dare to hinder my advancement. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, exuding an astonishing aura. At this moment, his figure overlapped with the white beard, the king of the ocean, the strongest man in the world. Damn bastard! An angry voice suddenly rang in Tang Tianyu's ears, and suddenly looked back. It turned out that the boss, Long Ji, was not completely unconscious, but was about to struggle to get up. Hey! You haven't been completely unconscious, your physical fitness is pretty good. Tang Tianyu said with admiration, but even if he got up, what would happen to him? He could still do it with this battered body. What? You dare to hit me? Did you know? You got into trouble, and you got into trouble. Your parents, your relatives, and all the people close to you will be in dire straits because of you. I won't let you spend your whole life in pain. Long Ji's face suddenly twisted, eyes full of viciousness and resentment, struggling to get up and shout at Tang Tianyu. Snort! What is this, the last roar of the bereaved dog? Talk about the words that make people incomprehensible, the inexplicable guy. Tang Tianyu has a look of disdain. As if seeing Tang Tianyu's disdain, Brother Long was angry and shouted, "You guy, do you know who my cousin is?" Tang Tianyu shook his head and said, "I don't know." When Brother Long heard this, he showed a stunned expression. "That's why it is so, no wonder he has a very calm appearance. It turns out that the ignorant is fearless. In that case, I'll tell you. My cousin is the boss of the Mad Dog Gang in H County, nickname, Mad Dog. He has almost all the underground forces in H County, and he has at least 1,000 people under him. The strength is extremely strong, even the Public Security Bureau dare not arbitrarily point fingers at us." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we can be said to be overwhelming in H County. Boy, now you know, offending me is equivalent to offending my cousin, you and your family can't stay in H County. After Long Ge finished speaking, he laughed wildly. Every time he said that his cousin was a mad dog, almost everyone's expression was frightened, and then he desperately nodded and bowed at him, incomparably flattering. He didn't believe that this kid could remain calm after listening to these words. He must be completely overwhelmed with fear immediately. Hey, people who dare to offend Brother Long will not end well in H County. Do you say he can martial arts? What about martial arts? He can beat a dozen people, can he beat 100? Even if he can beat 100, can he beat 1,000? There are so many people, and more ants kill elephants. It's not a joke. So, then. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu said blankly. What? Brother Long heard this and was almost suffocated internally. This guy, did I say so much and he still didn't understand it? Dare to love, he said so much, did so much, it was useless, and people didn't listen to you at all. Isn't this the equivalent of glaring at the blind? Thinking of this, Long Ge was really a little frightened, the so-called horizontal one was frightened. As a gangster, he is most afraid of encountering the kind of unreasonable guys. People don't listen to your explanation at all and kill you directly. When you die, they don't even make sense. What if someone will avenge you in the future? You are already dead at that time, what's the point? This guy, isn't it this kind of person? Long Ge looked at the expressionless Tang Tianyu with a little fear, and the corners of his mouth kept trembling. Chapter 18, Out to mix, sooner or later have to repay. Of course, Tang Tianyu fully understood what the bastard Long brother wanted to express, and because of this, he was expressionless and did not say a word. This guy actually dared to threaten his family in front of him, he didn't know whether to live or die. On this basis, he was enough to be smashed into 18 layers of hell. You know that Baybeard is an extremely short-term person. Even if he hurts any ordinary crew member on his ship, he will do his best to retaliate. Tang Tianyu, who integrates his memory, is naturally no exception. The method may even be better than that of Baybeard. Fierce. It's just that he was thinking about how to deal with these guys. Let them go? Are you kidding me? These are gangsters who cannibalize people without spitting out bones. They treat human life as a thug. The so-called dog can't change eating shit. Even if you let them off this time, they won't be grateful to you for it, but because resentment, launch more fierce revenge, because sheep and wolves are useless to reason. Kill them? He also considered this approach. Tang Tianyu, who merged with the memory of the white beard, would never be afraid of killing. The prestigious name of the white beard is not blown out, but is cast from the white bones of countless enemies. How much human blood has been contaminated, his life has been spent almost in the killing, it is impossible to be afraid of killing these dozen dregs. It's just that he was thinking that if he kills them, it may cause serious consequences. After all, in the Celestial Dynasty, killing is a felony. If it is not a last resort, no one will do this kind of thing, and he does not have something that can be done properly. The ability to handle such things. Moreover, if discovered by the government agency, Tang Tianyu might have to run away, but now he still doesn't want to live a life of hiding in Tibet, and he doesn't want to burden his parents because of it. After all, this is just a bunch of scum, and it's not worth his effort. Such a big price. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu seemed to have thought of something, with a smirk on his face, and whispered in a low voice, "Then don't blame me, this is all you asked for." Brother Long looked at him, and he couldn't help feeling a horror. Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, it was definitely not a good thing for him, so he said sternly, "Boy, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. My cousin is a mad dog, otherwise I can't guarantee whether your family is still safe. The death was approaching, and he even dared to threaten me. It was really hopeless." Tang Tianyu was so angry that even the last trace of compassion was wiped out. If this vicious guy really escaped today, his family might really have no peace, and it might even cause irreparable damage. "Brother Long, don't worry, I will never kill you." Tang Tianyu seemed to be very kind, and said to him with a smile on his face. However, in Long Ji's eyes, this became a sign of weakness, and he smiled coldly in his heart, "Are you afraid? After all, it's not just being flabbergasted, knowing that it's for the sake of the family. Humph, do you think that I will let you go? After I escaped, I immediately told my cousin that I called 100 and dozens of people. If you don't beat you for life, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. Are you not a master of martial arts? Wait until you are crippled by the beat, and see where you are." Thinking of this, Long Ji couldn't help showing a fierce light in his eyes, and a gloomy expression on his face. The careful Tang Tianyu found out all at once, and secretly said, "It seems that this guy is still unwilling to give up, but this is good, I didn't intend to let you go. Boy, this is the right thing to do. Don't cause trouble to your family. Don't worry, as long as you let me go, I will never come to trouble you again." Long Ji said pretentiously, as if to say with great magnanimity. Tang Tianyu smiled calmly, "No more polite with him, dying person, what is it?" Tang Tianyu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. He walked straight to Long Ji's side, stretched out his hands, and gently unloaded his jaw joints. With a click, Long Ji's mouth stopped again. "Can't speak anymore." Brother Long's eyes were full of horror. He was very puzzled. Why did Tang Tianyu treat him like this suddenly? Wasn't it okay just now? Aren't they all talking very happily? Why does he want to do this? Is he really not worried about his family at all? "Brother Long, you dare to threaten me with your family. You are self-seeking, dying, and way. If you don't say these things, maybe, if I am relentless, I might let you go. But now..." When Long Ji heard it, he lay on the ground, his head full of regret and anger, his eyes showed vicious resentment, his mouth could no longer speak, and his heart was secretly angry. "Don't let me escape, otherwise your whole family will I want to be buried with you." Tang Tianyu ignored the last remarks made by the bereaved dog. It was nothing more than how to threaten people. Does he need to know about this kind of thing? As long as he was given a period of time, even the world could be wiped out with a wave of his hand. No matter what a small gangster in a county town, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. But in order to avoid some troubles, he still made some measures. Although he can't kill these gangsters, it's easy to keep them from talking. In fact, just turn them into vegetables. The gangsters can't move or talk, and there are no witnesses around, and even the target of revenge can't be found. So who can trouble him? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this so-called mad dog comes to trouble him, will he be afraid? What a joke, Baybeard's life. I don't know how many such little ones have been killed. Even if the aftermath of his battle is enough to shake countless people, such ants are not qualified to be watched by him at all. Although Tang Tianyu is not afraid of these guys, he is very afraid of trouble, so he found a way from the memory of Baybeard. Split the bones. This is a technique that Baybeard learned when he was a child. It is a special combat technique that specializes in removing joints, breaking human bones, and attacking the opponent's limbs and skull and neck bones with extremely fast methods. Using this technique, Tang Tianyu can remove all the joints of the gangsters, and if humans are not supported by bones, they can't talk, can't walk, almost can't do anything. There is no difference between a person without bones and a vegetative person. Brother Long saw that Tang Tianyu was really cruel, and he was terrified. At this time, his mouth could no longer speak, he could only make a begging for mercy with a begging look on his face. I spared him, so who spared me? I remember that when these gangsters blackmailed him, they beat him to death. No matter how he knelt down and begged for mercy and wept bitterly, he couldn't attract a trace of sympathy. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was beaten more fiercely. Such a guy will only beg for mercy if he is in a disadvantaged position now. Once he takes advantage of him, he will definitely turn his face right away. No matter how you beg, he will not let you go. Such a guy. If let go, there will be endless troubles. Ignoring Brother Long's plea, Tang Tianyu immediately removed his neck joints, shoulder joints, elbow joints, wrist joints, finger joints, knee joints, ankle joints, and other important joints on his body. Suddenly, Long Ji became a puddle of mud, lying on the ground like a worm, and his heart was ashamed. At this time, he has completely become a useless person. The damage caused by this special technique is based on the current medical technology of the earth. The cure is not good at all. Tang Tianyu didn't stop there. Although the mastermind was abominable, it wouldn't be possible to cause such a big harm without these dog-legged people. Sometimes these little gangsters are even more disgusting than the boss. Without the slightest tenderness, these lying on the ground, one by one, Tang Tianyu used special techniques to remove the joints of their bodies, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Seeing the resentful and vicious eyes of these gangsters, Tang Tianyu smiled disdainfully. Out to mix, sooner or later have to repay. When you wantonly beat ordinary people, have you ever thought of forgiving those ordinary people? When you maimed or killed an innocent person, have you ever thought that others are innocent, and others have parents? When you are doing evil unscrupulously, have you ever thought that you will have such a day? Ignoring the dregs, Tang Tianyu picked up the school bag that fell on the ground and set foot on the way home. In the empty alley, only a dozen gangsters were left moaning in pain. After a long time, an ambulance roared over. Chapter 19, Fragments of Memory. After returning home, Tang Tianyu looked calm, as if the battle just now was dreamy, as if nothing had happened. In fact, Tang Tianyu did this deliberately, because if his parents knew about the scene just now, he might be worried about what it was like. Usually they are tired from work, and he can't take these little things to annoy them. Therefore, Tang Tianyu usually greeted his parents, had a simple dinner, and then went back to his bedroom to rest. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Tang Tianyu could no longer pretend, and his excitement was evident. His eyes looked at the clenched fists, the same weak and weak, but it was precisely this pair of fists that killed a group of murderous people. Hummers, showing incredible combat power. Originally, when he was in the hospital, he had the memory of Whitebeard, but at that time he only focused on understanding the power of the devil fruit and ignored the others. After all, the power of the devil fruit was so amazing, like a miracle, it is estimated that not many people can do it. Resist its temptation. Until today, after defeating those gangsters, Tang Tianyu suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed a huge treasure. Maybe, this is the most generous gift God has bestowed on him. It seems that today I have to get a good understanding. I got something amazing. Tang Tianyu clenched his fist and thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Tang Tianyu first closed all the doors and windows, and then carefully checked it again to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing him. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed with his hands hanging down on his knees. Suddenly, the whole bedroom fell silent, and even a needle dropped on the ground, and he could hear clearly. Tang Tianyu slowly closed his eyes, his impetuous mind began to calm down, thinking about nothing, doing nothing, there was no distraction in his heart, his breathing became natural, and his body relaxed involuntarily. I don't know how long it took, suddenly. With a boom. There seemed to be a huge explosion in the brain, just like the scene of the beginning of the universe. In a trance, Tang Tianyu seemed to have entered an endless world of darkness. Darkness, lingering. In this endless darkness, there is no cold, no sorrow, no despair, no pain, not even death. While Tang Tianyu was still fearing this terrifying dark world, suddenly, a golden light flashed in the air. This faint beam of light pierced the heavy curtain of night, tore away the shackles of darkness, and leaked a little bit of light, revealing the hope of dawn. But this is just the beginning. 1, 2, 3. Numerous golden lights appeared in the air, and in just an instant, they covered the entire dark world. Golden lights of various sizes floated in the air, moving irregularly. This feeling is like being under the starry sky that contains endless mysteries. Inadvertently, it reveals a broad, profound, and mysterious atmosphere. Instinctively, Tang Tianyu vaguely felt that these peculiar golden light spots floating in the air should be the memories of Baybeard's life. It is conceivable that the memory of Baybeard's life is so vast. If Tang Tianyu's memory of 18 years is just a drop of water, then Baybeard's memory is a vast ocean. You know, Whitebeard is no ordinary person, he is the pinnacle powerhouse in the world of One Piece, the king of the ocean. His life is a legend, his experience is a vast history of human civilization, and his great deeds can't be described even for 3 days and 3 nights. Just to explain some of his main experiences without talking about the knowledge he understands, I am afraid that even tens of billions of Chinese characters are far from enough. Involuntarily, Tang Tianyu seemed to be possessed. He reached out his hand and touched a relatively large golden light spot. With a bang, he was forcibly pulled into a strange world. When he would come, Tang Tianyu found out in horror. Put yourself in the vast sea. I saw that huge ships resembling prehistoric behemoths lay across this endless sea, filled with black and heavy, the two sides were at war, overwhelming shouts of killing occupy the entire space, countless shells were bombarded unscrupulously, and sawdust splashing, blood flowing everywhere. This endless sea has been completely dyed blood red. There is no doubt that this is an extremely tragic battlefield. But the most striking thing is undoubtedly the very center of the battlefield. An extremely strong man stood on the bow of the boat, holding a naginata in his hand, and lying around him were the bodies of countless enemies. He just stood there casually, his body covered with blood. Although his physical strength was exhausted, no one dared to attack him. He regarded the people of the world as nothing, arrogant, and his huge physique exuded a shocking aura. The aura seemed to be able to split the sky in half. Tang Tianyu knew it for the first time. The man with a black turban and a white beard in the shape of a black moon, a huge figure in a white navy cloak-like coat, was full of infusion tubes. Not a white beard, who else? I saw the white beard standing majestic on the bow, seeming to be talking loudly under his hand, because Tang Tianyu was far away, so he didn't hear it. When he was about to approach, he suddenly felt dizzy and the whole world shattered into pieces like glass. The next moment, Tang Tianyu woke up, holding his head, rolling on the bed in pain. Headache. It seems that there are countless ants biting in their minds. Even the cruelest torture in the world is nothing more than that. Tang Tianyu's mental power was 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was exhausted in just a few minutes, and the exhaustion of mental power caused a headache. But this is really incredible, you know, even if it is crazy to activate his own ability, Tang Tianyu can support 1 hour. Unexpectedly, he just watched the memory fragments of Whitebeard, his brain could not bear it, and his mental power was almost exhausted. Of course, this is actually because he chose a larger memory fragment, so this kind of thing happened. If he chose a smaller memory fragment just now, maybe he will support it for a longer time. However, although the support time was relatively short, Tang Tianyu did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, he was extremely excited, his thoughts kept rolling, and he secretly asked, "Is this guy in his memory a white beard?" This kind of indomitable momentum, this unparalleled strength in the world, this kind of pride in the world, deserves to be a man standing on the top of the world. The same should be true of the husband. At this moment, a desire to become stronger slowly rose in Tang Tianyu's heart. He was thinking, if his power could be stronger and faster, today's fight would not be like this. Strenuous. Don't look at Tang Tianyu easily defeating those guys, but at that time his physical strength was exhausted. If there were 1 or 2 more people, he might not be able to retreat today. Moreover, if Tang Tianyu's strength were stronger, it would be impossible for him to allow these gangsters to leave. Although their fate may be worse than death at this time, but with Tang Tianyu's extremely short guard character, these guys threatened him as early as his family had already been sentenced to death from that moment. If it wasn't for lack of ability and fear of causing more serious consequences, none of these guys would want to get out of that alley alive. Chapter 20, Mad Dog. No one is born to be strong, no one is born to stand at the top, but since there are extremely strong in the world, then there must be a way to become strong. Maybe, in the memory of Baybeard, there will be a way to make me strong quickly. In this way, even if the mad dog comes to revenge, I will not be afraid of the slightest. Tang Tianyu thought. Therefore, Tang Tianyu only rested for a while, and when his mental strength recovered a little, he immediately entered a state of meditation. Only this time, he didn't dare to touch those large golden light spots recklessly anymore, he could only try slowly from the smallest golden light spot. With a sudden, Tang Tianyu entered the spiritual world of Whitebeard, but this time he didn't get any useful information. This piece of memory only recorded some interesting things from his childhood. However, he was not disappointed. After all, this memory is too huge. If you deliberately search for some useful information, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if you don't find it, it doesn't matter. Just right as watching a super science fiction blockbuster. After all, life in One Piece world is not something anyone can see. This is undoubtedly a fresh experience for Tang Tianyu, which greatly broadened his vision. This time he didn't find the information he wanted. Tang Tianyu was not discouraged. He just took a break and plunged into the sea of consciousness to continue searching. Then continue to search, no fruit, rest, seek, no fruit, rest. Tang Tianyu kept repeating this work, and his efforts paid off. After only a few hours, he finally found a way to make him stronger. Navy 6. This is a physical skill mastered by the world government in the world of One Piece. It is the highest secret of the Navy and can only be practiced by potential personnel in the Navy headquarters and some secret troops. What? You said that the Whitebeard, the leader of the pirates, is an enemy strictly guarded by the Navy. How could he know this important Navy secret? Are you kidding me? It would be strange for Baybeard not to know these things. Even Luffy can master the shave just by looking at it, so how could the Whitebeard, who is stronger than Luffy, fail to do such a thing? In general martial arts, practiced to the extreme depths, most of which are different routes to the same goal, nothing more than the ultimate control of power. With the Whitebeard's aptitude, the level of strength, and years of combat experience, he can see through the mystery of this physical skill at a glance. What's more, Baybeard has dealt with the Navy for so many years, killing countless elites in the Navy, and there are many people who are proficient in the 6 types of Navy. It is too easy to get this kind of physical training method from these people. It was just that at that time his strength had been pushed to the peak, and there was no need to practice this little technique at all. It was only for the sake of his men to record this physical skill. However, no matter what, it is really fortunate to be able to get this kind of thing that is equivalent to the most treasure for Tang Tianyu. If I learn this powerful physical skill, my body should become stronger. No matter how big the danger I encounter in the future, I can also solve it. Tang Tianyu thought ecstatically. You know, the Navy Sixth Form is a unique technique that can surpass the peak of mankind and become a Superman if you practice to the extreme depths. At that time, whether it is dodge bullets or hard anti-cannonballs, it is all for Tang Tianyu. A breeze. The First People's Hospital of H County. Originally, at this point in time, the hospital was already off work. At this time there should not be many talents, but what is surprising is that the hospital is now brightly lit, people come and go, and a large number of nurses and doctors are working. Very busy look. It's just that, although these nurses and doctors are all reluctant, they dare not complain at all. On the contrary, they are more diligent than usual, and can even be said to be conscientious. Because this is the boss of the Mad Dog Gang in H County, the boss of the Mad Dog Gang gave the order. In County H, almost no one who knows his reputation would dare not obey his orders, unless someone didn't want to mess around here or was tired of life. At this time, a large number of gangsters came to the door of the First People's Hospital of H County, surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, wearing all kinds of strange clothes, holding all kinds of weapons, iron bars and bricks, chairs and so on. Anyway, there are all kinds of weapons, only you can't think of, there are no ones they can't get out, there is noisy everywhere, as if it were a grand gathering of them. Different from the scene of incomparably noisy outside, in an intensive care unit, it seemed extremely quiet. A man who was wrapped up like a mummy was lying on the hospital bed and moaning in pain. This man was Brother Long. Mad Dog, the boss of the underground forces in H County. He frowned when he saw Brother Long's painful appearance, and asked the doctor on the side, "Doctor, how is his condition now? Is he sure he can be cured?" When the doctor heard this, his body trembled, his lips were a little pale, and he said cautiously, "The situation has basically stabilized, and there is no life-threatening thing, but he is afraid that in the future." Having said that, the doctor secretly took a look at the look of a mad dog, for fear that if an answer was wrong, he would be beaten for nothing by the group of thugs outside the hospital, and he didn't even reason. "I'm afraid of what? Tell me," the doctor, "I will never blame you." The mad dog said blankly. No one knew what he was thinking now. As soon as the doctor heard this, he felt anxious, but he was stronger than others, and if he didn't say anything, he might end up miserably. He pondered the words carefully, and said, "I'm afraid he will have to spend time on the hospital bed all the time. The injury on his body is too serious. It is already very good to be able to save a small life. In fact, the actual situation is not so serious. It is just that the doctor deliberately exaggerated the condition in order to show that he did not take care of it seriously, so that the mad dog thought he had done his best and would not trouble him anymore." Sure enough, when the mad dog heard it, his face was expressionless, he was silent for a long time, waved his hand, and said, "Doctor, thank you. If there is nothing wrong, you can go out first." As soon as the doctor heard it, he thanked him as if he had received an amnesty. With the pretty-faced nurse who was already too scared to move, he immediately left the ward like a magic cave. Just after closing the door of the ward, the mad dog calmly said to his general Li Fei, "A Fei, have you found a murderer who made him look like A Long?" Although Mad Dog's face was calm, Li Fei noticed that his fists were clenched tightly, his palms were almost white, and his body was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was already on the verge of extreme anger. Not dare to neglect the slightest, Li Fei said quickly, "This afternoon, Brother Long took a dozen people to find a student's trouble. I don't know why it suddenly became like this." "You mean that student did it?" "It's impossible," Mad Dog asserted. Li Fei smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. After all, dozens of them were played in one shot. That was a plot that only appeared in movies, and he hadn't encountered it in reality. It's just that, as a subordinate, you should tell the boss about all the circumstances, and then let the boss decide. You can't be self-righteous. This is why he can become the confidant of the mad dog. In this case, it may be that Long Ge took the information that troubled the student with his hands. It was leaked and then ambushed by the enemy on the spot. Li Fei sighed. Having said this, he involuntarily glanced at Brother Long, who was lying on the bed. He felt awe-inspiring. The other party's attack was too cruel. After removing the joints of his body, he could only live like a worm in the future. If it weren't for the unshakable enemies, how could it be so cruel? This is simply asking them to spend their entire lives in the hospital bed like a useless person. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The mad dog nodded. This inference is relatively reliable. However, the enemy did it. Which one is it? He couldn't think of it all at once. Because he had too many enemies, there were so many gangs in H County back then, and he also experienced 9 deaths before he completely controlled the underground forces in H County. Of course, among them, he was ruthlessly cleared of many enemies, and many people escaped, lurking in the dark for revenge, maybe just waiting for the moment when he revealed his flaws. Thinking of this, the mad dog couldn't help showing a fierce light. Don't look at his kind face in front of the doctor, it was just facing ordinary people who had no conflict of interest with him. The name of his mad dog was not blown out. In those days, he fought recklessly, biting people everywhere like a mad dog, only then would he stand out among the little gangsters like a Crucian carp who crossed the river and become the boss of the party. It's also time to remove some factors of restlessness. Fei, go and prepare first. I want them to know who is the boss of H County. Mad Dog said frantically, his fierce eyes showing a bloodthirsty red glow. Yes, boss. Li Fei heard it and said in a deep voice, but a coldness suddenly appeared in his heart. H County estimated that another storm would begin. Just as Li Fei was about to walk out of the ward, the mad dog suddenly stopped him. The student who was troubled by Aaron, let him disappear. I don't want to hear any more news about him. This is also the last thing I did for him. Mad Dog said calmly, in that tone. As if killing a person is like killing a dog, it is chilling. Li Fei was not even surprised. Perhaps for him, killing someone, especially the kind of powerless and powerful, would not be taken seriously by him. He just nodded silently and walked out of the room. Chapter 21, Practice. It was just getting dark, and at about 3 or 4 in the morning, Tang Tianyu had already got up from the bed. He was so excited that he didn't fall asleep all night. He tossed about in bed, thinking about how to practice tomorrow. No, before dawn, he put on his clothes, got up from the bed, made the bed, and washed his toothbrushes by the way, and then set off impatiently. Not far from Tang Tianyu's home, there is a pleasant park with a large area. Many people like to go there for morning exercises. Tang Tianyu chose the small open space deep in the park that could not be developed in the future. My own practice place is relatively remote and sparsely populated, so most people don't go there. The breeze was blowing, the leaves were rustling, and the morning sun was faintly revealed. The surroundings were very quiet, and it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and no one would come here, which made it even more silent. Tang Tianyu put a bottle of mineral water he brought from home on the stone bench in the forest, chose a slightly larger open space on the side, and stood in the center, ready to start practicing. Speaking of cultivation, I have to talk about the classification of the martial arts in One Piece world. There are a total of 6 levels: soldier level, non-commissioned officer level, lieutenant level, colonel level, general level, and marshal level. It is said that they may be on the top. There are higher levels, but this is just a legend. The soldier level is divided into first class, second class, and third class. Non-commissioned officers are divided into sergeant, sergeant, and corporal. Lieutenant officers are divided into captain, lieutenant, and second lieutenant. The ranks of the school and the major are divided into general, lieutenant general, and major general, while the marshal has no rank. The levels are strictly divided, and the strength of each level is very different, especially the difference between the strength of generals and lieutenants. It is not an exaggeration to use the difference between Tianyuan. A general can definitely kill a bunch of lieutenants in seconds. This is not a joke. This is a fact. For the time being, let's not talk about the strength of the general. After all, the strength of that level is too far away from Tang Tianyu, because Tang Tianyu's current strength is only 1 or 2 powers, even if it is farther than the miscellaneous soldiers in the world of One Piece. Not as good. I don't know how long it will take to have that level of strength. So let's talk about the strength of the soldier level, an ordinary gunman, that is, a third-class soldier, each of them has at least 10 powers. And every strength, if measured by the unit of the earth, is the strength of 50 kilograms, which means that each of them has at least 500 kilograms of power. This is the lowest threshold for becoming a Navy soldier. If the third-class soldiers of the One Piece world are placed on the earth, they will definitely exist like a soldier king, with invincible strength and unstoppable. What? You said that the third-class soldiers in One Piece world are just mere miscellaneous soldiers. They were cannon fodder in the war. How could they be so strong? I can only say that you really underestimate the humans in the One Piece world. There are countless perverts inside. It belongs to the world of high military. As the deterrent force of the world government, the Navy has the strongest military force in the world, even the lowest. And other miscellaneous soldiers are also several times stronger than ordinary people. You know, if you want to become soldiers of the Navy headquarters, they have to go through battlefield fighting and cruel training, which are by no means imaginable. Therefore, whether it is strength, combat skills, or experience of fighting on the battlefield, they are definitely better than the so-called on Earth. The number of special soldiers is a lot taller. Therefore, in order not to become a miscellaneous soldier, and in order not to insult the name Whitebeard, Tang Tianyu is undergoing arduous training in the 6th Navy type. But what exactly is the 6th Navy type? The so-called Navy 6 forms is a combination of 6 powerful moves. It mainly exercises the human body's strength and uses some special force methods to make human beings surpass the peak and become a Superman. It includes shave. A high-speed movement is formed by stepping on the ground several times in a short period of time, generating huge propulsion force. Those who practice to the extreme can rely on stepping on the air to produce precise movements and even turns. Moon step. The basic principle is the same as that of shaving, but the air frequency of its pedaling is lower, and the strength and speed of each pedaling must reach a certain limit. Paper painting. Relying on the keen judgment of Type 6 users, with the help of the airflow and muscle changes of the opponent's moves, they can determine the opponent's attack route in advance, and then dodge it. Iron block. The powerful muscles swell in an instant, and trigger light hypnosis through consciousness, paralyze the body's nerves, to play the effect of resisting external forces. Those who practice to the extreme can use it on the move. Finger gun. Using the principle of iron blocks, the fingers become extremely hard, and then at the moment of piercing, the muscles inside the arm rapidly contract and stretch many times, so that the arm contains a lot of kinetic energy, and the force of piercing the fingers is extremely concentrated. In order to achieve the indestructible effect. Lance feet. The muscles of the feet contract and stretch rapidly to create kinetic energy, and then rush out of the legs. After surpassing the speed of sound, air compression occurs in the front of the legs, forming air blades to injure the enemy. It is said that if you successfully practice all 6 forms of the Navy, you can reach the highest state of the 6 types of Navy 6 Wang Rui. At this time, your whole body muscles can be stretched and contracted rapidly at the same time to create kinetic energy, and the arm muscles rotate so that the force is transmitted in a spiral shape. At close range, all the kinetic energy can be penetrated into the enemy's body and hurt the enemy. This is a bit like an enhanced version of Kunjin. However, the digression will not be mentioned for the time being. At this time, Tang Tianyu closed his eyes and assumed a standing posture. This is the unique training method of the Navy's 6th form. It condenses the spirit and carries the vitality, so that the body is always in the best state, and the body is thoroughly exercised. As time passed bit by bit, Tang Tianyu could clearly feel that his energy and blood were accelerating, and he could feel a tingling sensation all over his body, like countless ants walking through blood vessels. This is the so-called sense of ant movement. The sense of ant movement is very mysterious, but in fact, it is normal that only people with poorer health will develop the sense of ant movement the fastest when they first stand. Because this kind of person's blood is weak, it is very easy to carry it. If you change to a strong man www.readaloud.com, it is estimated that this feeling will not occur in less than half an hour. But now Tang Tianyu had this feeling after only a few minutes of cultivation, which made him wonder whether he should sigh that he was really a waste material blessing, or that he should sigh that the Navy's 6-style cultivation method is good. As the whole body, including the scalp, showed a fine sense of ant movement, Tang Tianyu also began to feel a little itching and tingling on the surface of his skin. This is a sign that the blood transport has begun to impact some fine blood vessel ends. If you change to ordinary pile skills, it is impossible to reach this level without a few months of pile skills. It is conceivable how powerful the 6-style training method of the Navy is. This kind of slight tingling and numbness, usually after some people have not exercised for a long time, suddenly go to the playground for a few laps, the skin will have that sensation. This is the appearance that some blocked blood vessel ends are constantly being impacted by the high-speed circulation of qi and blood, and Tang Tianyu's feeling now is much stronger than that. In just 20 minutes, Tang Tianyu was already sweating profusely all over his body, and the muscles all over his body were extremely sore. Obviously, his body had reached its limit, his spirit was relaxed, and the blood in his whole body slowly returned to calm. It's not that the mental strength is not enough to support the transportation of blood, but that Tang Tianyu's body is too fragile to withstand such violent exercise, so he only insists on 20 minutes, and the body can no longer bear it. The so-called practice is to proceed gradually. Yes, it can't be done overnight. This time, the effect is no less than the long-distance running for a few hours, and it is the circulation of all the blood up and down the whole body, and even the muscles up and down the whole body are exercised. Not only that, even the fragile internal organs are also slightly tempered. Worthy of being the 6 Navy style. The effect of exercise is so amazing. Tang Tianyu felt warm and very comfortable. Chapter 22, Amazing Progress. Hey! What would happen if I applied the ability of vibration to myself? Tang Tianyu suddenly thought like this after resting on the stone bench in the forest for half an hour. This kind of thinking has never happened to Whitebeard. After all, in the human mind of One Piece world, the fruit of shaking is the devil fruit with the most destructive power. If this powerful destructive power acts on himself, it is not that the birthday star hangs himself suspect is it a long life? However, Tang Tianyu had no such worries at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible, because although the Navy's 6-style qi and blood transport method could strengthen his basic physical fitness, the effect of exercise was still too slow. Unlike Liu Qi, who has been practicing the 6th naval form since he was a child, Tang Tianyu is now 18 years old, and his body is almost in shape. If he wants to temper his body to be as strong as steel, I don't know how much time it will take. Therefore, he decided to try his own idea to see if it is feasible. If he succeeds, he can greatly shorten the time of his cultivation, and his body may become stronger, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't succeed, he won't lose his life anyway. In order to prevent accidents, I'd better start with a relatively small shock. After all, no one has done this before, and there is no lesson from the past, and I don't know what the result will be, so Tang Tianyu behaved very carefully. Tang Tianyu stood up from the stone bench, walked to the center of the open space, put on a standing posture, concentrated his attention, hugged Yuan Shaoyi, and quickly entered the ethereal state of forgetting things. Start a vibration. A tingling sensation appeared on the skin, and the skin of the whole body was shaking slightly, as if there were thousands of ants crawling on it. No, this kind of vibration is still too weak, it hasn't played the role of exercise at all, let's continue to increase the intensity of the vibration. Tang Tianyu felt the abnormal state of the body, and thought a little dissatisfied. Increase vibration. The muscles began to tremble slightly, and the body kept shaking. There seemed to be countless small hammers struggling desperately on his body, and there seemed to be an invisible force undulating in his body, sweeping through Tang like a wave. God's internal organs, even every bone marrow. Not enough, bigger, bigger, and bigger. Tang Tianyu flushed, gritted his teeth, and shouted. The shaking started to intensify. As if a thunder sound exploded in the body. The muscles of the whole body are swelling rapidly, shaking violently, the blood in the body is tumbling, and the blood flows like a wild horse without rein. For a time, the skin turns red, and an extremely high temperature rises in the body. The body is like a furnace with extremely high temperature, with the sound of silk, a lot of water vapor emerges from the body. The vibration almost reached its extreme, his body swayed violently like a pendulum clock, and when Tang Tianyu was about to be unable to bear it, there was a boom. The brain exploded, as if it was the first thunder in the beginning of the world, and it was also the first cry of a newborn baby. At this moment, Tang Tianyu entered a mysterious realm. He felt the sky, the earth, the woods, the stone bench, and everything around him disappeared. He could only hear the whole world for a while. The heartbeat of plop, plop, plop. This is the most basic rhythm of life, the most primitive rhythm between heaven and earth, the first music in history, and the first touch brought by the birth of life. Suddenly, a burst of energy surged from the deepest part of the body, circulated through the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and circulated in the body, as if eating a ginseng fruit, all the pores of the whole body were opened, and the mind was clear, a kind of speechlessness. A sense of comfort surged in Tang Tianyu's heart. After a few minutes, with a wheeze, Tang Tianyu exhaled a white breath, the flushing of his skin slowly faded away, returning to his original skin color, and the blood had slowly ceased. Tang Tianyu squeezed his fists hard, and the joints of his fingers made a pop and pop sound, and a sense of strength emerged spontaneously, as if even the steel plate could be crushed at will. Unexpectedly, the combination of the ability of vibration and the 6-style training method of the Navy will produce such an amazing effect. I have at least 4 strengths in my whole body, which is 200 kilograms of strength, and my strength has almost doubled. If I meet Long Ge's gangsters again, I can pinch them to death without any effort. Tang God bless clenched his fists and thought confidently. After only one practice, his strength has doubled. If he continues to practice, who will be his opponent in the world? Of course, it was only because of Tang Tianyu's first practice that it produced such a big effect, just like the students with the last few grades, if they study hard, they may easily advance more than a dozen. But if you are a top 10 student, even if you want to advance 1 or 2, it is probably a relatively difficult thing. By the same token, if Tang Tianyu wants to make such a big progress in his cultivation in the future, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Ns. It's time to go back. Tang Tianyu vaguely heard some sparse footsteps outside the jungle, and thought, it should be the morning exercisers who have begun to come out. At this time, I am almost ready to go to school. My muscles are already sore, and my mental power is also consumed. I'm afraid it is difficult to continue exercising. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The so-called haste is not enough, practice must have relaxation and relaxation. If the muscles have been tight, even if the practice, it will not achieve much effect, so today's practice is temporarily over. As soon as Tang Tianyu got home and opened the door, he saw a reckless figure rushing out of it. He was caught off guard. With a bang, the two figures collided together. Oh, it hurts. The reckless figure suddenly fell to the ground and touched his head with his hand. Tears almost came out of the pain, but Tang Tianyu stood still, standing upright, looking intently. It turned out that it was his younger sister, Tang Xieying. "It's you." Tang Xieying's beautiful eyes sprayed with angry sparks, as if she was about to burn Tang Tianyu out. When she saw that Tang Tianyu knocked her down, she stopped getting angry. Tang Tianyu looked at it and couldn't help being amused and not angry. Seeing her puffed cheeks and round eyes because of her anger, her small face was red, like a cartoon doll, looking very cute. "Yes, it's me. Do you have anything to do today? Why are you in such a hurry?" Tang Tianyu said slowly, looking at her with a smile. "Yes, oh, I'm almost late." Tang Xieying seemed to think of something, and she didn't care about quarreling with Tang Tianyu. She quickly got up, tidied her clothes, then gave him a fierce look, then carried her school bag, and rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. It was just when she rushed out of the room, she suddenly thought, that guy who is as thin as a firewood can knock her down. How is it possible? Isn't he a waste material you? But Tang Xieying didn't think much at this moment. After all, she still has more important things to do now. How can she have time to care about such trivial things, even if his body becomes stronger? Humph, not a fool. Chapter 23, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Wow! There was a sound of water in the bathroom, and Tang Tianyu turned on the shower, allowing hot water to flow through his body, washing away the dirt on his body wantonly. In the practice just now, he thoroughly exercised every part of his body, and even his internal organs were fully tempered, and a dark dirt appeared on the surface of his body. This was the impurities of the internal organs. This kind of impurity made the body slimy, and it also gave off a strong stench, so he had to change his clothes all over, and also went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Tang Tianyu found that his mother was already up to make breakfast, walked to her mother, and greeted her, "Good morning, mother." Mother Tang was taken aback, put down her work, turned her head, looked at Tang Tianyu, and said in surprise, "God, don't you like to sleep in the most? Today, the sun came out from the west, you kid unexpectedly got up. It must be so early." Tang Tianyu chuckled. He knew that he was usually a lazy person. He would be late for school and would never get up. He stepped into the classroom almost every day. It was really strange that he got up so early today. However, it is impossible for him to tell his mother about his cultivation. Maybe his mother will think that she has become crazy and send herself to the hospital. Therefore, Tang Tianyu made up a random reason, saying, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. Although my grades are not very good, I still want to work hard to see if I can enter the university, so I plan to go to school early." When Zhang Han heard this, she was very surprised. She knew her son very well. It could be said that she was not born for reading. No matter how hard she tried, she kept a blind eye to Tang Tianyu's academic performance. With one eye closed, he didn't ask much about his study. But now, he actually proposed that he should study hard and be positive. This is something that has never happened before. Zhang Han was a little bit happy. She doesn't care about Tang Tianyu's academic performance. It doesn't matter if she is the last one in each exam. After all, with the emergence of college students, even if you are admitted to college, you may not be able to find a good job. But even if your academic performance is not good, you can't be willing to degenerate, you can't give up on yourself, you can't have a motivated heart, and a heart that is unwilling to fall behind. If a person is not self-motivated, no matter what you do, you will not have much success. So Zhang Han felt that although his son did not study well, he did not give up studying after he was unwilling to do so. Even if he fails to enter university in the future, he will definitely become an amazing person. "Well, let me prepare breakfast for you first, but don't be too lucky to study lately, you should pay more attention to rest, you know." Zhang Han warned uneasy. "Know it. Seeing the happy expression on his mother's face, Tang Tianyu's heart was as sweet as drinking honey, and she thought with emotion, I didn't expect my mother to be satisfied so easily. Even the smallest progress of his son would be enough to make her happy for a long time. However, he also made up his mind secretly, a few months later, he must be admitted to a prestigious university, so that his mother was so happy that he could not speak. 10 minutes later, Mother Tang brought a hot breakfast from the kitchen to the living room and put it on the dining table. When Tang Tianyu looked at it, his stomach couldn't help but screamed "Guo, gu, and gu." Mother Tang laughed when she heard it. You're hungry, hurry up and eat while it's hot. Tang Tianyu, who was extremely hungry, was not polite. He even ate more than a dozen big buns, drank a few bowls of porridge, and ate 4 or 5 deep-fried dough sticks by the way. One person almost wiped out the breakfast on the table and looked aside. Mother Tang was dumbfounded and speechless. God, are you okay? Haven't you eaten in a few days? Why are you hungry like this? Mother Tang asked aloud. No, I just don't know why. My appetite seems to be much bigger recently. I'm only half full now. Tang Tianyu touched his stomach and said with some dissatisfaction. Half full. Mother Tang collapsed. When did her son become the big stomach king? The breakfast at this table was originally for 4 people, but Tang Tianyu had eaten it all by himself, and it was only half full. In fact, this is because the Navy's 6-style exercise method consumes too much energy and blood. If too much energy is consumed, the human body will feel weak in limbs, and hungry. However, the energy and blood are not produced out of thin air, but are ingested by the human body from the outside world. The so-called external energy is food. Strengthening is not without cost. Only by eating a large amount of calorie food, the human body can replenish the consumed blood and maintain the normal operation of life. Therefore, after Tang Tianyu exercises, he will feel abnormally hungry and eat a lot of food desperately. The food is used to replenish qi and blood. In the world of One Piece, we can often see that there are a lot of big stomach kings, as if their stomachs are loaded with a different dimension. No matter how much food they eat, they can bear it. But this is not because they are born with such a big appetite, nor is it because their stomachs are larger than normal people, but because they have to fight and practice, and their energy consumption is very large, and energy is not produced out of thin air. If they don't eat a lot of food, their body's calories will be insufficient and they will be too hungry to move. Therefore, we can often see Luffy and the others eating an entire super large Neptune without any feeling, just like ordinary people eating a piece of bread, because the food is eaten by them, they will be immediately eaten. The energy is consumed and then converted into energy for the body. Tang Tianyu couldn't help but smile when he saw his mother's stunned look. In fact, he didn't want to let his mother know the fact that his appetite suddenly increased so quickly, but he might eat more when he eats lunch or dinner in the future. So it's better to let her know earlier and prepare her a little bit, so that she won't be so surprised then. Have you finally entered the developmental period? Mother Tang said with surprise as if suddenly thinking of something. What? Tang Tianyu was confused, and a big question mark appeared in his head. Mother Tang jumped up like a child with excitement, and regardless of the bread in his mouth, Tang Tianyu pulled him up from the chair and walked to a wall in the living room. This wall is engraved with a horizontal line that can measure the height of the person, which can accurately measure the height of a person. However, because of Tang Tianyu's short stature, his parents are afraid of measuring his self-confidence after being measured. www.readaloud.com. So this masterpiece that cost Tang's father's hard work has been placed there forever and has not been used. Tang Tianyu stood obediently under the wall, with her back straight, her head up and her chest tall, while Mother Tang took a book on his head and measured it carefully. After a long time, Mother Tang's eyes burst into tears, and she muttered, 1 meter, 58, 1 meter and 58. Oh my God, it really grows taller, it really grows taller. Although this is still a very short height, in the eyes of Mother Tang, it is more exciting than seeing the greatest miracle in the world. No one knows how much pressure Tang's mother has been carrying all the time. When Tang Tianyu was 11 or 12 years old, her height seemed to have been cast by time magic, and time was frozen at that moment, and her height was not even the slightest increase. When she watched other people's children's height increase by 7 or 8 centimeters a year, she didn't know how much suffering was in her heart. She didn't know how many times she took Tang Tianyu to the hospital for examinations and how many height-increasing medicines she took, but none of them had any effect. His height has been stopped at a height of 1.5 meters. People outside, although they dare not say bad things about Tang Tianyu in front of Tang's mother, but behind the back, they don't know how many ugly words were said by her son. It hurts her heart. I don't know how many tears she shed in the middle of the night. Originally, Mother Tang thought that she would never have a chance to see her son grow up in this life. This life has passed, and she will confess her fate. Her son will grow up like this. What can you do? But today, her son suddenly grew taller, and suddenly grew 7 or 8 centimeters taller, and maybe he will grow taller in the future. At this time, Mother Tang's heart was like drinking the sweetest honey, and happiness came too suddenly. She couldn't believe it. Chapter 24, Encounter. Patriotic, get up, come and see your son. Mother Tang shouted into the bedroom. With a plop, a heavy object suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, there was a sparse sound of dressing. After a while, I saw my father walk out of the door with sleepy eyes, with 2 flip-flops on his feet, wearing pajamas, and said to Mother Tang vaguely, What's the matter? Wife, wake me up early in the morning." Mother Tang pulled her father over with one hand, and said excitedly, "Patriotic, look, look, my son has grown taller and taller." As soon as the words came out, Father Tang was awakened, and he quickly opened his eyes, looked at Tang Tianyu and the measuring line on the wall in amazement, and muttered, "It's really tall, it's really long. Hi, my God, am I dreaming?" After speaking, Father Tang really squeezed his arm hard to see if he was really dreaming. With a suck, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and he said with a little trembling, "I feel pain, it's really not dreaming? Really not?" Seeing how excited his parents were, Tang Tianyu felt helpless for a while. He really did not expect that the fact that he grew tall would have such a big impact on his parents. He got the memory of Whitebeard. He knew he would grow taller one day sooner or later, but he didn't know that this day would come so soon. Although Tang Tianyu has longed for himself to grow taller since he was a child, there is only a slight joy in his heart now, not the kind of ecstasy as he imagined, and no tears of joy. Because after he got the memory of the Whitebeard, he stood on the highest mountain and saw the scenery farther away. He was in a detached position. His mentality had changed a long time ago. The little thing of height seemed to him now. Chicken ribs are average, but they are optional. It is natural to grow taller. It doesn't matter if it doesn't grow taller. However, Tang Tianyu was very happy when he saw his parents happy. There really is nothing happier than making his family happy. Ignoring the happy and overwhelmed parents, Tang Tianyu went back to the bedroom, prepared all the books for class today, and went straight out. Because it's still early, and walking is also a way of cultivation, Tang Tianyu won't go to school on a bicycle today, and walk straight there. The morning sun passes through the gaps between the leaves, and through the morning mist, the road leading to the campus is scattered in wisps, and the dense leaves fall down, forming a little golden light spot, a peaceful and tranquil scene. Stepping down the tree-lined road, the oncoming breeze, the gentle sunshine, and the beautiful girls who exude infinite youthful vitality on the road, all of this made Tang Tianyu's mood more cheerful. Jingling bell. A crisp bicycle bell rang in his ears, and he looked back abruptly. At this time, a used light bicycle flashed past him. The rider was a girl wearing a pink t-shirt and jeans. Her long black hair was flying in the wind, giving a very fresh feeling. School flower Li Xian. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu had the urge to run away. Although he has become stronger now, he can kill more than a dozen gangsters at once, but for some reason, whenever Tang Tianyu sees her, it seems like a kind of rat sees the feeling of a cat, the whole body can't use strength. This is completely nemesis. Tang Tianyu couldn't understand why he had such a reaction. He was puzzled. In the end, he could only attribute the shadow she left to him was too great, so he was afraid of it. Oops! Suddenly, Li Xian, who was riding a bicycle next to him, suddenly panicked, so she couldn't die. At this time, the bicycle seemed to be shaken by something, and she could not help but brake quickly, but the movements were so great that the people and the cars were unstable, and she was miserable. With a cry, the person and the car fell down. It was too late, it was fast. Tang Tianyu saw it, his head was too late to think, his body was like instinct, he used his shave, and his feet stomped the ground quickly and continuously. In an instant, Tang Tianyu came to Li Xian and steadily supported her, but it was a pity that he didn't have time to help the car, and the bicycle fell to the ground with a crash. Even so, this move has attracted the attention of many students who are going to school on the road. Unbelievable, this kid was on the other side just now, probably at least 7 or 8 meters away from the bike, but in such a blink of an eye, he has ran to the side of the fallen beauty. Could it be that the hero saving the beauty can really make people play out of the potential to exceed the limits of the human body? God! I thought I would fall heavily to the ground, but I didn't know that I would fall into Tang Tianyu's arms. The girl's complexion turned red, but it was not this that surprised her most. Why did you come to school so early? In fact, what she most wants to ask is, should you not come to school with a swollen nose and swollen nose? Why are you looking so beautiful now? Is it because nowadays gangsters are popular to be vegetarian, or I have hallucinations? After all, the reason why she fell to the ground was because she was so surprised to see Tang Tianyu come to school. Originally, she had prepared a lot of pranks to prank him. Unexpectedly, all her thoughts fell into the empty space all at once, like a boxer fighting in a fight, preparing to win the championship. But on the day of the match, the referee told you that the match was delayed for some reason, even it may not be held. Mad, this is cheating. Can't I come to school so early? Tang Tianyu quietly stared at the girl in his arms, with a pair of clear eyes inlaid on the palm-sized melon seeds. In the warm sunlight, her long eyelashes were on her eyes. Casting a shadow, Kayang's nose was gently curved like a flower, and her pointed chin made the young girl reveal a bit of a charming taste. Unexpectedly, this witch looks pretty good. It's a pity that you read www.yuyugonshu.com this pair of skins. Tang Tianyu stared at Li Xian with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see a flower on her face. Come. You, what do you want to do? There was a trace of panic on the milky cute face. Li Xian wanted to summon the courage and righteously to reprimand Tang Tianyu to let him know who is the boss. But for some reason, when she was lying in Tang Tianyu's arms, she smelled a strong male hormone, and her whole body seemed to be emptied of strength, and she was limp. When did this guy become so masculine? And he still has muscles. Li Xian couldn't help but touch Tang Tianyu's abdominal muscles, feeling tough. After touching it, Li Xian realized what a bold thing she had done just now, as if she was afraid that others would find it. She quickly retracted her hand, her face flushed, and she bit her lower lip in a panic, which was like a cherry. Little mouth, I can't help but want to pounce on it for a kiss. Oh my God, can you soak beautiful women in such an old-fashioned way? A sad reminder exclaimed. Hey, it's actually a beauty? That's Li Xian, the school girl. I didn't expect such a goddess to fall into the arms of others too, said a bald man sadly. What a romantic encounter. It's like meeting the fate of a prince and a princess in a fairy tale, said a girl who was deeply influenced by a romantic drama with her face held up. Let's go, let's tell the boss that someone is making his girl, a student with colorful hair, dangling a cigarette, said arrogantly. Such a public hug on the high school campus is simply an extremely bold thing. Even on the way to school, it attracted a lot of heated discussions and attracted a lot of attention. This slowly awakened Tang. God bless and Li Xian, who breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 25, Pink Ambiguous. P.S. Happy Singles Day to all book friends. Alas, I was walking on the street just now and saw a couple of lovers cuddling together happily. At that time, I had the urge to knock the men out and take the women away, so I dared to show happiness in Singles Day. Let me wait for the bachelor's face. Wow, quack! I am so angry. Tang Tianyu let go first. He took her slender white jade hand and slowly lifted Li Xian up. Suddenly, with a cry of pain, Li Xian touched her bare feet with her hands, her pretty face and frowning eyebrows. A painful look. Seeing this, he hurriedly put Li Xian down again, and involuntarily pulled her ankle up to the front. After careful observation, he could clearly see with the naked eye that there was a red and swollen high bump on the ankle. It seems that I accidentally twisted my foot when I fell off the bicycle just now. Although it doesn't seem to be a major problem, it will also affect my walking. Can you go by yourself? Tang Tianyu asked hesitantly after seeing this scene. To be honest, there are so many students on the side of the road now. If he rashly helped Li Xian to go to school, maybe someone would gossip about it. Tang Tianyu is nothing. He is a boy, and he has been caught for so many years. Do people gossiping less often? Almost all are immune. However, Li Xian is a girl and her reputation is very important. Li Xian seemed to have thought of this problem too, and wanted to struggle to stand up, but a heart-wrenching pain passed from her toes, and suddenly fell down again, with a helpless look on her face. It's okay, don't worry, it's just a minor injury. I have learned Tuina from others. It can help you invigorate blood and remove blood stasis and make you less painful. Tang Tianyu couldn't help but say when he saw this scene. You can massage. Li Xian listened, suddenly raised her head, her red lips lightly opened, with an unbelievable look. Is the boy opposite her really that useless waste material blessing? Wasn't it being impersonated by aliens? Yep. Regardless of Li Xian's answer, Tang Tianyu put her feet directly on her thighs and took off her sandals, revealing 5 white jade-like toes. Li Xian's feet can undoubtedly be called the world's beautiful feet. The tender white feet are like a piece of beautiful jade, soft and smooth, which makes people want to pick it up and play with it, and then treasure it. Get up and dare not show it to outsiders, for fear that others will it away. The bright red toenails painted with nail polish added a fascinating feeling to this beautiful jade-like foot, which made Tang Tianyu shocked. Li Xian on the side didn't expect Tang Tianyu to be so bold and take off her shoes in public. She was so bold that she could not bear it. Her face was already red to the root of her neck, and she was almost ashamed to death. Lower your head and let him do whatever he wants. Putting his feet in a man's hands so unscrupulously and being touched by others was simply impossible in the past. Li Xian would never do such a crazy thing. However, for some reason, she did not refuse Tang Tianyu's massage. Humph, forget it, I'll be bitten by a dog, and I will pass. Li Xian comforted herself. However, the blush on her face became thicker and stronger without knowing it, and the shyness in her beautiful eyes became stronger and stronger. Tang Tianyu didn't dare to look at Li Xian, who was becoming more and more glamorous, and Tang Tianyu worked hard to calm himself down, took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and lifted up Li Xian's beautiful feet. He could feel clearly. When I arrived, my unconvinced hands were trembling slightly. Not dare to delay, Tang Tianyu hurriedly started shaking, while his hands gently covered the red and swollen areas of his feet, gently massaging Li Xian's feet, and also adjusted the vibration to the most suitable frequency for massage. Suddenly a rush of heat passed through her skin into her body. In just a moment, Li Xian felt that a very refreshing and numb sensation suddenly came from her feet. This feeling was as if all the pores on her feet were opened and she was breathing to her heart's content. Her body instantly softened. If she hadn't been sitting on the ground, she would have been unable to stand. The feeling of comfort could not be resisted. Subconsciously, Li Xian's small mouth let out a groan, "Oh!" As soon as this sound was made, Li Xian's pretty face flushed to the root of her ears. She was almost ashamed to death. How could she make such a sound? Damn it! Li Xian lowered her head in a panic, letting her long hair cover her face, otherwise, she would really find a seam to get in. However, the extremely comfortable feeling lingered in her heart, and it was lingering. When she thought that the massage would continue, Tang Tianyu suddenly stopped the massage, put down her ankle, and said softly, "Okay, your feet should be fine now. Get up and go for a walk. It's over." Li Xian suddenly felt a sense of loss, like watching the climax of a blockbuster film on TV, but suddenly telling you to switch to a commercial. Li Xian stood up, put on sandals, moved her feet, and walked around the place a few times, and found that her feet were no longer in serious trouble, the blood had disappeared, and her movements were obviously much more flexible than before. Li Xian was surprised. She had encountered this kind of injury before, but even if it was massaged by the so-called experts in a regular hospital, there was absolutely no such effect. God, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you just massaged me, what kind of technique you used? It seems to work well. Li Xian asked curiously. Tang Tianyu smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, but couldn't tell the truth. He could only pretend to be silly, and smiled, "I don't know, anyway, I spent a few days with an old Chinese medicine doctor in the hospital, and then I learned from others. After several massages, I didn't expect that the effect this time would be so good." Li Xian's beautiful eyes flowed, she glanced at him, and asked in disbelief, "Is that true?" She wouldn't believe it. She just spent a few days with an old Chinese medicine practitioner without any actual combat experience. Effect? Don't you see, even those who specialize in massage don't have such amazing techniques. However, Tang Tianyu did not continue arguing with her. Anyway, he said so many mistakes, it is better not to say, and said, "Anyway, your feet are already healed now, so don't worry about that much. In the future, you will have to ride a bike. Be careful, don't look around. Then, I'll leave first." After speaking, Tang Tianyu picked up the school bag placed on the ground, and walked towards the school. When Li Xian heard it, her lungs almost exploded. "Why don't I care about that much? What is meant by that I have to ride a bike and be careful? Isn't it all because of you that I fell? Okay, you Tang Tianyu, give you a color, and opened a dyeing workshop, so you dare to teach me. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson, you don't know who is the boss." Li Xian's face was flushed with anger. Holding her little hand tightly, looking viciously at Tang Tianyu's leaving back, slowly forming a strategy of killing two birds with one stone in her heart. When Li Xian thought of this, she began to smirk, like a fox who stole a chicken. She thought unreasonably, "Humph, it's all your fault, so I dare to offend this eldest lady, and don't make you suffer. Eat, but also think that Miss Ben is good for bullying." Chapter 26, Shaking 8 hexagrams. Soon, Tang Tianyu came to the classroom. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, so the classroom now has only a few people sitting sparsely. These are more diligent students, who usually arrive earlier. Without wasting time, Tang Tianyu walked straight back to his seat, put down his school bag, took out books and some review materials, and prepared to start today's review. Sitting in his seat, Tang Tianyu thought, which subject should I review first? Yesterday he had read most of the high school textbooks, history, geography, politics, English, Chinese and other subjects that need to be memorized. He has almost all the knowledge points in it. If you take the college entrance examination now, if so, he can get at least 80% of the points. After all, liberal arts can be said to be subjects that rely on memory. Whoever remembers more knowledge points will be able to get higher scores. Of course, a certain degree of understanding is also needed to complete the questions and answer the test points correctly. However, the college entrance examination is not only for liberal arts, science also takes a certain proportion, so you must not ignore the learning of science, especially mathematics. This subject, just remembering the formula is useless, it is an understanding subject. Only by doing a lot of exercises can you integrate all the knowledge points. Well, then I'll review math first. Tang Tianyu made up his mind. Turning over the mathematics textbook, Tang Tianyu began to work on the topics in it, and the math formulas were presented one by one like a movie. Trigonometric functions, sequence formulas, properties of inequalities, formula definitions for spheres, cones, and pyramids, knowledge of hyperbola, parabola, probability, and statistics, solid geometry, calculus, and other complex mathematical knowledge, just like beautiful musical symbols come to mind. Yes, this question should use the triple angle formula. No, this question should be a sequence of numbers combining equal proportions and equal deviations. Hey, shouldn't this question be the second definition of ellipse? That's it, this problem can be solved by calculus. Unbelievable, this three-dimensional geometry problem can be done simply by drawing a line. With the murmur in his mouth, Tang Tianyu continued to solve math problems, as if he had passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals, solving the enemies in front one by one, and it was like solving a riddle. All the answers to the mystery were revealed, and this unspeakable sense of accomplishment emerged in his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious and fascinating world of mathematics opened in front of Tang Tianyu. He had never thought that boring numbers could have such a great charm, and that cold and rigorous mathematical formulas could be so varied. Originally in his eyes, the mathematics was extremely complicated. The question, now it is like Pao Ding's solution to the cow, turned into the most basic knowledge points, into the most basic problems, and he easily solved them. With the passing of time, Tang Tianyu has been completely indulged in the mysterious world of mathematics, immersed in the pile of books, struggling to solve one after another mathematical problems, and the mysterious and unpredictable mental power seems to be increasing little by little. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, a fat slap slapped Tang Tianyu's shoulder fiercely. Tang Tianyu, who was interrupted by his thoughts, became angry. Just about to punch him, he killed the person who disturbed him, but still without moving his hands, I heard an extremely incomprehensible and familiar voice excited from my ears. Good boy, I really have you. Looking back, it turned out to be the dead fat man Zhang Hunan, his worst friend. As soon as he saw him, his anger was half gone. Tang Tianyu was very helpless. He must have done something bad in his previous life, and that's why he became such a friend. What's the matter? Pretend, you pretend, just pretend to me, this matter has spread throughout the entire 3rd level, you are still pretending to be stupid. The fat man said with a smile, with a very contemptuous expression. Hey! What happened? Tang Tianyu was at a loss, not sure what the fat man wanted to say. Hee, I heard that you and Li Daimei are embracing passionately on the street. They are already in love for 3 lives and have met their parents. Good boy, unexpectedly we got our most beautiful school flowers. You really deserve to be my best brother. The ability to pick up girls is as good as I do. The fat man said with a smug look. What's this, why don't I know this? Tang Tianyu was very helpless. Didn't he just help her and heal her wounds by the way, why did these things change their tastes as soon as they came out? God, don't hide it anymore. Almost the entire senior 3rd level knows about this, but you guys have done such a good job of keeping secrets. You really belong to you. The fat man said with admiration on his face. Fatty, in fact, I really have nothing to do with her. This is just a misunderstanding. Tang Tianyu quickly explained that if this matter was known to her huge fan group, it would definitely be torn to pieces. Just at this moment, Li Xian was sitting on the seat and suddenly turned her head, with a trace of crimson on her face, and her big watery eyes staring at Tang Tianyu, like those women in love. But no one noticed that when she turned her head, a treacherous smile appeared on her face, as if she had succeeded in a prank. Sorry. It can't be washed off even if it falls into the Yellow River. When Tang Tianyu saw Li Xian's faint attitude, he felt bad in his heart. A serious sense of crisis continued to emerge from the bottom of his heart, as if something big was about to happen. Sure enough, when the fat man saw this, he showed a look that I already knew, and stopped asking Tang Tianyu, sitting on the chair, looking at Tang Tianyu, and let out a very lascivious laugh. Seeing this scene, Tang Tianyu immediately wanted to explain, but when he saw the fat man, "Don't lie to me, I wouldn't believe any lies." He already knew it, no matter what reason he gave, the fat man wouldn't believe it. According to his fallacy, don't explain, explain is to cover up, if this matter is not true, you will not be anxious to explain to me. All in all www.readaloud.com he just doesn't listen to your explanation. This scene was immediately noticed by some gossips in the class. They were like spies, spreading the news on their hands to the whole class. Suddenly, the entire morning self-study classroom became messy. After all, for senior high school students who only study this entertainment activity all day long, there is nothing more to keep them happy than the sprouting love. This matter is in the class. The impact it caused was no less than the sensation caused by the Yan Xiaoman incident. Oh my god, Century News! Wastewood Yu is in love with Xiao Hua. How is it possible? I don't believe it, isn't this a flower stuck on the cow dung? I know this, I know. This morning, I saw the two of them embracing each other on the street. I was completely frightened at the time. I haven't seen it, did the school girl smile like that at Wei Keu? She has never been scornful to boys. If it weren't ambiguous, how could she make such a move? Oh, handsome guys are no longer popular these days. Beautiful women love ugly men. Where is the way out for our handsome guys? Go to hell, just like you, handsome guy is pretty much the same. Most of the classmates were happily discussing this shocking gossip, but there were also a few people who thought they could be a colonel, with very ugly expressions on their faces. They had never cared about Tang Tianyu, nor did they think he could pose a threat, but what they never expected was that Tang Tianyu, the toad, would actually pick up the dignified school flower. This makes them who think they have a superior family background, suave, and good learning suitors, have a dejected face, as if their cheeks have been severely stepped on a few feet, and they spit a few mouthfuls, their dignity has been trampled on. Chapter 27, Shaking Big 8 Trigrams. Tingling Bell. The bell rang after school at noon, and the Chinese teacher decisively stopped the continuing classical Chinese explanation, sorted out the lesson plans on the podium, helped the glasses, and walked out of the classroom calmly. This Chinese teacher can be described as a model teacher who never procrastinates. No matter how passionate he speaks, he almost completed the pre-planned content. Once the bell rang after class, he immediately said nothing, picked up the lesson plan and left decisively. People, it can be considered highly praised among students. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom suddenly became lively. From school in the morning to class in the afternoon, there are 2.5 hours in between. In addition to eating and traveling, you can also have about 1.5 hours to arrange freely. Generally speaking, high school students, like Tang Tianyu's class, will have more than a dozen students choose to study in the classroom until the afternoon, and eat directly in the school's student cafeteria, while most of the students return directly with their school bags. Home or back to the dormitory, Tang Tianyu was also one of them before. Tang Tianyu raised his head buried in the pile of books and looked at the surrounding students happily going to eat. Although the classmates discussed things this morning very vigorously, the subject of the senior high school students is still studying and preparing for the college entrance examination. So the turmoil did not last long. He didn't take this matter seriously. He buried his head in the pile of books, and was obsessed with studying all morning, almost reaching the state of forgetting things. "God, do you want to go to the dining hall to eat together?" The fat man next to him patted his shoulder with a look of lewdness, his two round eyes gurgling, seeming to say a little bit maliciously. "Do not want." Tang Tianyu flatly refused. He still didn't know what Zhang Hunan, the fat guy, was thinking. Was he wanted to go to the dining room to occupy a favorable position, and then go to spy on the beauty in a fascinating way? Last time, he was pitted by the fat man once. Originally, Tang Tianyu thought that going to the dining hall to eat is just a simple meal. He didn't expect this guy to use him as a tool for picking up girls. If you are there, he can set off his brother's brilliance and martial arts, handsome and outstanding. From then on, Tang Tianyu never went to the dining hall to eat with the fat man again. Going to eat there was purely looking for abuse. Under the strong contempt of a lot of beautiful women, who still has an appetite to eat. Of course, except for Fatty's superb quality, his face has a thickness that can't be penetrated by bullets. No matter how despised by others, he will pass by as a breeze. However, even if he is a monk, he is also a monk with wine and meat. "Fatty! Hurry up! What are you two doing? Hurry up! Beautiful women are not waiting for someone." At the door of the classroom, two boys carrying school bags shouted towards the side. These two boys are called Sun Peng and Xiao Jingteng, both of whom are on the same road. People in the class call the East and the West inferior. The two of them are very familiar with the fat man, but they have a normal relationship with Tang Tianyu. They are just friends who can eat together. When the fat man heard that, regardless of Tang Tianyu, he ran to the door of the classroom with his topped, and then left the classroom with these two fans. Tang Tianyu watched the fat man and the two fans leave the classroom wretchedly with a speechless expression on his face, thinking in his heart, "I don't know how many ignorant girls will be scoured by them again." So, the beauties who go to the dining hall to eat, don't dress too cool, or you don't know how many perverts are lurking around you. After a while, Tang Tianyu came back to his senses and did not pay attention to this kind of thing. He held the 10 yuan that his mother gave this morning, which was used to buy lunch, and wondered whether I should now. How about going to the dining hall for a meal first? After a while, there may be no food. However, before he could sort out a clue, Li Xian suddenly walked to Tang Tianyu's side, holding a lunch box that had just been packed from the dining hall in his hand, looking at him with a sweet smile. "What the does this little witch want to do?" This was Tang Tianyu's first thought after seeing her, and something bad began to flash in his heart, as if something big was about to happen. I saw that Li Xian's cheeks flushed, and in a voice that was too tired of life, he said to Tang Tianyu, "God, are you hungry? This is the meal I just packed back from the dining room. You should eat it while it is hot." Bar. At the moment, Tang Tianyu's heart trembled and looked at her with suspicion. When did this witch become so kind? Wouldn't it be the laxative inside? Just when Tang Tianyu was thinking about it, the classroom suddenly seemed to explode and boiled. Although many students went out for lunch, there were still more than a dozen of them who were more diligent or did not want to eat so early. "Classmates, stay in the classroom to study. Oh my God, it's incredible, the school flower actually packed food for waste material." A classmate who saw this scene exclaimed in a low voice. "Is it true that the rumor today is true?" Another student said in surprise. He didn't really believe in these big gossips. He thought that Wei Keiho could be a colonel's flower, but today this scene completely defeated his fantasy. Impossible. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. "Didn't I wake up all night because I was too late last night?" said a very literary student wearing glasses in disbelief. "I can't accept the impact of this fact at all. Because Li Xian is a schoolgirl. What is a school flower? That is to have a beauty and figure that surpasses the girls in the same school, and is a super popular idol on the campus. For the students, the school flower is a lofty, sacred, and inviolable goddess. As a goddess, you should not eat fireworks. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. However, today they saw the goddess falling in the mortal world, the same little woman, the same red-faced, just like most women in love, they even packaged food for others. Isn't this a scene that only appears in movies or TV? The most important thing is, why is waste material you? Why does that useless guy get the favor of the school girl? The male compatriots at the scene looked at Tang Tianyu with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If their eyes could kill people, I am afraid that Tang Tianyu would have died dozens of times. After seeing a group of wolves and tigers, Tang Tianyu suddenly realized that this hateful woman wanted to use her support team to teach him. Li, Shi, Yin. You, too, bottom, thinking, doing, what? Tang Tianyu said to her angrily as he jumped out of his teeth almost word by word. However, Li Xian didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, she pretended to be innocent, with big watery eyes, as if she didn't know anything, and continued to say in a fascinating tone, God, what are you talking about? People don't understand it, the food is almost cold, you should eat it while it is hot. Having said that, Tang Tianyu could clearly see her mouth with a wicked smile that succeeded in conspiracy. This is the experience he has gained from being rectified countless times. This is a lesson. As if she didn't feel the excitement enough, she continued to say ambiguously, God, do you want someone to feed you? The food inside is delicious. After speaking, Li Xian actually opened the lunch box and picked up the chopsticks, as if to feed Tang Tianyu for a meal. Suddenly, with a hiss, the surrounding boys took a deep breath, and the anger in their eyes became even greater. Damn, what a happy guy, this kind of person should be taken for humane destruction. Chapter 28, First Kiss. Tang Tianyu has a headache. For this charming big beauty, he can't beat or scold him, she's even more of a hedgehog than a hedgehog. Therefore, when Li Xian looked at him with an expression of love, he was completely lost. Li Xian, you'd better leave quickly, don't make me anxious, otherwise the rabbit will bite people if it is anxious. Tang Tianyu sat on the chair with a smile on his face, and whispered, only Li Xian's voice happened. And I can hear it. After Li Xian heard Tang Tianyu's words that were a bit like begging for mercy, she felt that the tens of thousands of pores all over her body seemed to be open, and she was extremely refreshed. Haha, I finally know how powerful this big beauty is. This time I want to let you know that offending a woman, especially a beautiful woman, will not end well. I just want to make you anxious, hee, what can you do to me? Do you dare to do to me? However, as long as you are my slave for a few days, I will let you go, how about it? This little witch even more proud. The corners of his mouth were curved like crescent moons, and he no longer concealed it. He whispered in Tang Tianyu's ear. However, what Li Xian didn't know was that, in the eyes of others, this scene was a very intimate action between lovers, which was a bit like flirting. Then you don't regret it. Tang Tianyu was angry. This little Nazai actually dared to take an inch, her attitude became more arrogant. It seems that she won't teach her a lesson, and she doesn't know what she will do in the future. Regret? There is no regret in my grandma's dictionary. Li Xian said in a low voice with a raised eyebrow, one arm on her hips, and her body bent. Li Xian doesn't think that Tang Tianyu can do anything. After all, after knowing him for so long, don't you still know his personality? He is timid and afraid of things, he is submissive, and a typical anger bag. No matter how insulted by others, he won't resist. That's why he is called waste material blessing. Humph, just rely on you, what is the ability to make me regret? What, Just when Li Xian was still trying to talk endlessly, Tang Tianyu finally couldn't stand it, and put her arm around her slender waist, pulled her over, and directly blocked her red and cherry mouth with his mouth. At this moment, Li Xian's body seemed to be passed through by electricity, her delicate body trembled slightly, her face was stunned, her apricot eyes widened, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground with a pop. At this moment, there was a paste in her mind, and she didn't know what to do. As if instinctively, the two fragrant tongues and body fluid were entangled in each other's mouth. Unconsciously, Tang Tianyu's hands slipped from her waist to her straight buttocks, ravaged wantonly. After a long time, until the oxygen was almost running out, Tang Tianyu's lips reluctantly left, slowly leaving Li Xian, who was blushing and limp. In an instant, everyone was stunned, their faces dull, everyone was stunned. Even some of the students who came here to watch the excitement after passing by outside the classroom were quiet, and there was silence everywhere. Obviously, they were all shocked by the bold actions of Tang Tianyu and Li Xian. Few couples dared to do some intimate actions in the classroom, let alone passionate kisses, this kind of more intimate thing. With a sound of "ah-dash!" Shy and ashamed, Li Xian pushed away Tang Tianyu who was holding her, regardless of the surprised expressions of the classmates next to him. He lowered his head and blushed and ran out of the classroom. Tang Tianyu took a look and quickly followed. He was a little afraid that Li Xian would be angry because of this incident and would do something irrational. In fact, he also regretted that he had done this kind of thing on impulse. He didn't know what was going on at the time. When his brain was hot, he became impulsive, as if there was an invisible force pushing him to do this. As soon as Tang Tianyu and Li Xian went out, the classroom suddenly boiled. The atmosphere inside seemed to be more lively than the Olympics, and the heated discussion almost overturned the roof. Wow! Kissing! Wei Keiyu and Li Xian actually kissed in public in the classroom. A gossip man wearing black frame glasses said excitedly. How is it possible? How could my goddess be taken away by a waste material? I never believe it, never believe it. A tall boy said crumbled, and he could even hear the hearts of the surrounding area. Broken sound. Damn it! Why can waste material help be favored by the school flower, even if anyone present is 10,000 times better than him? A wretched man said indignantly. As soon as the words fell, it caused a group of boys around. The echoing sound. It's too bold, how can she do such a shameful thing in public? A girl who has a good relationship with Li Xian, covering her blushing cheeks with her hands, said shyly. Li Xian is so courageous. She dared to kiss in public in the classroom. She deserves to be the squad leader, dare to love and hate, said a small and charming girl with stars in her eyes and a little admiration. Intense discussions can be seen everywhere in every corner of the classroom, but it is a pity that Tang Tianyu can't hear it anymore. He closely follows Li Xian, fearing that something will happen to her. Unknowingly, Tang Tianyu chased Li Xian to a tree-lined path. This was a path on the back of the school. It was relatively remote. Usually, no one passed by here. The breeze was blowing, the leaves were rustling, and the scorching sunlight was covered by the freshness of the woodland. The surroundings were very quiet, and it was the time when the school had the least number of people, which made it even more silent. Xian, don't run anymore. Tang Tianyu grabbed Li Xian who wanted to continue to escape, and hugged her tightly. Li Xian's soft body struggled desperately in his arms, but he couldn't push Tang Tianyu's solid body no matter how much she pushed. After a long time, Li Xian slowly stopped struggling, as if she was no longer ready to resist. Tang Tianyu looked at it and felt relieved. It seemed that she had gradually calmed down, so he was about to slowly let go of her. Unexpectedly, Li Xian suddenly bowed her head and bit her left hand severely towards Tang Tianyu. Then, a sharp pain came from her arm. Li Xian, let go. Tang Tianyu didn't expect that this delicate-looking girl would actually have such a cruel mouth. Her left hand was really painful, and it was really not a normal pain, it was so painful that her voice was a little distorted. Bite you to death, just to kill you, big bad guy. When Li Xian heard this, his anger suddenly rose. This guy made a mistake and his tone was so arrogant, as if nothing happened to him, nothing at all. The meaning of guilt. Originally, she just wanted to take a bite and then stopped, but now she took a bite harder, as if she wouldn't let it go if she didn't kill him. There was no way. Tang Tianyu had to stretch out his right hand and slapped Li Xian's fiercely. With a pop. Li Xian was like a cat with a blown-up fur, and quickly let go, jumped out from Tang Tianyu, protected his hips with both hands, and looked at Tang Tianyu with crimson, beautiful eyes full of anger, as if not killing him. Thousands of times, it's hard to get rid of my anger. You know, apart from her family, no man has ever touched her, let alone spanked her. The most damning thing is that he even snatched her first kiss. However, Tang Tianyu did not notice that the beautiful woman in front of him was angry. He was already pulling his face together with pain. He looked at the arm that had been bitten by the tiger's bite, and shouted. Are you a dog? You bite so hard. Bah, you are a dog? And you are still a mangy. Who told you to treat people like that, just biting you, it is very cheap for you. Li Xian said aggressively with her hands in her waist. You. Tang Tianyu just wanted to defend, but thought that he had taken all the advantages that belonged to a girl by kissing and touching her just now, and it was no wonder she was so angry. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu felt a little guilty, and said sincerely, I'm sorry, Li Xian, it was my fault just now, please forgive me, just come if you have any punishment. And I will promise you. When Li Xian heard this, her brows frowned, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. For a while, it was really difficult for her to think of a way to punish him, and it was impossible for her to do anything excessive to him. Damn it, isn't he just making this idea, right? I didn't dare to do anything excessive to him, so I agreed so generously and was punished by me at will. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly thought this fact. Well, you Tang Tianyu, I didn't expect you to be such an insidious person. You clearly didn't want to be punished, but you deliberately pushed the problem to me, making me look like a villain. I just pretended to be generous over there. It's too disgusting. Li Xian thought of this, the anger in her heart, gritted her teeth with anger, and made a gurgling noise. Tang Tianyu didn't expect that in a short instant, Li Xian's little head turned so many strange thoughts. Fortunately, he didn't have a mind-reading skill, otherwise he would definitely be shocked. Suddenly, Li Xian seemed to have thought of something, her anger calmed down, her eyes flowed, her mouth raised an unnoticeable smile, and she said, It's easy to want me to forgive you, but you must promise me 3 conditions. 3 conditions. Tang Tianyu saw Li Xian's ill-intentioned smile, and couldn't help but shudder. www.readaloud.com. He suddenly remembered the things in 8 Dragon Slayer. Zhao Min's 3 conditions are good. Zhang Wuji is embarrassed. Seeing Tang Tianyu seem to be a little hesitant, Li Xian snorted coldly and said, If you don't agree, it's okay. She turned around and was about to leave here. Wait. I promised. Tang Tianyu also gave up, thinking that she would stretch her head and shrink her head as well. It seemed that if she didn't agree, she would definitely not forgive herself. Well, let's swear by high five first. Li Xian raised his palms and looked at him with straight eyes. Tang Tianyu said, You talk about your conditions first, and then it's not too late for us to give high fives. No, high five first, let's talk about the conditions. Li Xian said without any doubt, then paused, and then said, Don't worry, I won't let you do murder and arson, and do things that go against the principles of heaven. When Tang Tianyu heard this, he slandered in his heart. Zhao Min also said that to Zhang Wuji at the time. But what else could he say now? so he had to stretch out his palm and hit Li Xian 3 times. Then tell me, what are your 3 conditions? After the high five, Tang Tianyu couldn't wait to ask. Li Xian glared at him with amorous feelings, spread his hands, smiled lightly, and said, "Are the 3 conditions? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you after I think about it. Play this trick again." But at this point, Tang Tianyu was helpless, and only hoped that these 3 conditions would not embarrass himself too much in the future. Seeing Tang Tianyu's embarrassed look, Li Xian was secretly refreshed. Big pervert, is this lady's advantage so easy to take? In the future, you must pay a tragic price. As for the fact that he took the first kiss and took advantage of it, she could only open one eye and close one eye. After all, the matter has reached this point, and it is impossible to change, so she should be bitten by a puppy. Chapter 29, Basketball Game. Tingling bell. It's time for the afternoon class. Tang Tianyu just stepped into the classroom. The classroom that was still noisy suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that even a needle dropped to the ground, and he could hear clearly. Almost everyone looked at him with weird eyes, as if he was a rare prehistoric animal. Although facing the attention of all the classmates, Tang Tianyu acted calmly, without the slightest fear or panic. He has inherited the memory of the white beard. He has never seen any big winds and waves. There are also many murders and arsons. This is just a group of little furry children. It's just the eye-catching ceremony, it's impossible to shake his mind. More importantly, Li Xian's 3 conditions are like a knife hanging from his neck, and he doesn't know when to cut it off, so he is not in the mood to pay attention to this kind of thing. Walking straight to his seat and sitting down, Tang Tianyu naturally began to sort out the study materials to be reviewed this afternoon, ignoring the curious gazes of most of the classmates. As soon as Tang Tianyu sat in his seat, the time in the classroom seemed to start to walk again, returning to the usual excitement. The students were excited to discuss what happened at noon today. They looked at Tang Tianyu, who was sorting out the study materials. He looked at Li Xian, who had already returned to the classroom and was reading quietly now, with a particularly wretched smile. "Xian, why would you like Tang Tianyu? I think, even if you choose anyone in the class, it's better than him." Mo Xiaolan asked suspiciously. "She is really incomprehensible. There are many elder brothers who come to pursue her. Among them, there are many outstanding boys who are tall and handsome, both civil and military. Li Xian is not tempted, but a worthless Tang Tianyu has seized her heart. This is like a princess's choice. It's as ridiculous as a beggar's husband-in-law. What are you talking about? God is not such a bad person. And the 2 of us are just good friends." Li Xian broke Mo Xiaolan a bite. In fact, she didn't know why she wanted to defend Tang Tianyu, and she couldn't tell. "The way I feel about him is just that when others say bad things about him, I can't help but justify him in my heart." And she was only planning to punish him, let him see how good he is. Unexpectedly, this kind of ambiguous behavior would be misunderstood by the classmates that they were in a relationship with him, making them unable to explain, and dumb-eating Coptus, "Is this a cocoon?" On the seat, Tang Tianyu was about to take out math materials and continue studying in the morning. The fat man next to him suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "God, no wonder you didn't agree to go to the dining hall with me for dinner." "Ah! How is it, where are you and her?" "No, she and I have nothing to do, just good friends." Tang Tianyu shook his head and said in a low voice. The fat man curled his lips, obviously unbelieving, and said, "Don't lie to me, you 2 have already kissed, and it's nothing. When I am a 3-year-old kid." Tang Tianyu didn't speak, but just smiled and didn't give too much explanation. When the fat man saw that Tang Tianyu didn't speak, he smiled bitterly and looked very helpless. After getting along for so long, he understood Tang Tianyu's character very well, the word stubborn. If he decides not to say anything, then no one can make him speak. This is a bad thing. For a natural gossip man, he didn't know the truth of this scandal in the first time. What a painful thing! Therefore, the fat man who was tickled by this gossip jumped up and down in anxious manner. For a while, he wanted to continue to ask questions, and then he was afraid that Tang Tianyu would be angry and stopped, showing a dilemma. Tang Tianyu saw the fat man being held back uncomfortably. He felt a bit funny right now, and secretly laughed. Deserve it. Who told you that you usually don't do good deeds? Now the retribution is coming. Time is like running water, and soon it will be time for school to end in the afternoon. The afternoon sun was orange-red, shining into the classroom from the window, slightly dazzling. It was the end of class now, and the classmates were all happily gesturing to go back, and the whole classroom was clattering. Just when Tang Tianyu was about to pack his things and leave, Dai Gang, the sports committee member of the class, walked over from a distance. He is a 1.5 meter tall man who specializes in sports and is also one of the members who has a crush on Li Xian. Tang Tianyu, are you coming for the basketball game in our class this afternoon? Dai Gang said with an awkward voice, and glanced at him with a vague look on the other side, and then thought very contemptuously, this kid doesn't look very good. Well, how could Li Xian fall in love with him? Basketball game? Tang Tianyu froze for a moment. When did it start? So, he began to search the memory of his brain, and after a while, he suddenly remembered. The class basketball game will be held this afternoon, which is probably the last basketball feast of the high school era. All the classes in the entire third grade have participated in the ball game, which is very grand. But why did Dai Gang invite me to watch a basketball game? Normally we hardly speak more than 3 sentences, so we can't talk about familiarity, which is really strange. Tang Tianyu gave him a puzzled look. Dai Gang was a little harried by Tang Tianyu's puzzled eyes. He had a ghost in his heart, so his expression became a little flustered. As if to conceal his panic, he stalked his neck, his cheeks flushed red, loudly shouted, Tang Tianyu, are you going or not? Give me a chance, okay? Forget it, when I have something to do, I won't go. Tang Tianyu thought for a while, and felt that this basketball game seemed to have nothing to do with him. Even though it was the last basketball feast in high school, he didn't like sports normally, so he didn't know what to do when he went there. It's better to go home and continue. Practice, be more practical. What? You're not going? How can you? No, you have to go. Dai Gang was in a hurry. If Tang Tianyu didn't go, wouldn't it be impossible to realize the next plan? No, this must never happen. Why? I'm not interested in basketball. Tang Tianyu felt that Dai Gang's reaction was very strange. Wouldn't it be okay if he didn't go to the basketball game by himself? I don't know how many classmates in the usual class didn't go to the basketball game, and didn't see him to stop them. Instead, he came here to Rory. This is the last basketball game of the class. As a member of the 6th class of high school liberal arts, how can you not cheer for the team in the class? You did this, do you still have it? The sense of honor of the class. Chen Yun, who sprang out of nowhere, said to Tang Tianyu with a crackle. Chen Yun is also a member of the basketball team in the class. He is 1.75 meters tall. Although he is not as tall as Dai Gang, his basketball skills are quite good. He is an indispensable member of the basketball team in the class. Come on! They all moved out of the class and the sense of collective honor came. You wouldn't be embarrassed if you didn't go, so Tang Tianyu reluctantly agreed. After all, it only takes more than an hour to watch a basketball game. It didn't take too much time, and it was the last class league in high school, so he didn't complain too much. After getting a positive answer from Tang Tianyu, Dai Gang and Chen Yun left with satisfaction, but when they turned their heads, there was a smug smile on their faces, as if some conspiracy had succeeded. After they left, the fat man, who had been quiet by the side, suddenly said to Tang Tianyu seriously, "No matter what you do, you will steal if you are not rape. God, these two people are not good things, they may not think of you. Good intentions. Otherwise, we won't go to see it, how about? Fatty, don't worry, just go to the basketball game, how can there be so many conspiracies?" Tang Tianyu waved his hand and said indifferently. "Take 10,000 steps back, what if there is a conspiracy? The soldiers came to cover the water and the earth. Today, he is not Wu Xiaoman, just a trick of some high school students. How could he be afraid?" When the fat man saw Tang Tianyu look indifferent, he was anxious, but he couldn't find a reason to convince him. In the end, he still thought, "It seems that I should go to the basketball game with Tianyu. If there is any accident, they will take care of each other." Chapter 30, the game has started. Toot! Toot! In the afternoon, the school basketball court was full of harsh whistles. The reason why it is so noisy is because on the nearby basketball court, not only 2 classes are playing games, almost most of the 3rd grade classes are playing here, so more than a dozen basketball courts in the school are all occupied, and Tang the playing field of God's class is in the 2nd field. However, although the sound is very noisy, it may be precisely because of these enthusiastic shouts that the atmosphere of the entire stadium has become warm. The students who participated in the game, all of them rushed on the court like doping, showed off their skills wantonly, and ushered in bursts of cheers. Among them, the number 2 venue where Tang Tianyu's class is located is the most lively. There are 3 floors inside and 3 outside. Both sides of the stadium are full of boys and girls wearing blue school uniforms. It seems that in this game, not only students from the 2 classes of the game came to watch the game, but it also attracted a lot of students who came here especially. Of course, this cannot be attracted by Tang Tianyu's class. After all, Tang Tianyu is in a liberal arts class and there are very few boys. Even for the 5 players participating in the competition, it was difficult for Dai to find it. In this way, one can imagine the strength of Wen 6 class. Therefore, the class that attracts everyone's attention is actually the class that competes with the 6th class of liberal arts, the 1st class of science. Its strength is simply the first in the whole year. It can be said that it is the king of basketball in H County No. 1 Middle School, and the existence of hegemony. Among them, the troika of the 1st science class is the troika of the 1st science class Captain Mo Xiaodong, Center Li Wei, and Guard Zhao Dazhong. First of all, Captain Mo Xiaodong has almost the strength of a professional basketball player. Because of his amazing basketball talent, he has been recruited in advance by a prestigious university in this province. It is said that he has also been trained in the CBA and was coached by the team at that time. His praise, it can be said that his basketball prowess is well deserved first in H County No. 1 Middle School. Center Li Wei, who is close to 2 meters tall and huge in size, is a prehistoric monster-like existence for most of the basketball players in the school with a height of about 1.7 meters or 1.8 meters. With him, there are almost no rebounds. Other people's shares. Defender Zhao Dazhong, no one can match his skills, can play a fancy basketball. He is so extraordinary that almost no one can stop him from attacking for a moment. He is an absolute core figure in the school team. The other 2 are also members of the school team. They are at least 1.8 meters tall and their basketball skills are far superior compared to ordinary people. These 5 people form a basketball team, which is equivalent to a school team, invincible and unmatched in the No. 1 Middle School of H County. Let's take a look at the team members of the 6th class of liberal arts. Captain Dai Gang is still a bit strong. After all, he is still a sportsman, but compared with Mo Xiaodong, he is nothing. The main center Chen Yun, the strength is not bad, but the height is only 1.75 meters. It is estimated that the prehistoric monster Li Wei completely exploded. I don't know if he has the confidence to continue playing basketball after playing this game. The other three basically make up the numbers. They only play basketball for entertainment. They have average skills. They are the small Lai Feng, the chubby Qian Zhang, and the glasses-wearing Sun Ruyi. Therefore, such a team and the science class are purely looking for death. It is said that at that time, after Dai Gang got the lottery to play against the science team, he was scared on the spot, because a game with them was equal to an early exit, and there was almost no possibility of winning. None of the people present are optimistic that the 6th class of liberal arts can win, and even the people in their own class do not have the slightest confidence. The reason why the students come to the game is only based on moral help. After all, this is the last basketball game of high school. It's a pity not to watch it, just take it as the last memorial. Despite this, the athletes of the 6th class of liberal arts are warming up with the same appearance, because there are a cheerleader of more than 20 beautiful women cheering for them, and the school girl Li Xian is among them, so how could it be possible that the competition has not yet played? Just surrender first. Never lose face in front of beautiful women. Even if you want to lose, you have to have the backbone to lose. Dai Gang and the others were suffocating in their hearts. At this time, Tang Tianyu and Fatty were also standing among the crowd of beautiful cheerleaders, but instead of shouting cheering loudly like the others, they stood there quietly. Anyway, they were not interested in basketball, as long as they played a game. When it's over, immediately flash people. After a while, Tang Tianyu frowned slightly because he found that Mo Xiaodong, the captain of the basketball team in the science class, was walking in the direction of Li Xian. The sharp-eyed fat man immediately noticed Mo Xiaodong's whereabouts, and said, "God, you have to be careful of this guy. Although this guy is a school grasser, he has a bad reputation. He was caught long ago, so don't let him get close to Li Xian, or you will regret it." "Really?" Tang Tianyu replied nonchalantly after hearing these words, but his eyes looked at Mo Xiaodong with a hint of coldness. "Xian, today we won't let your class lose too ugly. After the game, let's go to the neighborhood to drink something, how about it?" Mo Xiaodong said with a sunny face, that handsome appearance, very gentlemanly demeanor. If it were an average girl, maybe she would have fallen into his gentle trap and was captured by him. It is a pity that Li Xian is not an ordinary girl. She has her hands on her hips and said sturdily, "Xian? Is Xian what you can call? Who do you think you are? We are so familiar with each other to that extent. What a fool who feels good about himself. I tell you, Mo Xiaodong. Even if our class loses, we will never let you go. What's more, our class may not lose to you." Mo Xiaodong's face turned blue and purple when he heard it. Yu reading www.youcansha.com's face was extremely ugly, his mouth seemed to be stuffed with a frog, and he was so suffocated for a long time to speak. Suddenly, the surrounding classmates burst into laughter, quite a bit of resentment of the same enemy, deserved it. This arrogant guy should be scolded. What? Originally, Class 6 of the article was in a weak position, so the students didn't have much confidence to win this game, but what they never expected was, Mo Xiaodong actually came here to show off his power and say why he should lose. It's not ugly, the most hateful thing is, I want to soak their class flowers. If he is really successful, then where is the face of the people in the 6th class of their senior middle school liberal arts? Really think we are flower, we need as much as we want, or need as we like? The students in class 6 thought angrily. I don't want to pee and look in the mirror to see what I look like. I still want to come here to pick up girls. The fat man had already seen him displeased and shouted. Probably I am soaking in urine, so I can't see what I look like. The students present agreed with excitement. Okay. Very good. Then I'll see what your class is capable of. Mo Xiaodong said with a smirk. There has never been a girl who dared to say such things to him, but she didn't even give it to him. The face was simply giving him a slap in public, which made Mo Xiaodong, who had always regarded himself as a love sage, lost his face. Mo Xiaodong took a deep look at Fatty and Tang Tianyu, showing sullen eyes, but he soon hid him, and then strode away, returning to his class position, facing his teammates. Said viciously, "Don't keep your hands anymore, I want to teach them a lesson they will never forget." After hearing that sentence, Tang Tianyu's brow furrowed deeper, and his eyes stared at Mo Xiaodong with cold anger, and his eyes became even colder. Chapter 31, No Substitutes. Beep. A whistle sounded. The game started. The shouts of the cheerleaders in the two classes were louder. After a few offenses and defenses, the strength of the two classes was revealed nakedly. Whether it was passing, shooting or rebounding, it was not a level of competition, it was like an adult bullying a child. Center Chen Yun jumped up and down on the court. The fight was very active, but there was no effect. The opponent's prehistoric monster Li Wei only needed to gently tiptoe to get the rebound easily. In contrast, Chen Yun made a desperate jump. Couldn't get a rebound, but was out of breath. Captain Dai Gang is even worse. Every time he shoots, he almost has 7 or 8 hands outstretched to form a copper wall and iron wall. I don't know how many caps are covered by the opponent, which makes him lose the confidence to make a shot. As for Lai Feng, Qian Zhang, and Sun Ruyi, they just stood there playing soy sauce. Every pass was either intercepted or interrupted, and shots were also 3 non-stick shots. In the end, they could only watch the captain and Chen Yun was desperately running back and forth on the field, but he couldn't help at all. Before half-time, the score on the court was already 50-9. This was an overwhelming gap, an almost insurmountable gap. The beautiful cheerleaders on the scene no longer shouted, all of them listless, because they were being caught anyway. It's just a shame to shout after such a terrible fight, so save some energy and wait for home to eat. On the other hand, the other cheerleaders were so excited that they were already so excited that they were screaming desperately, as if they didn't yell out of their hearts, and felt uncomfortable in their hearts. The shouts were wave after wave. As the winning ticket of the first science class was already in hand, the captain Mo Xiaodong began his solo performance. He controlled the ball and sprinted from the left to the right. After swaying everyone, he came to a beautiful 2.5-step layup. Several girls outside began to scream. The opposing defender, Zhao Dazhong, seemed even more crazy. Relying on his excellent basketball skills, he actually played fancy basketball on the court. This dazzling move continuously caused waves of screams outside the court. It made him even more proud, deliberately not to shoot, constantly playing center Chen Yun on the field. With a bang, Chen Yun fell to the ground, his face turned blue and purple, and his hands were holding his feet in pain. It seemed that his feet were cramping, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. An exclamation sounded immediately inside and outside the court, and the referee blew his whistle to signal the suspension of the game. Upon seeing the situation, the students in the 6th class rushed to the court to help Chen Yun get off the court for treatment. After a simple treatment, Chen Yun's face seemed to look better, and he said a little guilty, "I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't make it to the end. It's a pity that I can't play anymore, otherwise I will definitely give the other side a good look." When the fat man saw this, he was scornful for a while. "Just your basketball skills, going up to give people food, and only after the end, dare to speak so loudly. I don't know if you were really injured or fake. Could it be that after being humiliated, you couldn't stand the humiliation in your heart, and deliberately flopped? I don't know." Fatty's malicious thoughts are close to the truth. When Chen Yun was played on the court by Zhao Dazhong, he was ashamed and embarrassed. He felt that he was a clown on the basketball court. A plan was brewing. Deliberately injured. According to his thoughts, after the injury, he could not play. In doing so, not only can you avoid greater humiliation, but you can also get a high honor. You know, he ended up with a glorious injury. It is estimated that no one will blame a person who did his best and was injured. Therefore, Even if he loses the game by a big score, he is still a hero, and will not be ridiculed by everyone. I have to say that Chen Yun's small abacus is really loud enough. Regardless of Chen Yun's thoughts, squad leader Li Xian was embarrassed for a while. The reason was that their squad had no substitute players. Originally there were only a few boys in the liberal arts class, but there were only a dozen boys in the 6th class. Excluding the few who didn't show up because they didn't like basketball, and the few who played basketball, there were only a few boys left. Only Tang Tianyu and Fatty and other boys were standing on the court, but none of them could play basketball. It is estimated that they would be humiliated. If it is still embarrassing to play, it would be better to just admit defeat and abstain. So after making up his mind, Li Xian walked to the referee's office and whispered to the referee, "We have no substitutes in the 6th liberal arts class. It's no match." Mo Xiaodong heard Li Xian's words at the tip of his ears, and snorted coldly. "This time you didn't thoroughly humiliate your class. I really thought that Mo Xiaodong was a bully. Do you want to escape now? That's right. After all, you are a bunch of trash. For you, instead of staying on the court and continuing to be humiliated, it is better to abstain. This is really a smart man approach. I don't know who it is. Before the start of the game, he vowed to win us. What a sad group of people, in the end they can only use escape to hide your incompetence." Mo Xiaodong said contemptuously at the cheerleader of Wen's 6th class, that arrogant posture, irritating words, and arrogant eyes, like a sharp knife inserted into the 6th class of the students fiercely. Heart. The classmates in the 6th class became angry, whispering to each other, and screaming, but no one dared to come forward and confront. Even Li Xian, who was ridiculed, was silent for a while, bowed his head and said nothing. Weak countries have no diplomacy. In the same way, in the basketball court of high school, it is even more naked reality. A weak class has no right to speak on the court. Being humiliated, you can only endure it silently. If you resist fiercely, you can only meet greater humiliation, and it has no effect at all. Who said that our class is going to abstain? Don't our class still have substitute players? Chen Yun, who was still pretending to have cramps off the court, jumped out and shouted loudly with a vigorous look. "Who is it? Who is willing to play?" the surrounding students asked. Chen Yun triumphantly glanced at the expectant classmates around him, and pointed to Tang Tianyu who was standing in the middle of the cheerleading team www.readaloud.com and said, "Tang Tianyu. His basketball ability, I know, is quite good. Yes, there is no problem with him." What? There was a commotion among the classmates, and they all looked at Chen Yun, who was blaspheming, with a weird look. "You guy, don't you know what Tang Tianyu's basketball skills are? It's a terrible thing that can't be described by the word scum." What? If you let him play, wouldn't you want our class to lose faster? However, the classmates looked around and found that there seemed to be no better choice other than Tang Tianyu. The few boys who were shooting at the scene bowed their heads, obviously not wanting to play. They did not want to go up and be humiliated by people in the science class. No, God bless, he can't play basketball. Let's abstain from our class. When the fat man heard Chen Yun's absurd suggestion, his heart suddenly became anxious. Fatty is a very smart person. Wouldn't he know what Chen Yun wanted to do? It's nothing more than looking for a replacement for the dead. They didn't intend to win this game. As long as the difference is controlled by a good score, it is already the biggest victory of their class. But they never expected that the basketball strength of the science class 1 was so strong that they almost didn't have the power to fight back. They are also high school students. Why is the gap so huge? Therefore, in order not to lose face, they wanted to find Tang Tianyu to carry the black pot. Anyway, they can say that the reason why they lost such a big difference is because of the existence of Tang Tianyu. Of course, there will also be some dark psychology of jealousy Tang Tianyu and the schoolgirl Li Xian. I hope Tang Tianyu will be a big ugly, maybe Li Xian will abandon him because of this. Chen Yun's heart was secretly refreshed, and he was very proud of his strategy of killing a few birds with one stone. That's why these days, people have to rely on their heads to eat. Chapter 32, Super Long Three-Pointer. However, Li Xian's next words immediately interrupted Chen Yun's conjecture. She waved a big hand and said decisively, "No. Tang Tianyu can't play. Let's choose another person." Although Li Xian was a little angry with Tang Tianyu, she would never watch others bully him. Or, to put it in a more ugly way, it seems to be, only you can scold your own dog. No matter how incompetent he is, no matter how promising he is, it is impossible for others to make irresponsible remarks. The last basketball feast in high school, if you can't participate, it would be a shame. As soon as Li Xian's words fell, Tang Tianyu slowly stood out from the crowd and said softly, in a soft voice. But there is a peculiar magical power, even in a noisy basketball court, everyone can hear clearly, as if someone is whispering in your ear. God, don't be impulsive. They are cheating you. Even if you play, you are just being humiliated by them. The gain is not worth the loss. When the fat man heard that Tang Tianyu was about to play, he was immediately anxious. He said so much, right? To prevent him from playing? Why are you suddenly stupid now? Tang Tianyu walked to the sidelines, turned his back to the fat man, and said in a low voice, "Fat man, a man, sometimes can't escape the fight, especially when your woman is laughed at." Li Xian heard this, broke him, flushed, and said in embarrassment, "Bah! Who is your woman? What a shameless guy!" However, her heart was sweet, as if she had drunk honey. The fat man was stunned. Then he looked at Li Xian, who was flushed on the side, as if he had understood something, with a sly smile on his face, and said in a low voice, "Brother, you really belong to you. No wonder it's amazing to be able to get the Colonel's flower. Means. It seems that my title of Love Saint of H County No. 1 Middle School will soon be handed over to you." After speaking, he carried his hands on his back and his expression was sorrowful, as if his master had seen the apprentice grow, and he was relieved. This situation caused Tang Tianyu's pain. It seemed that the fat man had determined that he was dating Li Xian desperately, thinking that he was not embarrassed in front of Li Xian, so he insisted on playing. However, forget it, he didn't know what to say. Could it be said that he had the ability to defeat Liban, so he would choose to play by himself? Even if they say it, I am afraid they will only regard themselves as bragging, or let the facts prove everything. Tang Tianyu shook his head and thought to himself. Is this kid a substitute player in your class? There is really no one in the 6th class. Seeing Tang Tianyu walking towards the court, Mo Xiaodong said with contempt. It's not that he underestimated Wenzhou Class 6, but look at Tang Tianyu, who is only 1.5 meters tall. For athletes who have an average height of at least 1.8 meters, it's a dish. They eat whenever they want. Eat. Suppress easily without pressure. After all, basketball is a sport for tall people. Let's go, let's play. Tang Tianyu ignored Mo Xiaodong who was clamoring on the side, and said to the teammates on the side, then walked directly onto the court and stood in a good position. As soon as the new team formation of Wen 6th class came on the field, the students off the field burst into laughter. Maid, what's the matter with this short man? This kind of height dares to play, is there no one in the 6th class? You can't just make up the number like this. Nima, is this crooked melon a substitute player in the 6th class? Isn't it just giving up the game? Oh, this year, anyone can really participate in basketball games. I thought that after 2 years, even disabled people may be able to fight against normal people. Maid, I was drinking water and almost squirted it out. This group of weird flowers is really the best team in the 6th class. Even if you find a few people, they are better than them. I think they may have given up. After all, after being beaten so badly by the first team, the main players may not have the confidence to continue the fight. There were waves of discussions outside the field, and they were heard by the 5 players present. Dai Gang, Qianzhong, Sun Ruyi, and Lai Feng were blushing and embarrassed. However, Tang Tianyu was expressionless, with a calm look, as if he hadn't heard anything, ignoring the contempt of most people. Beep. A whistle sounded. The game started again. This time it was the 6th class of Wen who held the ball first. Sun Ruyi, the glasses boy, took the lead. Together with the captain Dai Gang, they were ready to go straight to the inside, but the big man Li Wei slapped him. The height advantage was too obvious. All of a sudden, he broke the ball, and Mo Xiaodong, who was next to him, immediately rushed over, grabbed the ball, and hit a beautiful defensive counterattack. Upon seeing this, the beauty cheerleaders were all discouraged. They were originally looking forward to Tang Tianyu going up. What new improvement would it bring, but they didn't expect to be abused. Damn! Buddy, do you move too? Tang Tianyu didn't move when he saw an offensive and defensive come down. There was a boo off the court, and his teammates in the court also shouted at him. What? You just need to pass the ball to me. Tang Tianyu said calmly, showing no signs of anger. Forget it, don't care about you, what do you like, it's a loss anyway. Seeing this, the teammates were also discouraged, facing a game where no victory could be seen, no one was confident. But the game had to continue. Dai Gang held the ball and kept holding the ball on the spot. He looked at the surrounding situation and was shocked to find that every one of his teammates had been prevented from death by the opponent, and there was almost no passing space. No, it seems that only Tang Tianyu was not defended, but he was in the backcourt and was not involved in the offense, so no one would pay attention to him. It was too late to say, then it was fast. Mo Xiaodong rushed towards him, like a tiger out of the gate, with an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, Dai Gang panicked, and his possession of the ball was a little unstable, because he had been stealing the basketball by Mo Xiaodong more than once, so that his mentality was overshadowed, so he was not confident that he could protect the basketball under Mo Xiaodong. In a hurry, Dai Gang subconsciously saw Tang Tianyu standing leisurely in the backcourt, and reflexively passed the hot taro to him. Bomb! Tang Tianyu steadily caught the basketball with both hands. At this moment, 4 big men with a height of more than 1.8 meters in front rushed over and steadily surrounded all his outlets. Seeing that the skinny Tang Tianyu seemed to be tragically ravaged, some timid viewers couldn't even bear to see this tragic scene and closed their eyes. However, Tang Tianyu didn't panic at all, just smiled slightly. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's movements seemed to slow down. He just made a light leap and the basketball went out. The 4 big guys could only watch the basketball thrown from Tang Tianyu's hands. Without the slightest movement, the audience seemed to be able to see the incredible expressions on their faces. Super long 3-pointer. The basketball flew over from the backcourt and drew a wonderful arc in the air. At this moment, time seemed to be prolonged, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the basketball. Crush! This is the sound of basketball passing through the basketball hoop and across the basketball net. It is said that this is the most beautiful music in the world that can only be heard when the perfect 3-pointer is projected. The goal is scored. 52-12. The audience was stunned. Everyone opened their mouths desperately. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com opened his eyes, looking like hell. No one could think that the ball was scored. This is probably the first goal in 10 minutes, the first time to score. This kind of super long-range 3-pointer is unparalleled shocking. The kind of helplessness that seems to be infinitely extended, the frustration that can't be caught no matter how to chase, the blow to the opponent is almost fatal. You can clearly see that there was a crack in the science class that was originally invincible. The audience present, whether they were students in Class 6 of Liberal Arts, students in Class 1 of Science, or other audiences, all of them broke out with the most enthusiastic cheers. The most excited shout. No one cannot be impressed by this kind of dreamlike football skills, no one can keep calm in this kind of miraculous goal, which seems to be a miracle created by God's coming into the world. Some ill-intentioned Chen Yun was so shocked that his mouth opened wide, and his head was blank. How could this happen? Isn't he Scrap Wu? Isn't he a famous basketball idiot? Shouldn't he go up and be abused, and then roll down dingy? How could this happen? The script is not written like this. However, this is indeed the present Tang Tianyu. As a strong man standing at the apex of One Piece world, Whitebeard's control of power can be said to be superb, even reaching the realm of Dao. Tang Tianyu, who has inherited the memory of Whitebeard, although his strength has not grown much, and is far from the Whitebeard at his peak, he is already a master-level figure in the use of power skills. Therefore, for Tang Tianyu, who can control his whole body strength, shooting a basketball into the basket is simply a simple matter than eating. Chapter 33, Marksman. Damn it, it's too fake, you can shoot from such a long distance. Defender Zhao Dazhong couldn't help but explode, the scene before him was really too exciting. Mo Xiaodong was also shocked to the point, but he still managed to maintain his composure, and said, "Don't be afraid, this is just a beginner's luck. He can't shoot every time." Luck for beginners? Lu Wei and the others agree. Indeed, beginners sometimes often throw in some incredible basketballs, which are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary basketball players, but this situation cannot be sustained. What's more, I'm afraid that even the greatest three-point shooter on the planet can't make it. The most important thing is that their current scores are a few tenths apart, so there's no need to worry about getting caught. They catch up. Thinking of this, their confidence immediately recovered, and they were all suffocating in their hearts, preparing to explode. Tang Tianyu, a short man. Tang Tianyu, come on! Tang Tianyu, come on! The beautiful cheerleaders of Wen 6th class are boiling, they are almost like a savior. The girls called his name excitedly. Good boy, I haven't seen you how to play in normal times. I can't think of it. Once you start to rush, it will be so amazing. Lai Feng walked over and said excitedly. Yeah, I will pass a ball to my brother later to make my brother cool. You can't just enjoy the sweet cheers of all the beauties in the class alone. Although the others are not very familiar with Tang Tianyu, at this moment, they are teammates and their hearts are connected, so they all came up with heartfelt congratulations. Even Dai Gang, who was a little unkind towards him at the beginning, came over. Bless! Faced with the enthusiasm of these people, Tang Tianyu just smiled, did not speak, and looked up at Li Xian. She was standing in the middle of the cheerleading team with a blushing face, raising the flag in excitement, and shouting loudly. Compared with Zhang's dying expression, it was really different. Beep! A whistle sounded. The game started again. Both teams have lined up. First of all, the opposing defender Zhao Dazhong held the ball. He personally controlled the ball in the sixth half of the game. He rushed to Tang Tianyu and made a fake move to deliberately humiliate him. Zhao Dazhong just wanted to dash to the left, but he didn't expect that with a call, he lowered his head to see that the basketball was gone. Immediately afterwards, he heard the sound of a crush. This is the sound of a basketball entering the net. 3-pointers. Another 3-pointer. 52-15. The audience burst into cheers involuntarily. How did this guy steal the ball from me? Zhao Dazhong was stunned. The basketball in his hand disappeared unknowingly. This is something that has never happened since his basketball skills were great. For Tang Tianyu, who has the speed of shaving, this is really a simple matter. The speed of his current burst in a short period of time cannot be captured by the human retina, only a trace of afterimages can be left behind. So Tang Tianyu grabbed Zhao Dazhong's basketball in an instant. "Don't fight alone anymore, let's encircle him." Mo Xiaodong walked over and said to Zhao Dazhong a little serious. Tang Tianyu's performance just now obviously attracted his attention. Zhao Dazhong nodded and said seriously, "I see." Even so, there was still a trace of unwillingness hidden in his eyes. The players in the first science class didn't seem to recover from the shock just now. They set their attacking formation absent-mindedly. Zhao Dazhong dribbled to the front court and took a peek at Tang Tianyu, only to see him staring at him. With the basketball in his hand, his heart trembled and he hurriedly passed the ball. However, when the ball was halfway through, it was intercepted by Tang Tianyu, who suddenly appeared again. Super long distance 3 points. Shocked. The ball has been scored again. On-court score, 52-18. Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu, King. King, Wenlu, come on. Wenlu, come on. The audience outside the court cheered, excited by this ultra-long distance three-pointer, danced, and the basketball court became extraordinarily lively. In the next 10 minutes, the players in the science class seemed to be sleepwalking, unable to find the state at all, and were repeatedly intercepted by Tang Tianyu. Even if he is offensive, the opposing player can't defend at all, because he can shoot from any place and from any angle, and his shooting percentage is terribly high, almost 100% shooting. In just 10 minutes, he scored 13 3-pointers and 2 2-pointers in a row. Hit a wave of 41-8 climax. At this point, the score on the court, 60-50. The score gap has been reduced to 10. Beep. The first science class requested a timeout. Finally, under the continuous unfavorable situation, Mo Xiaodong couldn't help it anymore. He wanted to stabilize the situation, so he asked the referee for a timeout. "What the are you doing? Why are you in such an abnormal state?" Mo Xiaodong couldn't suppress the anger in his heart just after the scene, and began to growl. "Mudge, we can't do this. Who knows that the monster is simply abnormal? People don't get close to the front court at all, and shoot directly in the back court. He doesn't get close to us, so we can't defend at all." Lu Wei said helplessly. He found for the first time that his proud height had no effect at all. "Mo brother, and his most perverted thing is speed. He came to him in the blink of an eye. He seemed to steal the ball almost every time we passed it. As soon as I saw him, I immediately wanted to pass the ball. Going out, there is no way to pass the ball well. Defender Zhao Dazhong has a deep understanding of this. With his proud basketball skills, he is like a baby in front of Tang Tianyu, there is no power to fight back. Yes, Moge, if we don't want to deal with him, we won't be able to win this game at all." One of the basketball players also echoed. Mo Xiaodong was silent for a while when he heard it. How could he not know this situation, but who would have expected Tang Tianyu to be so perverted? It stands to reason that such a powerful character should have been famous for a long time. How can someone know it until today? It makes them not mentally prepared at all. Suddenly, Zhao Dazhong's inspiration flashed, and an idea appeared in his mind, with a dark smile on his face, and said, "Everyone, I have a good idea." The basketball players from the science class immediately gathered around and asked curiously, "Dazhong, what are your good ideas?" Zhao Dazhong looked around. He really enjoyed this kind of attention. He coughed and said softly, "Do you know what Tang Tianyu's greatest weakness is?" "What's that?" "Stop talking nonsense, Dazhong, have any ideas?" Mo Xiaodong said a little angrily. Originally, he was a little upset by Tang Tianyu, but now Zhao Dazhong dares to entertain him. It's almost like igniting the gunpowder keg. When Zhao Dazhong saw this, he didn't dare to delay any more, and said with a serious face, "It's a teammate. He doesn't have a teammate who can help him. The teams in the 6th class almost rely on him to fight alone to equalize with us. After a pause, he continued, if we freeze Tang Tianyu, then there will be no suspense in this game. Dazhong, you are talking nonsense. If we could freeze him, we would have done this a long time ago. Will we wait until now? A team member retorted. Zhao Dazhong was not angry, and said mysteriously, what you said is that when there is only one person, it is impossible to defend him. But if there are 2 people, 3 people, or even 4 people, what will happen? Can't you defend him? Having said this, everyone understood what Zhao Dazhong wanted to express, and his eyes lit up suddenly, as if he had seen a bright road leading to victory. Will it be too shameless? No one has ever done this kind of thing in basketball games. A player hesitated to make a suggestion. What shamelessness is not shameless, don't you tell me, you want to lose the game. Mo Xiaodong looked at the player with a trace of murderous intent. In order to win, he can even do whatever it takes. It's just the unconventional defense of 3 people. Tactics, what is this? The player suddenly shuddered, but he knew Mo Xiaodong's methods very clearly. Even if he lost the game, he was not willing to offend Mo Xiaodong. That is definitely an experience that is better than death. So, he waved his hand, looked a little flustered, and said quickly, absolutely not, Brother Dong, in fact I very much approve of this. It's just that what about the remaining members of the 6th class, leave them alone. Don't tell me you can't defend those wine and rice bags. Mo Xiaodong asked rhetorically without answering directly. Mudge, don't be kidding, like the 4 of them, I can handle it with one hand, even if it comes to a dozen, it's no use. The prehistoric monster Lu Wei said confidently. Okay. In this case, we will start to fight back later. Chapter 34, 3-Man Mark. The time for the timeout came soon. Beep. A whistle sounded. The game started again. So a new round of offense began again, with the first team of science holding the ball. This time Mo Xiaodong personally dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the front court. Lu Wei, Zhao Dazhong, and another player rushed towards Tang Tianyu. The 3 formed an iron triangle, leaving only one person to meet Mo Xiaodong. Look, they were determined to freeze Tang Tianyu completely. Oops! As soon as Dai Gang saw this situation, his heart was cold. If Tang Tianyu were frozen by them, then this game would not have to go on anymore, it would be lost. Although he was very unwilling, Mo Xiaodong looked down on him, but he had to admit that his own strength is very different from the first science class. Even if the opponent is alone, they can easily suppress them. This time if Tang Tianyu was born out of nowhere, they would never have the opportunity to compete with science. No, we must help God you share the pressure. Dai Gang said solemnly to the other teammates. The teammates nodded one after another, obviously aware of the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the audience outside the field obviously also discovered this amazing scene, and began to talk about it. It's too shameless, there are 3 defenders. How can you do this? The beauty cheerleaders of the 6th class said in dissatisfaction. I rely on extra, the most amazing scene in basketball history, 3 defenses and 1. Li class is about to jump over the wall in a hurry. It's shameless to resort to such a bad move. They want to completely freeze the trump card of the 6th class. They didn't expect that the strongest class in the 3rd year would also use this kind of bad trick. It is really invincible if the cheapest person is. Mo Xiaodong heard the waves of boos off the court. His expression of disdain was nothing more than a group of mobs. There is no fear at all. Since ancient times, mankind has an unchanging truth, that is, the winner is king. Don't look at their scolding so fiercely now, but when he wins, they will only say that it is a pity. There is no good helper in the 6th class, so they will never continue to insult them. This is human nature. The victor enjoys flowers and applause, and has endless joy. The loser can only lick his wounds in the dark silently, leaving them with only endless loneliness and sadness. Therefore, Mo Xiaodong doesn't care about these people's thoughts at all. He only needs to win, no matter what despicable methods he takes. Seeing that Tang Tianyu was firmly guarded by Lu Wei's trio, Mo Xiaodong continued to dribble the ball with confidence, using his superb skills to pass the 3 players of the 6th class in a row, rushed into the inside, and raised his hand to the basket. Throw away. The ball bounced slightly on the hoop, and fell into the hoop with a sigh. 62-50. The score gap widened to 12 points. The cheerleading team of the first class finally cheered. Their game has not improved and they have been losing, but now they finally see the hope of victory. Dai Gang patted his forehead annoyedly, then picked up the ball on the ground and looked at Tang Tianyu apologetically. But Tang Tianyu didn't mean to blame. After all, their strength was there. Is it weird to be able to defend Mo Xiaodong? Therefore, he did not criticize them too much. Dai Gang seemed to know his abilities, so he quickly picked up his mood and served Sun Ruyi from the bottom line. After Sun Ruyi took the ball, he immediately pushed forward, but when he came to the midfield, he was shocked. The discovery of Tang Tianyu was once again firmly surrounded by the other 3 players. It was even more difficult to move, and there was almost no passing gap. Therefore, Sun Ruyi hesitated. Just at this moment, Lu Wei rushed over like a tank. While Sun Ruyi was stunned, he slapped the ball with a pop, and the ball was interrupted. Mo Xiaodong immediately came out and rushed from Sun Ruyi's left to catch up with the basketball shot by Lu Wei. He picked up the basketball and ran all the way. The 6th class players had no time to stop, and then he just stopped at the 3-point line. After that, he leaped gently and threw the basketball in his hand. With a beam, the ball entered the basket. Got another 3-pointer. Less than a minute away from the last goal. The score on the field has been stretched to 15 points. Good job. Brother Dong, it turned out to be a beautiful 3-pointer. Great, it's Mo Xiaodong. He stood up at the critical moment. Sure enough, the glory of the king is still, it hasn't faded away. The audience outside the venue shouted in excitement. It's really noisy. Tang Tianyu glanced at the stadium that was boiling again, with a trace of madness in his eyes. He went straight to Dai Gang and said lightly, as soon as the game starts, pass the ball to me immediately, don't wasting time. Dai just wanted to refuse, didn't he want to play singles? The people in the first class are really muddled. But he thought about it in a blink of an eye. Other than that, there was no better way, so he had to say, okay. The ball came out and Dai Gang dribbled the ball. He immediately passed the ball in his hand to Tang Tianyu, who was standing in the midfield, while the players in the first class were not standing still. Immediately after the ball was passed to Tang Tianyu, he immediately turned around 180 degrees, aimed the basketball at the basket, and made a light leap. His shot was lightning fast. No one can see exactly what happened, they only know that the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a beam, the ball was scored. 3-pointers. See the 3-pointers again. The cheerleaders of Wen 6th class suddenly burst into cheers, sweeping away the dullness just now. Damn it! Mo Xiaodong cursed secretly. He was really a guy who couldn't relax for a moment. He turned his head and said to a few teammates, don't relax. Keep your eyes on him. Know it. So www.readaloud.com. The game entered a stalemate, almost the first team scored a goal, and the 6th team immediately responded with a goal. The game was extremely fierce, and the scores continued to rise alternately. When the last minute of the game was left, the score on the court was 85-75, the score was still 10 points apart. The players in the first class smiled and seemed to have the victory. Mo Xiaodong also smiled triumphantly, but when he saw Tang Tianyu, who was still at ease and his expression was not flustered, he couldn't help but stun in his heart. Everyone! In the last minute, don't let go. Remember, you must defend Tang Tianyu desperately and don't let him have any chance. Mo Xiaodong warned severely. As soon as the players in the first class listened to it, they felt a little relaxed and immediately tightened. Yes. If that monster accidentally releases the cage, the consequences will be disastrous. You know, the three of them are staring at him, he can still shoot and keep the score firmly under control. If he is really casually played because of carelessness, their baskets will probably be blown. What? Thinking of this, they are a little lucky. Fortunately, his teammates are all rubbish, otherwise the game must have ended before half-time. At this time, Dai Gang and the others were too tired, their bodies were soaked, and they were constantly panting. If they hadn't been supported by a desire to win, they would have fallen down long ago. You have all worked very hard, so let me give the game to me next. Tang Tianyu said softly, with a very gentle tone. However, the words inside couldn't help but make them stunned. What does this sentence mean? At this time, do they still have hope of victory? Chapter 35, Invisible Steps. Beep. A whistle sounded. The game has started again, the game has entered the last minute, the atmosphere has become more and more tense outside the audience, desperately opening their eyes, for fear that they will miss the most exciting scene. The ball came out from the baseline. The first time Tang Tianyu got the ball steadily, he dribbled the ball unhurriedly from the sidelines. As expected, the three players with Mo Xiaodong as the core rushed forward like tigers. It seems that even at the last moment, they will never give up their plan to block Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu showed disdain in his eyes. If he did this at first, he might have no choice but to watch the ball throw away or pass it directly to his teammates. But the same trick is of no use to Tang Tianyu now. In fact, he had long thought of a way to crack this trick, just to give them the heaviest blow at the last minute, so he hasn't used it for a long time. Mo Xiaodong, Lu Wei and Zhao Dazhong are the troikas of the first science class, and the three strongest players in the H County No. 1 middle school. If these three play together, the effect will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This kind of fierce defense, even the average professional player, cannot stop a moment, it is absolutely blown up. The three of them even surrounded Tang Tianyu in three positions, left, center, and right, so that he had no chance to escape, nor any chance to make a move. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaodong and the three rushed to Tang Tianyu, 6 big hands stretched out, teeth and claws, almost all the space was occupied. Seeing that the ball was about to be intercepted, the audience could even see the hideous faces of Mo Xiaodong's trio, but the next moment, disappeared. Tang Tianyu suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Throughout the basketball court, only the sound of bang, bang and bang basketballs hitting the floor was heard, but Mo Xiaodong and the others desperately opened their eyes and found no figures. Unable to discover, undetectable, or even know when to leave, as if Tang Tianyu disappeared into this world out of thin air. Tang Tianyu completely disappeared from their field of vision, without a trace. This kind of weird situation seemed to be in a spiritual world. The three of Mo Xiaodong looked at each other with horror on their faces. How is it possible? How could a big living person disappear all at once? Mo Xiaodong kept roaring in his heart, and the traces of bad things in his heart became clearer. Suddenly, Mo Xiaodong seemed to feel something. He looked back abruptly and saw that Tang Tianyu had been standing steadily outside the three-point line for some unknown time, and then he leaped up gently, with extremely graceful movements. It's like the most standard shooting in textbooks. There was no accident. With a sound of crush, the basketball entered the basket steadily. 3-pointers. 85-78. The score gap narrowed to 7 points. Suddenly, there was silence on the court, and everyone was stunned. No one knows when Tang Tianyu got to that position, and no one knew how Tang Tianyu got rid of Mo Xiaodong and the others. They only knew that Tang Tianyu had just walked a few steps so casually, and instantly got rid of the three-point encirclement, appeared out of the three-point line like a ghost, and then the basketball went in. Nima. Isn't this too fake? Almost everyone stared. This is the trick that Tang Tianyu inherited from Baybeard, the dance steps of the of death. It is a strange step that can make people disappear. It should be known that in a normal state of rest, the field of view of the eyes can reach 210 degrees, but in the middle of this 210 degrees, only 70 degrees can be seen clearly. The remaining angle of view is the blind spot of the human eye, an angle that can't be seen anyway. Therefore, Tang Tianyu used this characteristic to enter the blind spot of their vision with extremely small steps and strange movements, so that they would never see themselves, making the enemy think that they would disappear for a moment. Baybeard once used this strange pace to cut off the heads of many enemies. Often when the enemy didn't know anything, he disappeared in the world. So this strange way of movement has scared the world. Be in awe as the of death is dancing. If the enemies who were killed by the Whitebeard knife knew that they used this pace to play basketball, I am afraid they would get up from the cemetery with anger. Tang Tianyu thought a little bit self-deprecating as he ran back. On the other hand, don't be afraid, it's just a balloon dribble. What's more, it's less than a minute now, as long as we hold the remaining few goals, the victory belongs to us. Mo Xiaodong desperately cheered the players on the court. I know. The 4 players replied a little weakly. 1 minute, usually, what a short period of time. Even the time to eat ice cream is longer than this. But for the current Li Yuban, it is more than a century longer. At this time, the players from Class 1 were still immersed in the weird scene just now. They reluctantly forced them to the half-time of Class 6. After the players absent-mindedly placed their attacking formation, the ball passed to Mo Xiaodong. Holding the basketball, Mo Xiaodong stood far away from the three-point line, swaying back and forth, and began to look for gaps in the offense. Suddenly, a cold gaze shot from the three-point line and hit Mo Xiaodong's heart heavily. This cold gaze came from Tang Tianyu, who was standing on the three-point line and standing upright. Although he was very short, Mo Xiaodong even raised him a few heads. But he stood on the court with a straight body. In the eyes of Mo Xiaodong, it was like an insurmountable mountain. Even if he was guarded firmly by the 3 tall and strong players, Mo Xiaodong didn't feel at ease in his heart. Thinking of the weird scene just now, he felt flustered. So, he wanted to throw the ball quickly to end this attack. Mo Xiaodong rushed into the front court and leaped vigorously, gently supporting the basketball with his right hand, and using soft force from his arm to the wrist with his left hand, preparing to throw the basketball from the front of his head. However, he was shocked to discover that Tang Tianyu didn't know when he got rid of the defense of the 3 of his own, ran all the way, and came to him in the next instant. He waved to Mo Xiaodong, who had just touched the ball, with a few tenths of a second pause in the air. Pat it with the left hand. Pa, a very crisp sound. Mo Xiaodong didn't even have time to react, and the ball in his hand was knocked out by Tang Tianyu. Without any hesitation, Tang Tianyu rushed from Mo Xiaodong's left, grabbed the ball that fell on the ground, jumped up on the spot, and gently shot the basketball. With a beam, the basketball steadily entered the basket. 85-81. There are 30 seconds left in the game. But at this moment, Mo Xiaodong, who realized that his ball had been shot away, didn't mention what it was like in his heart. Slap! This is a naked face slap. Unexpectedly, as the first person in the school basketball world, he belongs to the king's level. He was beaten so decently by an unknown little person, and he was still a short man with a height of only 1.5 meters. If they were known by their friends in the professional team, they would be laughed at to death. This is definitely a shame for Mo Xiaodong, who has always thought he is a genius. And it is the shame of being trampled on by others and without dignity. Chapter 36, Dunk. Although there is still a 4-point difference in the score on the court, and time is getting less and less, but these cannot make Li Yuban feel at ease, and all the players have a trace of dignity on their faces. Especially Mo Xiaodong, who was dribbling the ball, his expression was even harder to see the extreme. Obviously, the ball that was hit by Tang Tianyu just now hadn't left his heart for a long time. Tang Tianyu's thin figure was pressing on them like a mountain, almost out of breath, as if they would lose the whole game if they were a little negligent. This solemn atmosphere makes everyone's heart heavy, and you never know who will win the next moment. At this moment, Mo Xiaodong's mind kept showing the process of being repeatedly slapped in the face. The jealous anger burned all his sanity, just like a wounded beast, whispering, Mo Xiaodong, the first basketball player in H County No. 1 middle school, how could he be inferior to your 3-inch dick? This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a low growl, Mo Xiaodong's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his blue veins violently rushed towards Tang Tianyu with the ball with a decisive aura. His teammates were all stunned. Dong brother, what are you doing? Didn't it take time? You don't want to commit suicide, do you? Mo Xiaodong dribbled the ball to the front court and came to Tang Tianyu. He couldn't help but feel unconvinced. Humph, I don't believe it, I can't beat you this time. So Mo Xiaodong dribbled the ball, intending to pass Tang Tianyu from the front to prove his basketball skills. Arranging flowers back and forth, shaking people with fake actions, zombie steps, time difference, small left and right steps, back-to-back dribbling. Mo Xiaodong has used all his housekeeping skills. But no matter how he falsified or excels, Tang Tianyu sticks to him like a brown candy, and he can't get rid of his defense no matter how he shakes it. Mo Xiaodong was a little panicked. How could this be? Didn't see how this kid moved? Why can't I get rid of it? The audience outside the field clearly saw that although Tang Tianyu moved at a very small pace, it was just right, as if he could predict his direction in advance, blocking his attacking route early. If you can't move, just hit. I don't believe he can withstand it. Mo Xiaodong gritted his teeth. He is a few heads taller than Tang Tianyu, afraid that he will be hairy. But when he got up and banged, he suddenly found that Tang Tianyu in front of him had disappeared. He couldn't hit anyone, he staggered, he almost fell into a shit, and behind him, there was already a slight sound of basketball entering the net. Another three-pointer. 85-84. There is only 1 point left in the score. There were explosive cheers from the audience, but the cheerleaders in the first class shrugged their heads one by one, looking listless. Mo Xiaodong's face was already black like coal, and he walked back to the backcourt without saying a word. When defender Zhao Dazhong saw that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, he almost froze. He quickly said, "Brother Dong, don't worry. Now. There are only a dozen seconds left in the game. As long as we spend time in the backcourt, the victory belongs to us. You don't need to say, I know." Mo Xiaodong snorted and said angrily. When Zhao Dazhong saw this, he smiled and stopped talking. Having said that, Mo Xiaodong's eyes glowed again, and he thought to himself, even if I can't beat you, basketball is a sport of 5 people after all, and your class will lose this game. So a new round of competition is about to begin. This time it is Zhao Dazhong holding the ball. He slowly dribbles the ball in the backcourt, shaking it left and right. Although he looks very leisurely, but his spirit is tense. It seems that whenever there is any trouble, he will pass the ball immediately, desperately delaying time. Suddenly, a person rushed forward, and Zhao Dazhong hurriedly took a closer look, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. What? It turned out to be Dai Gang. I can solve this kind of waste material with one hand. No need to pass the ball. Suddenly, a look of disdain appeared on his face, obviously despising Dai Gang very much. But in the next instant, Zhao Dazhong's face suddenly changed, because he discovered that 3 more people had been killed from behind Dai Gang. Obviously, the soy sauce group of Wen 6th class had all been dispatched, ready to encircle him. No matter how good a player is, he can't face the four desperately defending him. Maybe someone can do it, but Zhao Dazhong is definitely not among them. Although our basketball skills are not very good, we can't help too much, but we are definitely not a waste, at least we can grab the ball. Dai Gang thought a little bit fiercely in their hearts. The ignorance of the people in the first class has made them feel extremely aggrieved, and they even put on a look that looks down on them. This is simply a naked insult. As long as you are a man, you can't stand this kind of thing. At this moment, they all sighed in their hearts, wanting to vent fiercely. Don't underestimate us. We want to let you know that even small people can play a huge role. Dai Gang roared. Four menacing men rushed towards Zhao Dazhong. Zhao Dazhong panicked and wanted to pass the ball on the spot, but it was too late. 8 big hands stretched out and almost surrounded him. There was no trace at all. Pass the gap. Slap. The basketball was played to the side of no man's land. Mo Xiaodong and the others were terrified. They had no idea that such an accident would happen. They had no idea that they would ignore a few waste materials and burst out such power. The 4 big guys in the first class rushed desperately, trying to grab the basketball back. The audience had already watched it. No one thought this game was so dramatic. But it was too late at this time, and a very fast black shadow rushed over, as fast as lightning. No one knew when he appeared. Tang Tianyu picked up the basketball that had fallen on the ground and rushed forward. Oops! Looking at Tang Tianyu's running back, the unfavorableness in his heart is constantly magnifying. Mo Xiaodong suddenly looking at Tang Tianyu, who is still accelerating, a little puzzled, he thought to himself, why doesn't this guy shoot 3-pointers directly where's the ball? Isn't this his best? Why speed up? Does he want to dunk? This idea flashed through Mo Xiaodong's mind, but after a second thought, he felt impossible. Dunking didn't mean that anyone could do it. Calculated according to the standard basketball stand prescribed by the International Basketball Federation, the backboard has a length of 1.80 meters, a width, vertical height, of 1.05 meters, a thickness of 0.03 meters, and the bottom edge is 2.90 meters above the ground. The basket is 3.05 meters from the ground, and the closest point between the backboard surface and the inner edge of the blue circle is 15 centimeters. In other words, athletes have to jump to a minimum of 3 meters to achieve a dunk. If you change it to 1.75 meters, which is the standard height of an ordinary Chinese man, then he must at least jump to a height of 1.3 meters to barely touch the blue circle. If you want to dunk, you must jump to a height of 1.4 meters or more before you can dunk. And these are only calculated based on the shortest distance from the ground with the blue circle pointing straight down. Generally, dunking is 1 meter or even 1.5 meters away from the blue circle, and the player has already taken off and dunked. In this case, we can draw the conclusion that if a player with a height of 1.75 meters wants to take a dunk at a distance of 1.5 meters, he must at least ensure that the takeoff height is the same as his height, so that an amazing height can achieve a dunk. On the other hand, ordinary men generally stand a jump height of no more than 1.2 meters, and the height of the approach jump rarely exceeds 1.5 meters. I'm talking about standing upright jumping, not the straddle type of high jump. So, such a pass comes down. There are really very few humans who can really dunk. Not to mention, if a short man like Tang Tianyu, who is only 1.5 meters tall, if he can do it, it would be the greatest miracle in the world. Didn't make Mo Xiaodong think more. Tang Tianyu suddenly tossed the ball, and the ball was tumbling in the air, tumbling very quickly, causing everyone to feel the ball slowly rolling upwards. What are you going to do? Dai Gang suddenly cried out in shock. We tried desperately to grab the ball for you, but not to make you fool. This is a question that almost everyone in the room has to ask, and some people in the audience can't help but let out a chuckle. They even let go of a 3-step layup. This Tang Tianyu is so talented. These thoughts flashed through everyone's mind almost instantly, but Tang Tianyu immediately responded to their questions with actions. Looking at the ball, Tang Tianyu took a step forward. In this short time, he adjusted his feet and jumped up. Watching the rolling basketball slowly grow bigger in his eyes, Tang Tianyu let out a cry, turned around, and passed the basketball to the front of the basket first. After half spinning, Tang Tianyu grabbed the basketball that had flown to his head like magic, and then sank his hands, holding the ball on his waist, and then the basketball with his right hand alone. www.readaloud.com to draw a beautiful picture. In half of the lap, he smashed the basketball into the hoop sideways. Boom! The basket let out a painful groan. Under the groaning and rippling net, Tang Tianyu landed a little bit loudly, turned to look at the audience on the side of the basket, and roared loudly. Dunk! This, what is this? Li Wei said to himself in a daze. Don't ask me, I don't know. Zhao Deshong beside him also stood still. Mo Xiaodong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, but his lips trembled. Dai Gang stared at Tang Tianyu who was yelling blankly, and then said for a long time, "Good boy." Li Xian had already been completely distracted by Tang Tianyu's buckle, took a deep breath, and said, "This guy, is this really waste material you? How could it be so powerful? I don't know when." The timid guy who was always the only promise disappeared, replaced by a hero-like man. Chen Feng covered his mouth and his face was dumb. He originally wanted to make Tang Tianyu look ugly. He didn't expect this guy to save the entire team like a savior. It's incredible. The little guy Li Feng was already groaning, "What is this? What did I just see?" Fatty Chen Henan didn't know what he should laugh at anymore, shook his head, and muttered, "God bless this kid, he's hiding too deeply. What a pervert! Oh my god! What did I just see?" A boy in a white shirt suddenly yelled out of control off the court. Mo Xiaodong looked very ugly looking at the basketball still bounce on the ground, and finally spit out the words, "Self-throwing and self-connecting 180-degree windmill slam dunk." What is this? Who is this guy? Why is there such a character in Class 6? The audience on the field couldn't help but have this question. Chapter 37, I'm Scrap Wu. Beep. A whistle. The whole game is over. The score was 85 to 86. Lore. A lore at a critical moment. Relying on Tang Tianyu's last dunk at the last moment, Wen Lu Ban killed Li Yi, and Wen Lu Ban became the final winner of the game. We won, our class actually won. At this time, the classmates of Wen's 6th class recovered from the shock just now, bursting out with amazing cheers, and surrounded the 5 people in the competition one after another. Unexpectedly, we can beat the strongest basketball class in high school. Am I dreaming? Am I really dreaming? No, it was Tang Tianyu who defeated Class 1. One person can defeat a team, it's a monster. Maid, I have never seen a person of about 1.6 meters tall who can dunk a basketball. This guy is too abnormal. He wants to guard against the sky. Unbelievable, I can't think of the basketball skills of waste material. You are so powerful, it is a genius of geniuses, a fighter in a tractor. MVP, a classmate suddenly shouted. Suddenly, the crowd seemed to be motivated and went crazy. Obviously, they were deeply impressed by the game just now, and they shouted, "MVP! MVP! MVP!" Tang Tianyu was surrounded by people like stars arched over the moon, while Li Xian stood quietly outside the crowd, looking at him with scorching eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Different from the elated atmosphere of the 6th class, the 1st class is full of gloom and bleak. The players bow their heads in silence and stand quietly drinking water. Before the game, none of them would have thought that their class would meet. Lost, so the heart was greatly impacted. Especially Mo Xiaodong, who was sitting on the sidelines, was already dead, because he really couldn't imagine the scene where he lost. He muttered, "I lost? I lost? I lost to a short man. Why? Maybe? How is this possible? How can I lose? I'm a genius. How can a genius lose? In this situation, the teammates who watched the situation were worried, for fear of what might happen to him, but they did not dare to comfort him. After all, Zhao Dazhong was a lesson from the past. If comfort was not enough, he was scolded. Therefore, they would not do anything. This stupid act of asking for hardship. Just as Tang Tianyu and the others were about to leave, Mo Xiaodong suddenly stood up and yelled frantically at the 6th class, "You all stop me!" Tang Tianyu and the others stopped immediately, turned around, and looked at Mo Xiaodong, who was screaming madly. They saw him with disheveled hair and withered face, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. He was no longer as handsome as he was before the game. It's like a living bereavement dog. Mo Xiaodong, what do you want to do? Seeing this situation, Li Xian felt a little bad in her heart. Mo Xiaodong is not a kind person, and nothing will happen. Mo Xiaodong ignored Li Xian, fixed his eyes on Tang Tianyu, and said in a low voice, "Who are you? Why did you appear in the 6th class? He is really weird. Why doesn't he know such a good basketball player?" It stands to reason that the reputation of this kind of character should have reverberated throughout the school a long time ago, and it should definitely not be unknown. He even wondered a bit. Was when 6th class looking for a strong foreign aide outside the school in order to deal with their class? Otherwise, he hadn't heard of this kid's name before? Why? I dare not say your real name. Is it because I am afraid that I will retaliate against you? Mo Xiaodong couldn't help but sarcastically when he saw Tang Tianyu's delay in speaking. Tang Tianyu chuckled, and said with a disdainful smile, "Just rely on you," then glanced at him with contempt, and continued, "You are just a defeated opponent of mine, how brave you are." What? Mo Xiaodong seemed to be stabbed in the pain, and the whole person went mad, full of anger, and his nose kept spitting out heat, just like a mad Spanish bullfighting. "You are looking for death." Mo Xiaodong rushed to Tang Tianyu with a sprint, raised his fist, and wanted to smash Tang Tianyu's face fiercely. "No!" Li Xian was startled suddenly, exclaiming loudly. The others didn't expect this to happen, they were too late to stop them, and they were too shocked, seeing that Tang Tianyu was about to splash on the spot. However, Tang Tianyu didn't have the slightest nervousness. He looked at Mo Xiaodong's fists with such contempt. After all, anyone can easily kill more than a dozen gangsters. Faced with this kind of pediatric scene, there will be no nervousness. In Tang Tianyu's eyes, Mo Xiaodong's current act of being dazzled by anger is purely a brain-suffering and death-seeking behavior. Seeing Tang Tianyu's contemptuous eyes, Mo Xiaodong became even more angry. "Although playing basketball, I am not your opponent, but when it comes to fighting, if you add up to 10, you are not my opponent. You dare to despise me just by relying on you 3-inch dick. Go to hell!" Mo Xiaodong yelled, his fists clenched tighter, the veins violently burst, and a powerful force whizzed in. With this level of fist, if Tang Tianyu is really hit, I am afraid that the bridge of his nose will be discounted. However, Tang Tianyu didn't care at all, the expression on his face was as calm as water, as if an adult was watching a child messing around. Tang Tianyu just moved so casually. He seemed to have practiced this kind of action hundreds of times. A small sidestep dodges his attack. With a light touch on his right foot, Mo Xiaodong immediately lost his center of gravity. The left hand immediately grabbed the opponent's wrist in the opposite direction, and quickly cut in, with his hips against Mo Xiaodong's waist, pulling him toward him, using himself as a fulcrum. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Then with a slight force, Mo Xiaodong was thrown out from behind by Tang Tianyu like confetti, and he slammed into the hard concrete floor with a loud bang. Suddenly, countless dust was splashed on the ground. Standard shoulder fall. Standard moves than textbooks. Kung fu performance that is more exaggerated than movie stunts. Everyone was stunned. Their mouths were open enough to fit a duck egg, and the audience was silent. It is estimated that there is nothing more astonishing than a 1.5-meter person who killed a 1.5-meter person. This is simply holding a millet. Adding a rifle to defeat an aircraft cannon is just as incredible. Mo Xiaodong lay on the ground and groaned in pain, his face twisted in pain, his eyes showed unwillingness and resentment, his hands supported his body, and he wanted to struggle to get up, but after working hard for a while, his whole body was still unable to move. Asshole, why can't I move my whole body? Who the are you? Who the are you? Mo Xiaodong lay weakly on the ground, roaring at Tang Tianyu. With a strong sense of frustration. Sheng, as if countless evil spirits swallowed his heart. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the entire stadium was dyed golden, and Tang Tianyu, who was bathed in the sun, heard these words, turned his back to Mo Xiaodong, and just said faintly. Who am I? I'm just a waste material blessing. After speaking, he didn't care about the classmates who were stunned, and walked straight out of the court. In the light of the setting sun, his back was dragged extremely long and extremely long. At this moment, his short body looked unexpectedly tall, as if a mountain lay across everyone's hearts. Seeing this scene, Li Xian's heart seemed to be violently pulled, and she muttered, strange, why do I think this guy is starting to be a little handsome? Chapter 38, Am I Afraid? What? Scrap? This nickname is Mo Xiaodong, of course. It is said that he is a super waste material who can't study and exercise. He once occupied the bottom of the crane tail of H County No. Of course, for Mo Xiaodong, who has a good background, wealthy family, excellent grades, handsome appearance, tall body, and good basketball skills, as soon as he enters the school gate, he is called the school grass by the good guys, attracting countless girls to him. For crazy characters, the so-called Wei Ku is just an afterthought. However, he never thought that he would have an intersection with this guy one day. No, now it is not only as simple as the intersection, but is defeated by this guy in his best field. If you lose to a strong basketball player like Yao Ming and Kobe, it is excusable and even a bit of honor. However, it was the waste material you who defeated him. In the school, he has always been the bottom person. The guy who is worse than the bottom trash and the most smelly dung, even defeated him, the proud man of heaven. Doesn't it mean that he is more waste than waste? The strongest is defeated by the weakest, as if a beggar killed the emperor and even snatched his throne. What a shame it is! At this moment, the classmates who were shocked by the scene just now woke up one after another, their faces were extremely excited, and they kept exclaiming. Oh my god, what did we see just now? That short dunk guy turned out to be Waste Chu. Unbelievable! Isn't waste would you the big waste material from the end of the crane in the exams for years? How could it be so powerful? Speaking of this, isn't Mo Xiaodong defeated by waste material you? I've long been uncomfortable with Mo Xiaodong's kind of guy with above-the-top eyes. He usually pulls $2 to $5 million, as if everyone owes him money. This time I just taught him, what a mountain is even higher than a mountain. Even Waste Ko can easily defeat Mo Xiaodong. I think he is nothing great. Maybe, our class can also win by a big score. A tall person like Mo Xiaodong was actually smashed to the ground by waste material you. Isn't this guy a silver gun wax head? I look like it. The so-called gold and jade are other than the frustration. His body should have been hollowed out by the wine long ago, so that he can be so vulnerable. Hey, maybe he is doing that now, he has to take medicine. Maybe, he can only hold on for a few seconds now, hee. Poor, so young. Hearing these increasingly awkward words, Mo Xiaodong's heart was bleeding, his face seemed to have been pumped hundreds of times, his face was burning hot, and his heart seemed to be sore by the needle. Hundreds of holes, the bleeding will not stop. Mo Xiaodong showed an angry expression on his face, gritted his teeth with hatred, and thought fiercely, "Oh, Tang Tianyu, you have caused me to be so embarrassed. If I don't find the place this time, I will give your last name. Dogs and men, I won't let it go." He looked at Li Xian, who was standing quietly on the periphery of the crowd, with a trace of cruelty on his face. However, what Mo Xiaodong didn't know was that his low-level expression was clearly seen by Li Xian, and his willow-like eyebrows were cutely folded together, his head was lowered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At 10 o'clock in the evening self-study ended on time. In this basketball game, Tang Tianyu's phenomenal performance really shocked the whole class. No one would call him waste material anymore. After all, such domineering dunks and precise three-point shots seemed to disappear. Human skills, not everyone can do it, it can be called a genius in basketball. Although Tang Tianyu didn't want to show up too much, it seemed not bad to get such a result. At least no one dared to chirp in front of him. The classmates looked at him with a trace of admiration. If Tang Tianyu had not received the devil fruit, he would be excited when he faced the compliments and admiration of the classmates. He has to be unable to find north, but since he saw a higher level of the world, his mentality has undergone a completely different change, and he has been extremely indifferent to this kind of thing. After all, his goal has long been different from that of his classmates. He seems to be a superior fairy, who will not disrupt his mood for these mundane trivial matters. After packing his school bags, Tang Tianyu was about to go home. At this time, the students in the classroom were almost gone, only a few scattered people were studying. At this time, the fat man had already left the classroom and went outside to go freely. He didn't mean to study hard at all. However, even so, his grades were still the same. What a jealous guy! Tang Tianyu rubbed his head. After a day of intensive study, his brain seemed a little unbearable. Although he had the ability to remember, he could not use it for too long. Otherwise, it would be bad if he used his brain too much. Let's go home and rest for a while and continue tomorrow. God! As soon as he walked out of the classroom, Tang Tianyu heard someone calling him, but when he looked back, it was squad leader Li Xian. Why hasn't she gone yet? Is there anything this female devil wants me to do? Tang Tianyu didn't forget for a moment, he still owed her 3 things. Tang Tianyu walked over with a little stiff body, and asked without a smile, "Sir, squad leader, is there anything you can look for?" "Oh, I became the scoring champion. After the MVP, the airs are a lot bigger. You dare to talk to me in this tone? Don't forget that you owe me 3 conditions." Li Xian snorted coldly, a little angry. Said. When Tang Tianyu heard it, she collapsed immediately. There is no way. Her handle is in her hands. How can you harden it? He had to say in a low voice, "My dear Miss Li, you are looking for me. What's the matter?" "Well, it's almost the same." Miss Li looked satisfied with me, hands on hips, nodded, arrogantly, as if the queen was looking at her courtier. "By the way, what do you want to do with me? The so-called nothing is not going to the 3 treasures hall, the ones who come are not good, the good ones will not come, let alone the female devil Li Xian, then there is nothing good, so I should ask quickly what's going on, look for a countermeasure." Tang Tianyu thought so worried. Li Xian heard this, and the expression on her face suddenly became serious, and said, "Today you were all the limelight, but do you know that you have completely offended Mo Xiaodong, you are likely to cause trouble." "What?" Tang Tianyu was confused. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Seeing Tang Tianyu's stupid look who didn't know what he was talking about, Li Xian became furious and said angrily, "Do you know that his dad is the county magistrate of H County? He wants taking revenge on you is simply easier than eating. So, should we be humiliated by him by nature, not to fight back, and then bow to him?" Tang Tianyu finally understood at this time and couldn't help but replied with a sneer. "This Li Xian couldn't help being speechless. Forget it, don't let your girls take care of things between us men. Even if he wants revenge, what about it? Would I be afraid of trash like him? Tang Tianyu didn't care. Said, the short body, but inadvertently exuded a touch of terrifying domineering. An extremely strong masculine aura instantly surrounded Li Xian, her body suddenly softened, and she almost fell into his arms on the spot, and suddenly a red cloud appeared on both her cheeks. Tang Tianyu was a little demented by the sultry fascination and the inadvertent beauty. He looked at the charming Li Xian with hot eyes. Hey, good intentions are not rewarded. Forget it, let Mo Xiaodong beat you half to death. I don't care about you anymore. Facing Tang Tianyu's fiery gaze, Li Xian felt a panic for no reason. Jiao said. This situation is like acting like a baby between lovers. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Xian's face was red like an apple, and a wisp of white smoke appeared from her head. She yelled "Ah!" and she ran away in a panic, staggering all the way to escape the classroom. Seeing this scene, Tang Tianyu smiled happily. He was not so happy even after winning the previous game. Can't you think that this woman still has such a cute time? Chapter 39, Mo Xiaodong's Conspiracy. H County No. 1 Middle School is in the North District, which is considered to be the old city. To be precise, it should be an industrial area that has not been rebuilt. The place is not too big, but there are many dilapidated houses and noisy factories everywhere. Normally, Tang Tianyu rode his bicycle home towards the brightly lit road. Although the journey was relatively long, the victory was safe. However, today Tang Tianyu did not ride a bicycle in order to exercise thoroughly, so he could only walk home. However, the night was getting worse, and it was getting late. If you still take the road as usual, I am afraid it will be very late to get home. There is no way. After Tang Tianyu got out of the school gate, turned around on Swifo North Street, and then entered Ping'an Harbor. This is the most convenient route back home. It only takes half an hour to get home. It's just that when the night is getting late, it will look particularly dim here, and the uneven cement roads that have been tortured by the years are filled with garbage, dust, or sewage. There are very few pedestrians here, and there are basically no facades on both sides. Because of the extremely poor road conditions and the remote location, there are usually no people passing through here. Maybe only a few people who want to take shortcuts will pass here, so there is basically no business here. It was also the first time for Tang Tianyu to pass this place. He used to listen to others saying that it was a shortcut to go here. Unexpectedly, the road conditions here are really not so bad. When Tang Tianyu was sighing that the road was difficult to walk at night, 3 or 4 people suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the 4 young people in front of him, Tang Tianyu suddenly became vigilant. Public security in H County is actually not very good, because the development is backward, there are no street lights on many roads, and there are fewer police cars on patrol, so criminal activities such as robbery are more rampant. Not to mention, the remote place like Ping'an Port is simply the best soil for the breeding of crimes. Tang Tianyu has also heard that the security in this area is not very good, and crimes such as robbery and gang fights often occur. But now he is bold and unconcerned. Obviously, the 4 people in front of him who wanted to stop him were definitely not planning to lead the way home for them kindly. They were probably blocking the road and robbing them. Tang Tianyu's eyes flickered, and a thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Snapped. Suddenly there was a sound of a tree branch being broken from behind. Tang Tianyu turned his head suddenly, only to find that 3 or 4 people appeared behind him, holding iron rods in his hands, and his expressions looked extremely cruel. At this time, Tang Tianyu had no retreat, and was blocked by these 8 people. Mo Xiaodong wants to avenge himself. Tang Tianyu suddenly understood that if he talked about robbery, it would be 1 or 2 people at most. Therefore, Tang Tianyu quickly concluded that there was no other possibility other than Mo Xiaodong finding someone to retaliate against him. Back in time to this evening. After school in the afternoon, Mo Xiaodong came to the school gate. A bald man with sunglasses walked out of the BMW X6 car, greeted Mo Xiaodong, and said respectfully, "Mo Xiao, you are so anxious. Come to me, is there anything you want to tell me?" Mo Xiaodong snorted coldly and said, "Brother Chao, help me clean up one person." The brawny bald man named Brother Chao immediately cursed, "Fuck, who the dared to provoke us? Mo Xiao, is simply tired of living. Mo Xiao, who do you want to clean up?" I shaved Chao immediately copied the guy went up and chopped him. Bald Super, formerly known as Li Da Chao, is one of Mad Dog's 4 warlords, one of the important leaders in the Mad Dog gang. He is cruel, but a bit snobbery, and belongs to the snobbish category. However, if you are in power, a dogleg is still very useful. It is a vicious dog that can be released at any time to bite people. Mo Xiaodong said fiercely, "It's a student in my school, Mom forced. He was very ugly with me in school. It actually made me a big ugly. I must make him remember this time." "No problem, Xiao Mo, how are you going to deal with him?" Bald Chao nodded immediately and asked cautiously. Mo Xiaodong lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "If you move him in school, he must know that I did it, and the trouble will not affect my dad well. This is not appropriate." "Well, we have to wait for the next night of self-study. We will be waiting on his way home. You will find some of your subordinates who are pretending to be robbers. They are poor guys. They will definitely not be able to pay. When the time comes, we will be ruthless. Fix him ruthlessly." Super Bald immediately nodded, looking like a loyal dogleg, and said respectfully, "Don't worry, Xiao Mo, he won't even recognize his mother if I hit him. At that time, I will be watching by the side to see when that kid can jump. Don't you play basketball very well? At that time, your hands and feet are gone, I see how you play basketball." Mo Xiaodong's eyes shot a cold look, and a smug smile tucked at the corner of his mouth. "Mo Xiao, you can teach this kind of little character anytime, don't get mad because of this mess, it's not worth it. Come on, let's smoke a cigarette first." Bald Chao took out a pack of seniors from his pocket. The cigarette was handed up respectfully, with a low eyebrow. "Damn, it's still comfortable to smoke softly. The old man at home allows everything, except smoking is not allowed. It really hurts me." Mo Xiaodong took it over without hesitation and clicked on it. The bald head standing on the side laughed super, and said, "Mo Xiao, if you want to smoke, you have to worry, as long as you give me an order, I will send it to you immediately." "Brother Chao, you are so polite. www.readaloud.com haha." Mo Xiaodong took a strong breath and said with a smile, "How can this be polite?" Bald Super smiled. "Last month, the County Party Committee Secretary Zhang Yusheng ordered the Public Security Bureau to conduct surprise inspections of entertainment venues and game halls throughout the county. In this operation, if it were not for Moxian County, the chief informs me in advance, I am afraid that my venue has been closed long ago. Speaking of which, I should really thank Mo Xiao and County Chief Mo for their cultivation." Mo Xiaodong was very comfortable being slapped by this flattery. He waved his hand and said, "What's the matter with you? How can I not help you when you are so good at work? It's right to honor County Magistrate Mo, I don't want to ask for anything in return." The bald head listened super, and immediately said with a smile, "However, Mo Xiao, 2 superb beauties recently came to my bath. When? Go to my place to play." Mo Xiaodong suddenly became interested, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Okay, just tonight. After teaching Tang Tianyu, we will go over." "Wait, you have to help me teach him a good lesson and let him know. Not everyone can offend. But, you have to be careful, this kid knows martial arts." Speaking of this, Mo Xiaodong's body was in pain. Tang Tianyu fell like that this afternoon, but the pain hasn't recovered yet. Now, the hatred in his heart deepened. The bald head chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Mo, my men will teach him a lesson. You can watch the show, and today's experience will probably be unforgettable for him. However, even if he knows his skills, so what, can it really deal with 7 or 8 people? Really? That's the best. Ha 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 ha." Mo Xiaodong laughed wildly. In a trance, he seemed to see Tang Tianyu being beaten into a pig, kneeling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Chapter 40, Monster. Late at night, in a safe alley. Tang Tianyu didn't notice. In an alley not far behind him, a BMW X6 was parked there quietly. You can see through the moonlight that there are 2 people in the car smoking cigarettes. These 2 people are Bald Chow and Mo Xiaodong. They are looking at Tang Tianyu surrounded by 8 gangsters with a joking expression, as if watching a monkey show, with extremely relaxed expressions. At this moment, the 8 gangsters in the alley slowly approached Tang Tianyu with a grim look, and Tang Tianyu was about to be beaten up. "Wait! Who are you? What the do you want to do?" Suddenly, Tang Tianyu shouted at the 8 gangsters, with an extremely shocking aura. Suddenly, the 8 gangsters were suppressed, and one after another stopped approaching. "Boy, today we will give you a lesson first, let you know who can offend and who can't offend. In the future, it is best to converge in school. I don't know when I die." In the middle, one of the tall yellow hairs yelled arrogantly. "Wait, these eldest brothers, you came out just to beg for money. I only have more than $100 on my body. Now I will give it all to the elder brothers. Please let me go, how about?" Tang Tianyu pretended to have some said scaredly, but no one noticed the slight joking at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, kid, you're pretty good. However, it's a pity that you offend someone who shouldn't be offended. No matter how much money you spend, it's useless. You will obediently let us have a fight today, this one, even if the matter is over. Otherwise, we will not end this matter." A wretched man dang a cigarette next to Huang Mao, said arrogantly. Tang Tianyu grumbled his eyes and continued, "Brothers, why not do this? No matter how much the person who told you to beat me pays, as long as you say his name, I will give you double the price. What do you think?" As soon as these words came out, the 8 gangsters in the room were quiet. Obviously, they were very moved. They came out to gangsters, nothing more than asking for money. Whoever gives them more money is their boss. Mo Xiaodong, who was sitting in the BMW car, looked at it for a while and felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and said to Bald Chow, "Brother Chow, what is going on? Why are they still not doing it? They seem to have started talking." The bald head was super listening, and his face was blue and purple. Obviously, he was very angry with his subordinates. He quickly said, "Mo Xiao, I'm sorry, this is because of my lax tutoring. I'll wait for it. Teach them a lesson." So, he sat in the car, took out the Crazy Four's mobile phone in his pocket, and made a call. Beep. The tall and big Huang Mao made a jealous call all over his body. The boss called. He picked up the phone in his pocket and quickly connected the phone. As soon as he got through, he heard an angry roar from inside. "What are you guys? What are you doing? Don't you want to live? I tell you, if you don't kill this guy today, I will kill you." With a pop, the phone immediately hung up as soon as the voice fell off. The 8 gangsters were shocked at once. They knew the tactics of being super bald. Don't look at the way he bowed to Mo Xiaodong, but behind him he was a gangster known for his cruelty. Every year, I don't know how many helpers who are unfavorable in doing things are killed by him with extremely cruel methods. The eyes of the 8 guys who were tall and large suddenly became fierce, their eyes were extremely gloomy, the iron rod in their hands was tightened, and they said, "I'm sorry, kid, you better die for us." Tang Tianyu smiled faintly, the expression on his face was as plain as water, and he didn't care at all. Now that he has achieved his goal, there is no need for this group of gangsters to exist. He knew everything about the situation here, and the man behind the scenes must be hiding nearby, admiring the wonderful appearance of himself being beaten up. What a wicked guy. At this moment, the 8 gangsters yelled, pounced from 8 different directions, and kicked Tang Tianyu abruptly. These 8 gangsters seemed to be fierce characters who had experienced a lot of battles, their feet were extremely vicious, and every kick hit the dead corner of Tang Tianyu. With 8 directions and 8 blind corners, Tang Tianyu seemed to have nowhere to escape. But it is a pity that it is Tang Tianyu that they have to deal with now. Shave. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tianyu rushed to the gangsters. Boom! Boom! The 2 people who were just close to Tang Tianyu were kicked in the chin, and fell to the ground on their backs with a pop. Their bodies twitched twice, and they stopped moving. The other 6 people were taken aback at the same time. Just about to start, Tang Tianyu, who had fallen, suddenly bent down and squatted, kicking quickly with both feet on the ground. Boom! 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 These 4 feet hit the knees of the remaining 4 people fiercely and accurately. They only heard the sound of crack, and the 4 screamed at the same time and fell to the ground. The remaining 2 people were shocked. Just about to run away, Tang Tianyu flickered and came to them. One punch, a fist weighing 200 jin, just banged on their stomachs. Bang! Bang! The remaining 2 people fell to the ground in pain like cooked shrimps, convulsing constantly on the ground, and the painful expressions were probably so painful that they even vomited bile. Quick! Ruthless! Allow! In that instant, all 7 or 8 gangsters fell to the ground. No one can see his movements clearly, no one can realize what happened. Tang Tianyu seemed to move like that and knocked them all down. It was as if the few gangsters in front of them were not humans, but a few small flies, and were shot to death by Tang Tianyu. Monster! In this situation, Bald Super and Mo Xiaodong were dumbfounded, looking at each other. Fucking, what is going on? 7 or 8 big guys were killed in such a blink of an eye. You know, these who fell on the ground are all bald-headed, super-selected elite thugs. Even if 20 or 30 ordinary gangsters join forces, they are not their opponents, but now they are so vulnerable. It's not as good as the fight of a 3-year-old kid. Big brother, you are so good to fight back. Impossible, this is unscientific. Bald Super yelled crazy in his heart, what is the matter with this monster? Isn't this making a movie? Mo Xiao, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you didn't tell me that this monster has such a high force value. Bald Chow's face kept twitching, abruptly squeezing out such a sentence. Mo Xiaodong also had a pale face. He was obviously frightened by the scene just now, and said with a little trembling, Brother Chow, I don't know. This guy has never shown such a high level of force in school. Damn it! Unexpectedly, this guy could hide so deeply. Mo Xiao, it doesn't matter. No matter how high this guy's martial arts is, no one can survive in this world. Tomorrow we will gather dozens of people to deal with him. I don't believe that he can defeat this. Teamwork of many people, said Bald Super with a sullen expression. Damn, what I hate most is this kind of martial arts high-powered person. When Mo Xiaodong heard this, the scared mind slowly recovered, and his face slowly blushed, and he said viciously, Brother Chow, I think I can bring at least 100 talent insurance. Next time I want to make him fly with wings. Damn, I dare to scare me, I want him to. Before he finished speaking, the BMW driver suddenly looked scared, as if he had seen a ghost. His whole body was shaking up and down, like a robot, turning his head kaka, and said nervously. Super, Brother Super, then, that monster, well, it seems to be here. What? Is that monster coming? Mo Xiaodong and Bald Chow were taken aback at once, and quickly looked out the window. At some point, Tang Tianyu was holding an iron rod in his hand, looking at the BMW car with a smile but a smile. 7 or 8 gangsters fell underground, constantly wailing, surrounded by dark night, and there were sparsely populated. This kind of scene, it's like a demon crawling out of hell. Boy, I finally found you. Are you ready to write a suicide note? Chapter 41, Do You Dare to Hit Me? P.S. I didn't expect to be on the Urban Entertainment new book list today, which is really gratifying. Although it's just the countdown. However, today is also a special day when the red ticket reaches 100, so how can it not be changed? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your support. A strong murderous intent filled the air, and an invisible pressure enveloped Mo Xiaodong and Bald Chow. They seemed to see a demon crawling out of the sea of blood from the dead mountain, smiling hideously. They seemed to see countless only the evil spirits rushed towards them, desperately biting them crazily. Suddenly, a wind that seemed to be colder than the Arctic wind blew over. They only felt that their whole bodies were trembling non-stop, their hearts were beating at a speed of nearly 80 yards, sweating profusely, and a feeling that seemed more terrifying than despair emerged from the bottom of their hearts, almost frightened their whole body. Seeing Tang Tianya walking towards this side step by step, Mo Xiaodong stood up, as if he was waking up from a big dream, and shouted at the driver hoarsely, "Lao Huang, you fucking, still don't drive quickly, what are you doing here? Want to stay here and wait for death?" The driver Huang Laosan came back to his senses at this time, desperately starting the engine, but his hands were trembling, and he couldn't catch fire several times. Mo Xiaodong and his bald head looked anxious for a while. Seeing that Tang Tianya was approaching them, Bald Super was flustered, and with one hand he pulled Huang Laosan aside, who was trembling, and sat in the driving position, as if he had stimulated the potential of his whole body, and started it all at once. The engine. Boom, boom, boom. The BMW X6 flicked its tail and left the place immediately. When Mo Xiaodong, the driver, and Bald Chow thought they were about to escape, Tang Tianyu's face showed a disdainful smile. The person who can escape under my hands is probably not born in this world yet. He raised the iron rod in his hand, exhausted all his strength, and threw it at the BMW. The iron rod whizzed past, rolling up a fierce whirlwind in the air, like a lightning bolt in the night sky, flying towards the BMW car with destructive power. With a boom. Before Mo Xiaodong and the others had time to accelerate, the iron rod passed through a tire and plunged into the wheel like paper paste. In a moment, the BMW X6 lost its balance and turned desperately in place. There was an emergency braking sound, and then a bang. Due to the force of inertia, the BMW X6 slammed into a nearby wall. The mud splashed and the huge impact made the entire car scrapped. Mo Xiaodong, Bald Super, they were hit in the car and they were beaten up and bloodied, looking miserable. Tang Tianyu slowly walked into the BMW car that had been hit and was scrapped, and easily pulled open the door of the car that was almost scrapped, dragged the 3 wound numbers inside like trash, and then threw it out viciously. On the ground. After a painful groan, the 3 wounded woke up leisurely. They opened their eyes to take a look, but they were shocked to find that the terrible demon was actually looking at him with a smile instead of a smile. Suddenly, they wished they passed out immediately. Never wake up again. Mo Xiao, we meet again. Tang Tianyu squatted on the ground and said faintly to Mo Xiaodong, who was full of blood. His tone did not contain the slightest anger. If others didn't know the situation, he thought he was chatting with a good friend. You guy, do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Looking at Tang Tianyu coldly, Mo Xiaodong really wanted to kill this guy alive. He really didn't expect to fight. He was beaten if he failed. This kind of speechless humiliation almost made him blow his lungs. Until now, I'm still loading garlic here. Tang Tianyu didn't talk too much nonsense with him, and directly reached out and pulled him up from the ground, then raised his slap, and slapped him on Mo Xiaodong's face with just one slap. Mo Xiaodong's face hurt, and he turned around in a circle and fell back. Do you dare to hit me? After turning a circle or two, Mo Xiaodong fell to the ground, suddenly raised his head, looking at Tang Tianyu in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he didn't believe anyone dared to hit him. After being slapped, Mo Xiaodong was very embarrassed. The beautiful and flowing hair that was originally designed was turned into a chicken coop at this moment, which is more miserable than a beggar. All right? I'm the one who beat you. Tang Tianyu stepped forward again, pulling his collar with his left hand, slapped him a few times with his right hand, and slapped him fiercely with his right hand. Suddenly, Mo Xiaodong's original clean, white face became red and swollen, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and even a few teeth were knocked out. What a shame! What a shame! He has never been beaten, never. Even if he was his father, if he accidentally made a mistake, he would only scold a few words softly at best, but he had never beaten himself. Not to mention, like this, he was slapped severely on the cheek a few times, and his cheek was swollen. Tang Tianyu's doing this was a complete insult to him from the bottom of his heart. Mo Xiaodong was really angry at this moment. The anger in his heart seemed to burn all of H County. If his eyes could kill people, I am afraid that Tang Tianyu, who did this to him just now, would have been smashed by him a long time ago. Divided. He vowed that as long as he could get out, he would torture that guy to death by the craziest means. Obviously, Tang Tianyu clearly saw the madness and unwillingness in Mo Xiaodong's eyes. I'm afraid he will kill himself as soon as he catches the opportunity. But since Mo Xiaodong has hired thugs www.readaloud.com to mutilate himself, then they have become mortal enemies, and there is no room for relaxation. You can only fight to death and death. In this case, it is better to completely solve this trouble from the beginning, fierce and decisive. That is the excellent quality possessed by Tang Tianyu, who has inherited the memory of Whitebeard. No matter what kind of background this Mo Xiaodong has, no matter what kind of official second generation he is, he can't think that this has never happened. Even Tang Tianyu thought of directly erasing Mo Xiaodong from this world, but this may be a bit abrupt. After all, once Mo Xiaodong disappears, the shock will definitely not be small, even if Mo Xiaodong's family may not be. I know he did it, but I'm not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Furthermore, if he still wants his parents and sister to live and develop in peace in the country, he can't easily erase Mo Xiaodong, and he has to abide by the necessary rules of the game. After all, he is not a pirate like Whitebeard, he can go wherever he wants, and the Navy government can't help them. This again made Tang Tianyu feel a little helpless. It is a joy to be contented and enmity, but it is impossible for him not to care about the situation of his relatives and their feelings. But even if Mo Xiaodong is not erased, it is actually not a difficult thing for him to settle this matter. Sometimes, there are really too many things in the world that are more terrible than death. Mo Xiaodong is very good, at least in H County, he has a great background and a great future, but the power that Tang Tianyu possesses is not what ordinary people can imagine. Even if Mo Xiaodong can't be erased, he only needs to control some of the others' handles, and some handles that can ruin this guy as long as they are revealed, then I believe it will be difficult for this young master to jump out of his palm. And this is probably more uncomfortable for him than killing him. Chapter 42, Dog Leg. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu showed a weird smile on his face, and the bald super who was lying on the ground suddenly felt a gloomy wind blowing, and his whole body shuddered. Boy, don't mess around. You have to know, I am a mad dog person. If you offend me, you are better off living than death. The bald-headed Chow saw Tang Tianyu's weird expression, and his heart was immediately cold. Halfway, he hurriedly threatened, for fear of what the demon in front of him wanted to do to him. But before he could finish speaking, his bald head suddenly realized that his whole body was suddenly empty, and his neck seemed to be pinched by a large iron pliers. When he saw it clearly, the bald-headed super was shocked to find that Tang Tianyu, who was originally more than 2 meters away from him, was already close at hand. Tang Tianyu's seemingly thin right hand had choked his neck at some point, like iron pliers, tightly entangled his neck. No matter how hard he pushed or slapped, he couldn't get rid of it. Not only that, Tang Tianyu's arm was like a triangle, lifting him up, pressing it firmly against the wall behind him, and lifting it up bit by bit until his feet couldn't be touched no matter how much they kicked to the ground. A strong sense of suffocation swept through, and it became stronger and stronger, making him breathless. Is this guy a monster? The bald super, who was originally a gangster leader, was actually frightened. Only now has he clearly felt that why none of the 7 or 8 gangsters could be dealt with by him. He is not a human, absolutely not a human. How can there be such a terrible person in the world? Being pinched like this, according to scientific research, your heart will stop beating in about 40 seconds to 1 minute. Now 10 seconds have passed. Do you have any last words to say now? Tang Tianyu leisurely said that even though his current strength is about twice as strong as ordinary people, it is more than enough to deal with a gangster who has been frightened. My boss is a mad dog. There are at least 1,000 thugs. If you do anything to me, your whole family must be buried with me. Bald Super struggled desperately, but the more he struggled, the more powerless he felt. 18 seconds have passed. Tang Tianyu sneered coldly, but he was just a little bastard, and even now he dared to go with me. The strength in his hands became more fierce. Tang Tianyu, let's ignore the predecessors and be friends, how about? With me covered, I guarantee that you will never be bullied in this place in H County. The bald head is super weak, although it still can't save the face of being the boss of the underworld. But speaking, the voice is obviously softer. 25 seconds. Seeing that bald super had already started rolling his eyes, even foaming at the mouth, Tang Tianyu still did not let go, without any expression on his face. Tang Tianyu, I was wrong, you let me go, I promise I won't dare to trouble you again. Seeing that Tang Tianyu really had a murderous intent, the bald-headed super Fang Buddha hurriedly gave in, his body was already trembling. 35 seconds. Tang Tianyu's voice came out again like a ghost. No, please, let me go, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Seeing Tang Tianyu still refused to let go, the bald-headed heart suddenly fell into the cold water basin, and at the same time, a strong sense of fear swept through, tears came from his eyes, and the cry was hoarse. Pity a cruel underworld, murderous guy, was actually frightened and cried on the spot. The fear of death came to him like a tide, almost overwhelming him. Tang Tianyu knew that the fire was almost over when he saw it. He loosened his hands and made a bang, and his bald head was very close to the wall and fell to the ground. The bald head was sitting on the ground super weakly, panting desperately, his body was still trembling slightly, and even a wet patch could be clearly seen in the crotch. His eyes were full of panic, and he obviously hadn't recovered from the close-to-death experience just now. Although he had contaminated several lives under his hands, it didn't mean that he was not afraid of death. Death is always the most mysterious thing for mankind, especially at the moment when it is close to death. Almost no one can feel not panicked, so the bald head is super scared to pee. It is not unusual at all. Slowly, Bald Super's spirit recovered, and then the eyes that looked at Tang Tianyu were filled with astonishing awe. What is going on with this kid? It's even more cruel than me, a genuine underworld. If he hadn't begged for mercy in time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation, and choke himself to death on the spot. That kind of indifferent expression, that kind of attitude that regards life as nothing, as if his hands had already been stained with the blood of countless lives. Is this guy really a monster? Bald Super had no idea how many times he had made this sigh today, and he couldn't help feeling a trace of regret in his heart. He sighed secretly, knowing that he shouldn't come today. Do you want to die or live? Tang Tianyu asked indifferently, looking at the bald-headed Chow lying on the ground and the driver who was pretending to be dead. I want to live, I want to live. Bald Chow said hurriedly, but he cursed in his heart, damn, if there is a choice, who the will die? Standing talking bastard. And Huang Lao San, who was pretending to be dead on the side, immediately struck a spirit, knowing that he could no longer pretend, and quickly got up. He just clearly saw how this demon dealt with his boss. He absolutely never expected that the boss of the steel-like man would be frightened and cry by this demon. It was too horrible. If he hesitated for a while, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com would not know what cruel methods would be used to deal with him. This boss, I are just eating food, I have no intention to deal with you at all. These are all done by Shaved Super and Mo Shao, and they are all done by them. My business. I'm just a soy saucer. Huang Lao San was so nervous that his tongue was knotted, and he looked at Tang Tianyu with a look of trepidation. Regardless of whether he had something or not, he used his brain to push everything to the bald super. At the moment, the bald head was super listening, and there was a burst of fire. His eyes sparkled at Huang Lao San, and his anger rushed out of his forehead. His entire cheek was flushed red, and his heart was secretly angry. Huang Lao San, this one eats inside and out. The dog stuff, it's in vain that I usually treat you so well. If you have what I eat, you will definitely drink it, and I betrayed me at a critical moment. Alas, in these years, none of the underworld actors are morally righteous. Huang Lao San was glared at by his bald head, and felt a panic. After all, his bald head had a deep prestige, but when he looked at a pair of unpredictable Tang Tianyu, his heart was calmed down immediately. Righteousness, but this monster is too abnormal, not human beings can resist, for the sake of a small life, I can only wrong you first. However, Tang Tianyu was very satisfied when he heard it. Although he was a bit shameless of Huang Lao San's person, but dog legs also have the function of dog legs. Isn't Huang Lao San? Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I won't do anything to you. Tang Tianyu walked over, patted Huang Lao San on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Thank you boss, thank you boss. Huang Lao San was shocked all over, and then like a chicken pecking rice, he nodded and bowed, lowered his eyebrows pleasingly, and looked loyal. But he thought tremblingly in his heart, damn, how can this master laugh more terribly than when he doesn't laugh? Chapter 43, Photograph. Late at night, safe lane. Lao Huang, go take off all their clothes. Tang Tianyu casually pointed at the 7 or 8 gangsters, Bald Chow and Mo Xiaodong who fell on the ground. Yes, boss. At this time, Huang Lao San seemed to have turned into the most loyal dogleg, nodded, without any doubt, looked righteous and awe-inspiring, and then walked towards the people who fell on the ground. I'm sorry, boss, don't blame me, it's all forced by the situation. Huang Lao San said apologetically to the bald-headed Chow who fell on the ground, but his work did not stop at all. Just like Pao Dingji knew, it seems that he stripped all the clothes of the bald super neatly, not even letting go of the underwear. The bald head is so angry. If it wasn't for his body to be very weak and unable to move, he would have jumped up and beat Huang Lao San severely. This listened to this devil so much. Seeing him like this, he couldn't wait to confess Tang Tianyu as his father. Whatever the situation is, it's bullshit. When he started to work, it was a sharp, and the expression on his face was excited, as if he wanted to do this kind of thing a long time ago. Damn, what makes him feel awkward the most is, usually asking him to do things is always procrastinating, and often bargaining, as if someone owes him millions. But now, you work faster than a traitor, you don't need to be tortured to extract a confession at all, you just surrender to the enemy, and you seem to be very happy. Who is the boss? Why was I so blind that I chose him as his subordinate? At this moment, the bald head was lying on the ground very naked, covering the private place with his hands, thinking with grief and anger on his face. Ignoring the sad reminder of Bald Chow, Huang Lao San casually threw the Bald Chow's clothes aside, and then walked towards Mo Xiaodong with a stern expression on his face. Suddenly, Mo Xiaodong was like a frightened little daughter-in-law, shrank and said with some horror, "You, what do you want to do? You, don't mess around, don't mess around." Huang Lao-san smiled, and said trivially, "Mo Xiao, don't worry, close your eyes, it will be over soon." After speaking, he put his magic hand into Mo Xiaodong. Although Mo Xiaodong struggled hard, he was now crushed like a pig by Tang Tianyu, and his body didn't have any strength at all. How could he withstand the strong Huang Lao-san? Therefore, Mo Xiaodong was quickly stripped naked by Huang Lao-san, revealing a toned figure, and a small earthworm. Suddenly, Huang Lao-san burst into laughter, laughing out of breath, "Ha ha ha ha, Mo Xiao, I can't think of you as a tall man, a chicken. The chicken is so small, it's really small chicken. Ha 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 ha. Damn, it's dysfunctional, I'm so ridiculous. I'm so ridiculous." Obviously the gangsters lying on the ground also noticed this scene. They all looked at Mo Xiaodong with weird faces. This guy has a good skin and is also very tall, but he didn't expect chicken to be so small, God. Sure enough, it's fair. If you open a door for you, you will close a window. But the bald super was relieved, no wonder Mo Xiao had to take Viagra every time he did that. That's how it happened. But chicken is so small, I am afraid that taking medicine will not work. Tang Tianyu also looked stunned, he didn't expect this kind of situation to happen unexpectedly, it is really the world's most amazing. His character that must be repaid must have been born from this. Thinking of this, almost everyone looked at Mo Xiaodong lying on the ground with sympathy. As a man, if the chicken is very small, inhumane, almost like an eunuch, even if you have great wealth and power, I am afraid I will not feel the slightest happiness. Facing the sympathetic gazes of everyone, the biggest secret in his body was exposed. Mo Xiaodong's face was blue and purple, and his heart was uncomfortable. He even had suicidal heart now. I really want to faint immediately and then wake up. Come over, others told him that this is just a dream. The regret in Mo Xiaodong's heart, his heart was dripping blood, he knew that he would not trouble Tang Tianyu. Not only did it not benefit the slightest, but he also caught himself, exposing his greatest secret, and became with the laughingstock. Is there anything more tragic than this? Lao-san Huang, don't laugh anymore, continue to finish the rest of the work. Tang Tianyu looked at the heavier and heavier night, it is too early now, if this matter is not handled as soon as possible, I'm afraid the family is asleep. When Huang Lao-san saw the master speaking, he panicked and stopped laughing quickly. He didn't dare to talk too much. After leaving Mo Xiaodong's clothes aside, he walked towards the thugs who fell on the ground. After a while, there were 7 or 8 naked men in Ping'an Lane. For a while, the sight of 10 naked men lying together was spectacular. Tang Tianyu looked at it and nodded, expressing his satisfaction. He picked up the bald-headed Super 4's smartphone, and made a tut, "Bald-head Super, I can't think of you as a bastard. You can even afford such a high-end jerk. Mobile phones, driving such a high-end car, I usually make a lot of unscrupulous money." The bald head gave a super smirk and dared not answer. His money did not come from a bright future. If you tell the truth, you still don't know how this demon will torture him? Seeing that the bald head didn't answer, Tang Tianyu didn't care. He fiddled with the smartphone in his hand and fumbled for a while. He opened the camera application inside, and then clicked, a white light flashed, and the phone appeared. A clear photo of 10 naked men lying together. www.readaloud.com. This kind of scene is very seductive. If you are seen by a male homosexual, you will definitely scream in excitement. With Mo Xiaodong seemed to think of something, hiding like a frightened little daughter-in-law, covering the little chicken with her hands, looking at Tang Tianyu in horror. Tang Tianyu, who was fiddling with the camera, couldn't help but frown, and said to Huang Laosan on the side, "You, go and hold Mo Xiaodong, let him take some poses." Huang Laosan smiled, and walked towards Mo Xiaodong with a look of lewdness. It seemed that he seemed very willing to do such a thing. "Come, come, raise your feet a little bit." "Yes, well, look a little more charming." "This is a little bit more, can I give some emotional investment?" "Leave your feet apart, what block you can block, I want to give your little chicken a close-up." "Don't be shy. You have to be professional." "Professional? Give me a pose." "Come on, puck out your mouth, laugh or laugh, don't look at it with lust emotional eyes, this is art." "Art. Understand. Understand." Although Mo Xiaodong struggled hard, under Huang Laosan's violence, he still did not escape the bad luck of being photographed, and was constantly forced to put up various photos that made him feel humiliating. Thanks to Huang Laosan, Tang Tianyu took hundreds of Mo Xiaodong's sexy pictures in succession. The contents are so wonderful that they are definitely not inferior to Guangzai's artistic photos. It's a 4's mobile phone with a resolution of up to 8 megapixels. The photos inside are really clear, and the shots are so vivid. Can I just say that I also have the talent of an artist? Tang Tianyu was very shamelessly flipping through the photos he had taken, and made a wicked smile. The photos in it were unlimited love. Chapter 44, Power is Regional. Kaka, kaka, kaka. White lights flashed continuously in the dim safe lanes. No one had expected that a brawl that had been good would have turned into a photo session, and it was still taking photos. The sad gangsters are constantly being forced to pose various inspirational poses. The most embarrassing thing is, they have to be emotionally invested. Damn, I have never seen such a bad guy. It is estimated that this group of gangsters will live in this life. We'll never forget what happened today. Okay, stop. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you very much. Tang Tianyu looked at the photos in his hand with satisfaction. He was so excited that he accidentally took 300 to 400 pictures. After hearing this sentence, the gangsters were all convulsed, and they kept cursing in their hearts, "Thanks. Thank you, sister. If it wasn't for you, Lao Tzu would have." Alas, it's too late to say anything now, it's done. Can this fact be changed? If you irritate the devil and spread these photos, your reputation will be ruined. So the gangsters all sat on the ground with a frustrated expression, very helpless. Especially Mo Xiaodong, he was already ashamed. Not only did he reveal his biggest secret tonight, but he was also photographed as evidence. Is there anyone more saddened than him? If there was not a trace of hatred for Tang Tianyu still left in his heart, I am afraid he would have gone crazy long ago. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaodong couldn't help revealing a trace of madness in his eyes. Damn, after Lao Tzu got out, he immediately found a few people to steal these evidences. As long as he didn't have these evidences, how could Tang Tianyu help me? I even dared to take pictures of Lao Tzu's naked body. It will be hard for me to dispel my hatred if I don't break his body into pieces. Tang Tianyu saw Mo Xiaodong's blood-red eyes, he knew that he hadn't given up the idea of revenge, and shook his head secretly. It was too naive. The enemy hadn't left yet, and he showed this look. Isn't this looking for death? It can only be said that his self-cultivation skills are too bad, and the city is not deep enough. If he is not lucky, there is an old man who is a county magistrate, he is just as shit. Unexpectedly, Tang Tianyu showed an inexplicable smile on his face, and said to him faintly, "Are you trying to say that as long as you steal the photo in my hand, you have no scruples and can take revenge on me at will?" Suddenly, Mo Xiaodong's face stiffened, and Tang Tianyu poked the biggest secret in his heart. He was a little flustered. He could only sneer, and then mixed in if he wanted to make a fight. How could it be possible? You have my handle, how could I retaliate against you? But he thought viciously in his heart, damn, true evil, can this still fail to read his mind? How could you guess my idea all at once? It's too abnormal. Hearing Mo Xiaodong's insincere remarks, Tang Tianyu smiled in his eyes and said weirdly, don't worry, I will take good care of these evidences. When I go back, I will immediately copy and paste dozens of copies, distributed to every corner, so no matter how powerful the thief is, it is useless. Mo Xiaodong suddenly choked. Damn, why didn't Lao Tzu think of this approach? This guy is too cunning. If he really does this, then no matter how powerful the thief he sends, it will be useless. Because even if you can steal a few copies, can you steal dozens of them? More importantly, you don't even know how many copies this guy copied and pasted. Ignoring Mo Xiaodong, who was already stunned, Tang Tianyu continued to attack. Perhaps you think that your father is the county magistrate and has great power. You can even say that you have the status of covering the sky with one hand in H County. But if you press me in a hurry. At the most, I just left H County, and there was no loss at all. Could your father's power be extended farther? But you are different. If these photos are exposed, your ruin may be a trivial matter, and more likely it will affect your father. If your father's position is removed, will your life be as comfortable as it is now? Those pig friends and dog friends who have been flattering you will still treat you as good as they are now? Think about it, my greatness few. Tang Tianyu's words were like a super bolt of lightning, severely smashing Mo Xiaodong's fragile mind to pieces, completely breaking his fragile shell, and shattering his all-time fantasy. Yes. It's right that his father is the county magistrate, and it's right that he has great power. However, that was only in County H. He was not even a fart when he went outside. If he were placed in ancient times, he would be just a ninth-rank sesame official. In the eyes of those with higher authority, it is just a joke, not worth mentioning. Everyone in the system knows deeply, power is regional. Even if you are a president, if you leave your own country, think about how many people will love him. Maybe some people will say something flattering on the surface, but if you really want to do something substantive, I'm afraid it's not possible. What's more, his dad is just the head of a small county. If Tang Tianyu really leaves H County, then he really has nothing to do. After all, his relationship is only useful in County H. If you go outside, who still treats him as an onion? At that time, he could only watch Tang Tianyu happily outside, but he could not do anything about it. What frightened Mo Xiaodong the most was that he had nothing to do with Tang Tianyu, but Tang Tianyu had a way with him. As long as Tang Tianyu posted these photos on the internet, he would probably detonate the internet directly. At that time, he will really live in a humiliating environment all his life, and there is absolutely no way to raise his head to be a man. Moreover, his dad is not a coverall in H County, and there are many political enemies. If such a scandal occurs, his dad's opponents will definitely use these to make a fuss. If he works harder, maybe his dad's position will really be taken down. Wasn't there an incident a few years ago? There was a lot of noise on the internet. Although the fool's background was very hard and he barely suppressed the matter, the fool's dad, it is estimated that he will not be promoted in the future. Slowly, he will definitely be transferred. In some more marginal positions, you can only eat and wait for death in the future. And Mo Xiaodong knew very well that the reason why he had such a beautiful life was only because his father was the county magistrate. If his father's glory is no longer, then his pig friends and dog friends may be the first to leave him, and those who often surround him will definitely disappear completely. Thinking of this, when the two were compared, even a fool would know what to do. Of course, Mo Xiaodong was not a fool, he was much smarter than the average person, and suddenly thought of the point of the matter. Damn it! Mo Xiaodong couldn't help feeling aggrieved for a while, thinking that not only could he not retaliate www.readaloud.com but also have to offer delicious food to this uncle, his heart was very crooked. But what can you do? When you came to the underworld, didn't you see that 7 or 8 gangsters were knocked down by him in an instant? It is estimated that there will be a few more, and there will only be food delivery. He just wanted to come up with an official method, but if people don't play with you, they just run away. What can you do with me? Damn, this Tang Tianyu is a hedgehog, untouchable or untouchable. Therefore, he can only admit that he is unlucky. It's rare that I really committed a crime in my previous life. How could I get into such a monster? Mo Xiaodong thought sadly. Don't worry, as long as you don't make some stupid actions, we won't be offending the river in the future. You can still sit down in a stable position, Tang Tianyu said aloud as if seeing some of Mo Xiaodong's worries. Mo Xiaodong nodded, and reluctantly gave up the idea of revenge against Tang Tianyu in his heart. In fact, what can be done if he doesn't compromise? The initiative is already in the hands of others, and now he is the meat on Tang Tianyu's cutting board, he can cut it as he pleases. Is he really going to have a dead fish? Are you kidding me? The so-called porcelain does not touch pottery, he is a second-generation official who has a promising future. No worries about food and clothing, a bright future, and flattering people everywhere. Beautiful women often rush up like moths to the fire. They are the pride of the sky. Are you guilty of making jokes about your future? But Tang Tianyu is different. He is just an ordinary family, Diozi. Even if he smashes with you, his loss is not big, at best, he just lives in another place. Therefore, Tang Tianyu was not afraid that Mo Xiaodong would come and be ruthless. Do you want to play? Come on and see who will die first. Niang Zipai, people who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes and want to play tricks. Isn't Lao Tzu afraid that you won't make it? Chapter 45, Voting Certificate. Then can I go? Although Mo Xiaodong was so crooked, he had to say to Tang Tianyu with a strong smile, but he didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. If he stays here a little longer, maybe the demon in front of him will use any other methods, so it's better for him to leave early. Tang Tianyu looked at Mo Xiaodong with a faint smile. After seeing that Mo Xiaodong was a little hairy, he slowly said, "Well, you can go now." When Mo Xiaodong heard this, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if the big stone that was pressing on him had been removed. His expression was extremely relaxed. Could he finally leave this demon? He didn't talk much, put on his clothes quickly, and walked into the small alley without looking back. It was just a slip of effort, and Mo Xiaodong could not be seen. Fuck, kid boy. When things happen, I run faster than a rabbit. Bald Super looked at the direction where Mo Xiaodong was disappearing, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Lao Tzu. The bald head spit on the ground in super annoyance, but he was helpless. Although Mo Xiaodong is a dude, his father is an out-and-out old fox. If he offends him, he won't even think about running his own business anymore, and his life may not be so satisfactory. This is the sorrow of the underworld gangsters, who can only deceive the good and fear the evil. Once you are unlucky and meet a slightly stronger politician, you may be unlucky and precarious. However, after seeing Mo Xiaodong running away, Bald Chow's mind began to liven up. He picked up the clothes on the ground and wanted to take advantage of the protection of the night to escape from this place. As soon as Bald Super left, Huang Lao San seemed to have discovered the new world, and shouted desperately, "Boss, boss, Bald Super wants to escape, he wants to escape. Damn! This dog that eats inside and out." The Bald Super heard Huang Lao San's yelling, and his heart was cold. When he was selected as his subordinate, Lao Tzu had suffered the blood mold for 8 lifetimes. Huang Lao San didn't feel embarrassed at all, but he knew how he would end up if he escaped with a bald head. He would definitely be worse off than life. In this case, it is impossible for him to let Bald Chow escape so easily, so he has been staring at Bald Chow's actions. This is a matter of his life, and he must not be careless. "Oh, I wanted to run away before I let you go." Didn't I just teach you enough? Tang Tianyu's faint voice came over, as if he didn't have the slightest anger. However, after hearing this sentence, the bald head was like falling into an ice cave, his body seemed to be enchanted, and he was frozen in place, and then he turned his head like a robot and stammered. Said, You brother, I'm not. Tang Tianyu did not listen to Bald Chow's sophistry. A shave appeared in front of him instantly, grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and firmly pressed Bald Chow, and said, Let you taste the 1,000 knives. You will know how precious life is after a while. Wan Ants poke God's finger. This is a vicious technique created by a master torture, a confession on the Whitebeard boat. All captured prisoners will be handed over to this master for interrogation. In his long sailing career, almost no one can face this exercise. With support, even a man of iron will be tortured in an unskilled manner. What? In an instant, his bald head was so painful that his whole body was trembling, and he deeply tasted the soul-eating taste of 10,000 ants. Every inch of his skin, every nerve, there were bursts of unbearable tingling, every piece of his body. The muscles trembled uncontrollably. That look is even crazier than when those lepers attacked. Every second, he felt as if his whole body had been pierced by a needle, and every inch of his skin was being tortured by this torture. The time was as long as a century. At this time, Bald Super could deeply feel what a thorn is. Pain, what is life is better than death, what is life is precious. The torture of 3 knives and 6 holes, skin cramps and the like on those roads, compared to this torture, is like a child's house. It is not worth mentioning, it is simply weak. It didn't take long for the Bald Super to collapse, completely collapsed. No one can withstand the sharp pain like the soul-eating of 10,000 ants. Even a strong Bald Super cannot withstand this kind of torture like 1,000 swords, even if it only takes more than 10 seconds. With a bang, his bald head fell to the ground, his whole body was trembling slightly, his mouth was foaming, his face pale, and a person who was originally very strong had lost more than a dozen caddies at this time, just like a skeleton. So horrible! The gangsters swallowed hard and looked at Tang Tianyu, who was expressionless, with a look of horror. This guy is really a devil. They only saw Tang Tianyu just point his finger on Bald Super, and Bald Super turned into this ghost. Is this a demon technique? Is this something human can do? Tang Tianyu's weird technique completely frightened this group of gangsters. The gangsters who had some thoughts about Tang Tianyu in their hearts immediately extinguished the thoughts in their hearts, and did not dare to make any more small movements. Are you kidding me? Can humans fight against such demons? This is the only thought this group of gangsters have in their minds now. Huang Lao-san was even more fortunate. Fortunately, I knew the current affairs and became his subordinate first. Are you still alive? Tang Tianyu faintly said to the bald head, who fell to the ground and groaned in pain. The bald head listened to this sound like a nightmare, too scared to groan again, for fear that this demon would have even more terrifying methods to use on him. After such an encounter, he was completely afraid of Tang Tianyu. It was too horrible. People who have not experienced all of this can never imagine the kind of pain that exceeds the limit of human pain, the kind of nightmare that even if you want to die, you can't die. It's like being in the deepest hell. You, brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I won't dare to fight against you anymore. If you don't remember the villain, you will treat the little one as a fart and let it go. The bald head was super weak and begged for mercy, and said in a choked voice, it seemed that this vicious gangster had completely collapsed. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'm still a good person in essence. As long as you write a voting certificate obediently, I will let you leave safe and sound. Tang Tianyu said. Really? As long as you write this thing, you will let us leave. The bald head is so excited that he can hardly extricate himself. He is now willing to pay any price, even life, as long as he can leave this as soon as possible. Demon! That's right, as long as you write a name for betraying your boss Mad Dog, I will let you go, and we will not offend the river in the future. Tang Tianyu smiled and said to them, that smile was like a devil. It looks like to trick ignorant humans into signing a series of unequal contracts. The gangsters are silent, but they know that as a boss, the most annoying thing is betrayal. And their boss Mad Dog is an outstanding representative among them. There is only the wrong number one in the world, and there is no wrong nickname. As the name suggests, dogs are loyal, but they also hate betrayal the most. Once there was a subordinate who embezzled 100 yuan because he was carrying him, but he was in public by him, enforced the family law, and beaten to death. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for a Mad Dog to tolerate any betrayal by any of his subordinates. There is only one way for him to deal with the traitor: kill. If they sign this certificate, it means they are completely tied to Tang Tianyu, because if this agreement is leaked, then the Mad Dog in H County will definitely tear them to pieces. There is absolutely nothing. Any accidents? What's the matter? Don't you want to write this voting certificate? Tang Tianyu's face was immediately covered with frost, and an astonishing murderous aura emerged from the hesitation of this group of bastards. Whitebeard is a ruthless man who crawled out of the sea of dead bones. How amazing is his murderous look! Even in the world of One Piece, where the strong are like clouds, if there is no certain strength, there is no way to stand in front of him and speak. Not to mention, these fighting powers are only 5 dregs. In an instant, the gangsters seemed to feel that as if a wind that was colder than the Siberian wind was blowing, the temperature in the safe lane dropped several degrees. Panic. An uncontrollable panic surged in their hearts, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Their bodies couldn't move at all. They couldn't even speak, as if the brain had issued a closed command on its own. Instinct forces control of the body. Will be killed. The gangsters were surprised to discover at this time that betraying the Mad Dog is at best a death, but if you violate the demon in front of you, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is very difficult even to die. We are willing, we are very willing, the gangsters said in unison, for fear that they might suffer unpredictable consequences if they hesitate to answer for a while. As soon as the words were uttered, the gangsters felt as if they were a few kilograms lighter, and the panic disappeared. If they weren't trembling all over, they might think it was a dream. So horrible! Is this guy really a devil? The gangsters looked at Tang Tianyu with horror. Ignoring the feelings of these gangsters, Tang Tianyu took out a dozen sheets of white paper from his school bag and asked each of them to write down the name certificate and sign his name. Half an hour later, Bald Chow, Huang Lao-san and the 8 thugs all wrote their names, stamped their handprints, and signed their names. Tang Tianyu took a satisfied look, and then collected them one by one. Tang Tianyu saw the bald-headed Chow, and chuckled lightly, and then said, "Okay, bald-headed Chow, you guys go slowly. Do you want me to see you?" "No, thank you." Bald Chow quickly refused. He didn't want to be with Tang Tianyu for a moment. Who knows if this demon will change his mind and plan to fix them again. All in all, this time he was completely planted too thoroughly. Not only did not hit Tang Tianyu, but also completely fell into his hands. Now he can only ask God to worship Buddha, and only hope that Tang Tianyu will not reveal these handles, so that Bald Super will be extremely grateful. "You're welcome, then I won't send you off." Tang Tianyu didn't care about the bald-headed Chow, who was full of grey and decadent expressions, just waved his hand modestly, and stood in place with a calm smile. If this scene falls into the unknowing eyes, I am afraid it will really make people mistaken for a good friend to see him off. Chapter 46, The Mock Test is Coming. P.S. Thanksgiving is here. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Some people say that gratitude does not require a reason, but I want to say that gratitude must have a reason. Therefore, I would like to thank all readers and friends for their collection and read votes. I really appreciate it very much. Here I would also like to thank the girl MM for her reward. She let me know that this book is still liked by many people. Thanks again to the girl both hands bowed, thank you. In an instant, 2 weeks passed. Since Mo Xiaodong was severely taught by him that night, he never appeared in front of Tang Tianyu again. And because the review of the senior year was very tense, the surrounding students gradually forgot about the basketball game that day, and he actually had no friends, so Tang Tianyu's life also returned to the past calm. For the past 2 weeks, Tang Tianyu has been practicing the 6 navy poses in the park unremittingly, and he can clearly feel that his body is gradually and rapidly filling up like a balloon. Looking in the mirror every day, I can also find that my cheeks are beginning to feel a little sensual, and the pale complexion has also become a little rosy. The height is also like taking hormones. It has grown to 1.65 meters, barely keeping up with the height of people of the same age, at least not being called a dwarf. More importantly, after these days of practice, he has increased his strength to 10 powers, almost the same strength as a third-class soldier. With a punch, even a 1 centimeter thick steel plate will be beaten in half. What surprises him most is that it seems that the strength of the body also drives the growth of mental power, and the ability of his own devil fruit has also been greatly improved. The range of vibration control is at least 30 meters away, and the strength of the vibration is at least the glass can easily be shattered. The sunlight in the morning is mild, and it seems so peaceful when it shines into the classroom from the window. It is morning reading time, the students in the class are actively reciting, and the classroom is full of noise. However, there are some exceptions. For example, Tang Tianyu and Fatty, they are reading the book quietly, not participating in this lively scene. Suddenly, the fat man turned his head and asked suspiciously, "Hey! God, what happened to you recently? Why have I felt that you are mysterious and a little abnormal these weeks? You usually take notes in class and hand in homework honestly, but I haven't seen you doing these things in the past 2 weeks. Every day I just go through the textbooks there and read the exercises. It feels weird, are you? Give up." He was really surprised by Tang Tianyu's behavior these days, as if his whole person seemed to have changed since he was injured once. It's not that it's getting worse, it's that it's getting better, and it's outrageous. Tang Tianyu, who was supposed to be a basketball idiot, actually led his class to win the first class. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. What surprised him even more was that the former Tang Tianyu was always conscientious, with a weak look, and very unassuming. Even if he did something outstanding, I am afraid that others would not put him in the eyes. However, Tang Tianyu's eyes are full of firmness, unquestionable, and he exudes absolute self-confidence. The lines between the lines reveal the arrogance that doesn't put anyone in his eyes. The feeling is like that high God disdain to care about with ants in general. It's incredible. Although people are fickle, how can they become so fast and so dazzling? The fat man is puzzled. Has something happened recently? Like being in love? No, I just figured out some things recently, so I changed my previous study plan. Don't worry, I will never give up. Tang Tianyu said with a smile. The fat man listened and didn't ask any more questions. Although the two of them are good friends, it doesn't mean that they should talk to each other about everything. Keeping their privacy is good for both parties. Didn't they have a lot of secrets? What's more, your friends have become better than ever. Is it a bad thing? So he didn't delve into this matter anymore. As long as he knew that Tang Tianyu was not confused, he was relieved. Tingling bell. The bell rang for the first class in the morning. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing black frame glasses, holding a pile of math materials in his hand, strode into the classroom, and the whole classroom suddenly became quiet. The middle-aged man's name is Wu Zhong, and he is the math teacher of their 6th class, and also their head teacher. He is their immediate boss. Speaking of this, I have to say that the prestige of his head teacher is still good. Although he is very strict with students, coupled with his notoriously rigid face to students, no one will particularly like him. However, when students in other classes clashed with his own class, Wu Zhong said nothing. Regardless of whether he was reasonable or not, he first maintained the extremely short-term character of favoring the students in his own class, which made his prestige in the whole class very strong, very popular with classmates. Standing on the podium, Wu Zhong looked around for a week. He cleared his throat after the sound below was completely quiet, and said loudly, "The day after tomorrow is the first mock exam in Stone City. This time the exam is extremely important and the invigilator is very strict. I hope everyone can take this exam seriously and strive for a good result." Suddenly, there was a wailing in the classroom. "Oh my God, the exam is coming so soon, and it's still such an important exam. We only finished the monthly exam last month. Oops, I haven't reviewed it yet. So hastily, I'm dead. I heard that the exam is very difficult. Even a student with a good grade may miss it. It seems that I have to review all night for these 2 days. Why do students have such a big reaction? In fact, there is a reason. This is because Shita City is a prefecture-level city, and H County happens to be within the jurisdiction of Shita City. This mock exam is basically taken by all schools in the Shito City area, so the gold content is very high. Height of. More importantly, this mock test is a mock question jointly launched by hundreds of high schools in the city. The content of the test is very close to the college entrance examination, so the results this time reflect your college entrance examination results to a large extent. Well, it basically means that there is no hope for your college entrance examination. Of course, there may be some nervous students who perform abnormally, resulting in low scores, but for most students who perform normally, it is still a very accurate data. Even if there is a gap, it is only a dozen points. It is impossible. There will be too much deviation. Therefore, it is excuse for the students to be so nervous about such an important exam. In this regard, Tang Tianyu did not feel any fear, but wanted to try, because he had studied for so long and felt that he had made a lot of progress, but he still wanted to really check what level he had reached. When the college entrance examination in the future, he will also have a bottom in his heart. The time for the end of class came soon, and the whole classroom was clattering. God, do you have confidence in this mock test? Would you like me to go to your house at night to tuition for you? The fat man suggested to Tang Tianyu as he packed his books. No, I'm full of confidence for this exam. Don't be scared to pee when the time comes. Tang Tianyu smiled mysteriously and said to the fat man. The fat man is confused. Is this still what Tang Tianyu said at the end of the crane all the time? He can also understand how good basketball is. After all, he is playing physically. As long as he exercises hard, his basketball skills can still be greatly improved. But learning is different. Although it also requires diligence, comprehension and memory are also very important. Without these, it is difficult for your grades to be greatly improved. What's more, the time now is only 1 month away from the last exam. No matter how genius you are, is it possible that you can study for 3 years if you study for 1 month? Are you kidding me? If this is the case, then let us mortals live? Therefore, the fat man looked at Tang Tianyu suspiciously and said, God, don't cheat. I heard that the invigilation is very strict this time. The school leaders take it very seriously. If caught www.readaloud.com it will definitely be. Don't do this if you've been credited. When Tang Tianyu heard this, he was not annoyed, and snorted, Fatty, you don't know my character. If I really want to cheat, then I won't be able to go to the tail of the crane all the year round. When the fat man heard Tang Tianyu say this, he thought about it and he was right. In the past few years, Tang Tianyu really had countless opportunities to cheat. He even offered to ask Tang Tianyu to copy his test papers. He was rejected one by Tang Tianyu, saying that the cheating result was definitely not his grade. If such grades were known to their parents, they would not be half happy. Is it really unnecessary? It's rare for me to kindly help you with tuition. The fat man still asked unwillingly. Fatty, don't treat me with admiration for 3 days. Don't always look at this problem with the old eyes. Now I may have better academic performance than you. Tang Tianyu said defiantly. Go to hell, you dare to challenge the fat man with your performance on the tail of the crane. If your performance really surpasses me, I will ask you to eat for a month. The fat man was angry. Any word? Tang Tianyu asked deliberately. It's hard to chase a horse. Sure enough, the fat man couldn't stand the excitement, so he immediately agreed. With a pop, the two palms were slapped together, and the vow was agreed. But seeing Tang Tianyu, who is full of confidence, the fat man really feels a little frustrated. Damn, he is so confident. Isn't this guy really sure of defeating me? No. The fat man became more panicked the more he thought about it. I'd better review it in the past 2 days, or else I would be embarrassed by the ship overturning in the gutter. Poor fat man, he still doesn't know what kind of monster he has encountered. Tang Tianyu, who has the ability to remember his life, is simply a bug in the exam. Chapter 47, Make a Bet. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the first mock exam in Stone City soon arrived, and almost all the students looked nervous. This time the exam was extremely strict, and it was conducted completely in accordance with the college entrance examination model. It was single person and single table, and even the teachers were transferred from outside the school. The cameras hanging in the 4 corners of the classroom are all turned on around the clock, constantly rotating, monitoring the students' every move. The most abnormal thing is that each classroom is equipped with 4 teachers, walking back and forth, which feels like monitoring prisoners. If you are a cheating person, you will definitely feel that this exam is useless. However, Tang Tianyu is extremely confident in himself now. He doesn't rely on cheating to get high scores. To him, being strict or not, it really makes no difference. The first test is Chinese, and the time will be 150 minutes. If you do it faster, you will still have plenty of time. After getting the test paper issued by the invigilator, Tang Tianyu glanced at it, and immediately relieved. This kind of test paper has no odd questions and is completely based on the content of the college entrance examination. There are 4 multiple-choice questions in the front, which are all basic knowledge of words, pronunciation, and 6 sentences. The next is classical Chinese reading, and poetry appreciation, poetry dictation, and other topics. The most difficult one is reading comprehension. For Tang Tianyu, who has memorized this knowledge thoroughly, doing these topics is simply easier than eating. Brush. Tang Tianyu worked hard to write, and the standard answers fell in the test paper. After a short time, all the previous questions were completed, and only the composition was left. However, the composition is actually very simple. During this period of time, Tang Tianyu memorized more than a dozen excellent writing essays and thousands of excellent sample essays, and one of them happened to correspond to the theme of this composition. He just modified it a little bit, followed the main structure of the model essay, and embellished some beautiful sentences. In just half an hour, a beautifully written essay with gorgeous rhetoric was born. After finishing the test papers, Tang Tianyu sat bored in his seat. Due to school regulations, students were not allowed to hand in papers in advance, so he could only lie on the table in a daze. The exam in the afternoon came soon too. This time the exam was for mathematics. The exam time is 120 minutes, which is a relatively difficult subject, but it is nothing more than dozens of knowledge points back and forth, even the question type. No matter how you change, the foundation will not change. In the mathematics test paper for the college entrance examination, 120 points are more basic knowledge. If you have a solid basic knowledge of mathematics, you can basically get these scores, and the remaining 30 points are top-notch questions. The key to growing a distance is a more difficult topic. However, these days, Tang Tianyu spends the most time studying mathematics. He has read and done almost all the college entrance examination questions over the years. Although he does not have much confidence in the difficult questions, he has no great confidence in the basic knowledge of mathematics. He is more confident than anyone else. After the test papers were issued, formulas appeared on the white draft paper, and the data was listed on the draft paper, and the answers were calculated one by one. Before long, Tang Tianyu finished all the 10 multiple-choice questions and 4 fill-in-the-blank questions in the front of the test paper. He basically scanned the remaining big questions. He felt that the difficulty was not too big, but the calculation was a little cumbersome. A little. He breathed a sigh of relief. It took nearly an hour. Tang Tianyu filled the entire answer sheet with dense answers. After he finished answering, he took the time to look at it, and he was still thinking about it. My classmates felt a sense of superiority in my heart, and I really became very strong. With the ringing of the jingle bell, the time for the math test is over. Tang Tianyu packed up his stationery and walked out of the classroom quickly. There are still 2 subjects to be tested tomorrow. He has to go home and have a good rest. The next day's time came soon. The next 2 subjects, Wenshu and English, are all memorable subjects. This is Tang Tianyu's strength. Therefore, he walked into the examination room without any worries. Sure enough, as soon as he got the comprehensive test paper, Tang Tianyu knew that there was no problem at all in the exam. He clearly remembered all these knowledge points. The knowledge was printed in his mind like 3D pictures, lifelike. This it felt like copying it with the information book, which made him feel a little embarrassed. I'm doing this, isn't it a bit too shameless? Hey! Tang Tianyu thought a little bit nasty in the boredom of the exam. For the English test in the afternoon, it will not be a problem. In addition to listening a bit hard, other closes, reading comprehension, English composition, to Tang Tianyu, it is as simple as reading Chinese. No way. After listening to English listening, Tang Tianyu glanced at the test paper casually, and then filled in the answers directly like plagiarism. It took 10 minutes to finish all these English questions. This time, although the details of some subjects were not handled very well, there was no problem with the top 10 in the total score. Tang Tianyu thought very confidently. He lay on the table and slumbered, waiting for the ringtone of the end of the exam. Tingling bell. The bell rang at the end of the exam, and Tang Tianyu packed his school bags and left the classroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he saw the fat man walking down the second floor. Fatty. Tang Tianyu said hello to Fatty. How did you get on this exam? The corners of the fat man's mouth raised slightly. Although he was very proud of him, he still said pretentiously, no, the question is so difficult this time. I guess I didn't get very good on the exam this time. Pretend, demo, just pretend to me. You didn't say that in any exam, but when the results came out, they were the top 3 in the class. Tang Tianyu despised the fat man's often pretending behavior. Ha, ha. The fat man was poked into the thoughts in his heart. He could only laugh a few times and said, God, how about you? How did the exam feel? What about this? Tang Tianyu paused on purpose, and then said, you will know when the time comes. God, don't have such a stubborn appetite. The fat man was attracted by Tang Tianyu's method of grabbing and playing, and his curiosity increased. At this time, Dai Jiaoming, the study member of the 6th class, happened to pass by here. After hearing the conversation between Tang Tianyu and the fat man, he looked at Tang Tianyu with disdain, helped his glasses, and let out a sneer. The tail of the crane is also worth discussing the results of this test. Don't dream. No matter how good your basketball is, what will happen? It's not the last one in the test. The fat man was angry and cursed loudly, we are discussing the problem. You rushed out and chirped, it's your shit. Are you jealous that God and Li Xian are getting better? It is necessary to be like a dog, barking everywhere. As soon as the call came down, Dai Jiaoming was so angry that the three corpses violently, pitying him, a standard nerd, how could he quarrel with a fat man who claimed to be a new century hooligan? Therefore, Dai Jiaoming could only open his mouth wide and hesitate. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word. His mouth seemed to be stuffed with a frog, and his face was green. Forget it, fat man, stop scolding, leave this to me. Tang Tianyu waved his hand and stopped the fat man who wanted to continue scolding Dai Jiaoming. Hearing this, the fat man calmed down immediately, and handed the matter to Tang Tianyu to deal with it. Tang Tianyu faintly looked at Dai Jiaoming, who was aggrieved, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and said, "Since you are not convinced, how about we come to make a bet?" "Hey!" Dai Jiaoming touched his head with a look of confusion. "Isn't it that you look down on my grades? Then let's compare someone with a higher total score. Whoever loses, please win the one who eats for a month. What do you think?" Tang Tianyu suggested. Dai Jiaoming hesitated. Although his family is considered wealthy, it does not mean that he is very rich. If you really invite Tang Tianyu to eat a one-month meal, you read www.yuyuganshu.com. I am afraid that all the pocket money in the past few years will be spent. After thinking about it for so long, are you afraid of losing to me? Tang Tianyu seemed to see Dai Jiaoming's hesitation and couldn't help but provoke. "What? I'll be afraid of losing to you, this crane tail? What's a joke? Since you want to treat me to a one-month meal, then I will fulfill you." Dai Jiaoming was angry. Although he usually has a very mild temper, this does not mean that he has no temper. You must know that even a clay figure has a 3-point anger. Tang Tianyu's provocation is like a rabbit dangling in front of the lion, bullying the lion and not daring to eat it. This is a naked provocation against the lion's authority. If this incident were spread out and he didn't dare to accept Tang Tianyu's learning challenge, then he would lose face in the future, and he would definitely be laughed at by his classmates to death. What's more, he is quite confident about his academic performance. In the class, apart from Monitor Li Xian and Fatty, no one is in his eyes. And which green onion is Tang Tianyu? This guy at the end of the crane all the year round, dare to provoke him by studying, is he downplaying him? The fat man on the side was stunned. This kind of scene seemed to have happened 3 days ago, and he was so irritated by Tang Tianyu that he made this bet. But why does he have so much confidence? Can the rabbit really defeat the lion? The fat man thought for a while, maybe the rabbit who took Hercules pills could do it. Looking at Dai Jiaoming in anger, Tang Tianyu snickered. He was a simple-minded guy who didn't know how to think about it. If I didn't have absolute self-confidence, how could I bet against you? Should I find some more takers? My appetite seems to have grown very fast recently. Hee. Tang Tianyu thought a little greedy. Chapter 48, Grade 1. 3 days after the mock exam, after the teacher's overnight correction, all the scores have been registered, and today is the time for the results to be announced. However, on this day, Tang Tianyu still came to the classroom at the same time as usual, and did not arrive early. After all, the grades were basically fixed. Even if you were nervous, it was useless. Tang Tianyu, today is the day for results. You will have to treat me to a one-month meal, don't regret it. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he heard Dai Jiaoming's very uncomfortable voice. Depending on the situation, he seemed to know his grades in advance through some relationships, and knew that he had done very well in the exam, so he walked over to show off his power. Tang Tianyu listened, smiled faintly, and said, "Oh, is it? The results have not come out yet, and no one knows what to do. You come to show off so early, are you, too happy too early? You. Dai Jiaoming was so angry that he couldn't even speak clearly. He pointed at Tang Tianyu with trembling fingers, unable to hold a word for a long time. Okay, when the results come out, you can be arrogant again. Now, you should go back and sit obediently. Tang Tianyu ignored Dai Jiaoming, who was so angry that he was smoking, and sat down on his seat and took it out. Materials to review today. Okay, I'll see when you are arrogant, it's just a small crane tail. Dai Jiaoming said with an annoyed smile. He secretly felt ruthless in his heart. When the time comes, the grades will come out. If I don't humiliate you severely in public, I will never wear the surname again. What is it? It's obviously poor grades, and there are still some big-tailed wolves over there. After seeing this scene, the fat man sitting on the side lowered his head and said in a low voice to Tang Tianyu, God, didn't you completely offend that guy? If you really lose, you may be ruthless by him. After a humiliating meal, there may be no room for maneuver at all. Although the fat man said that Tang Tianyu might lose, the expression and tone clearly said that you are determined to lose and there is no chance of winning. Tang Tianyu was not angry either, smiled mysteriously and deliberately teased, Fatty, don't worry, I will never lose. You still want to wait for noon. What do you want me to eat? Go to hell, Fatty, I will lose to you. Fatty laughed and cursed, but he was very strange in his heart. At this time, God is still so confident. Doesn't he know that after a while, the truth will come to light? Before the fat man thought about it for a moment, Wu Zhong, the head teacher, soon appeared at the door of the classroom. At first glance, he looked at Tang Tianyu. The feeling was especially weird, as if he had seen something incredible. However, that was only a moment. Wu Zhong's eyes didn't stop for a moment. He walked directly to the stage, and put a thick stack of test papers in his hand on the stage with a pop. Wu Zhong looked around with no expression on his face. After the classmates below were completely quiet, he slowly said, This is the first mock exam in Stone City, and the results of our class have come out. Having said that, he paused and continued, but the results of our class are very unsatisfactory. I hope everyone will work harder in the future and try to get a higher score. In an instant, the whole classroom was like boiling water, and the students were whispering to each other, all with a look of anxiety, for fear of hearing their bad grades. Quiet! Let me announce the results of this mock exam. Wu Zhong patted the podium and picked up the transcript in his hand. It looked like he was reading the imperial edict. The students below were all nervous and atmospheric. I didn't dare to exhale, the whole classroom was so quiet that I could hear clearly, even a needle dropped to the ground. The first place in the class, but also the first in the whole year, with 135 points in Chinese, 142 points in mathematics, 136 points in English, 282 points in literary comprehensive, and a total score of 695 points. Congratulations, Tianyu Tang. Sug. The classmates present all took a deep breath, and looked at Tang Tianyu, who was sitting in distress with surprised eyes. Is this guy going against this guy? This score is horrible, this is a score that can be the top pick. No, this is not the most terrifying thing, but that his total score in the last monthly exam was only 135, the last in the school, but this time the total score is 695, which is a full increase of 560 points. This is simply the history of the number 1 middle school in H County. The most powerful progress. Oh my god, I improved by 560 points, from the last place in the grade to the first place in the whole grade. Is this guy a monster? Damn, Tang Tianyu's grades have improved too fast, right? In just 30 days, he has improved so many points? Is this still a human? Isn't it a copy? Copied? This time it is a simulation of the college entrance examination test room environment, one person per table, there are cameras everywhere, where do you copy it? Even if he has the ability to copy, why didn't he copy it before? Maybe after he got on well with class leader Li Xian, under the nourishment of love, Tang Tianyu exploded with great potential, and his grades began to improve by leaps and bounds, and the speed of improvement was almost faster than riding on a rocket. Damn it, it seems that I am looking for a daughter-in-law to moisturize, and see if I can improve my grades. In short, there is everything in the class. Of course, they can't help but be shocked. Raising so many points at one time has caused a huge sensation throughout the school. Now Tang Tianyu has become the school's most famous news figure and will definitely be the teachers are regarded as models of learning and inspirational. The head teacher Wu Zhong barely squeezed a smile on his poker face, and said, "Dear students, please be quiet. Tang Tianyu's grades are absolutely true. After repeated certification by our teacher team, he has absolutely no suspicion of cheating. His grades are entirely the result of his own hard work, so please don't doubt his achievements." A total score of 695? It's not a big surprise. Tang Tianyu was only shocked, and he was completely back to normal. After all, he has experienced too many things now. A mock test result is not worth his move. However, the fat man was taken aback. Shit, is this kind of great human being able to pass the exam? No wonder God blessed him with confidence, he really didn't lose in justice. This kind of abnormal grades, even if he tried his best to review, I am afraid that he may not be able to get it. God, I really have you. Fatty, I am convinced that you can get this kind of score. It is too cruel. However, I would like to see how the study committee member Dai Jioming reacts now. I guess the expression is very exciting. Hee hee, said the fat man with a wretched look. At this time, Dai Jioming's face was absolutely green. When he learned of Tang Tianyu's achievements, his entire face changed 2, changed 3, and changed wildly, as if he had crawled out of a coffin. Dead. The first grade of the whole year. www.readaloud.com seems like a ear slammed on his face. His total score is only 620 points, which is a full 75 points difference from Tang Tianyu. This gap is simply a comparison between Jupiter and the Earth, not a contest of the same series. Wrong, there must be a mistake there. Dai Jioming would not believe that Tang Tianyu would get such a good result all at once. This guy, every time he took the test, he was the last one, the crane tail in the tail of the crane. But this time, the results were so good. Degree, is this a fantasy? He was blushing in ears when he remembered the way he went to show off his power just now. This is a face slap, pure, naked, and the bow is left and right. The left slaps the right slap and the right slaps his face fiercely. Harder than a slap. Impossible, this guy Tang Tianyu must be cheating. Looking at the report card in front of him, Dai Jioming suddenly shouted, "This rubbish! How can it be possible to get the first place in the whole grade? Dai Jioming, if you fail the exam, others will say that others cheat. You can cheat and be the first in the whole grade. Don't eat grapes and say grape sour. This will make everyone look down on you." Gao Ming accused Tang Tianyu of cheating, and Li Xian suddenly became angry. Although she was also very surprised why Tang Tianyu could get such a good result, but in any case, Tang Tianyu is her own toy, so Li Xian does not allow anyone to doubt him. "Sorry, I was so emotional." As soon as Dai Jioming saw the goddess speaking in his mind, his heart was cold. He lowered his head and looked at the report card with a frustrated expression. He fell. This time he really fell. Damn it, this time I was fooled by the Tang Tianyu. No wonder I bet against me so confidently. Oh, the pocket money that I have been storing for the past few years is almost gone. Chapter 49, Hidden Worries. The evening sun was orange-red, the setting sun fell below the horizon, and the orange-red sunlight spread to every corner of the earth, shining on people, and it seemed so quiet and peaceful. As soon as he stepped into the house, Tang Tianyu saw that the family had gathered around the dining table and was preparing to eat. "God, how did you take the first mock exam this time in Stone City?" When Father Tang saw Tang Tianyu coming back, he couldn't wait to ask questions. Mother Tang glared at her father fiercely and said in a low voice, "Patriotic, what are you talking about? Knowing the child's situation and still talking nonsense here, what do you want to do?" I didn't want to." Father Tang stuttered for a while after being glared at by his mother. "You still said it." Mother Tang raised her eyebrows, and she was about to go crazy. When Father Tang saw it, he knew he had made a mistake, so he didn't dare to speak any more, he could only lower his head and eat quietly. After giving her father a lesson, Mother Tang turned her head and said softly, "God, don't worry, it doesn't matter if the exam is not good this time. There are still a few months before the college entrance examination. As long as you continue to work hard, I'll definitely be admitted to a good university." When her younger sister Tang Xieying heard it, her little mouth woke up, she looked at Tang Tianyu with disdain, and muttered, "No matter how hard he tries, he still doesn't always take first place in the exam, hey, dead crane tail." Seeing the care of his parents, Tang Tianyu felt warm in his heart, as if there was a stream of heat flowing in his heart. If there are people in the world, even when you have nothing, you will always love you and will not despise you. I'm afraid it's only your parents. He vowed to let his parents live happily throughout his life, live in the best house, taste the most advanced food, and be respected by everyone. Tang Tianyu secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes so that no one would find out. Then he took out the transcript from his school bag, handed it to his mother, and said, "Mom, this is the transcript of my exam. Take a look." Mother Tang took the transcript from Tang Tianyu with her hand in doubt, glanced at it casually, exclaimed "Ah," covered her mouth with her hand, looked at the transcript in disbelief, her whole body was trembling violently. "Wife, what's the matter with you?" Father Tang jumped up when he saw the strange look of his mother, and quickly walked to her side, holding her body, for fear that something would happen to her. "Patriotic, look, look." Mother Tang held the transcript with trembling hands, and said in surprise, as if she had seen something incredible. Father Tang took the transcript handed over by his mother and looked at it. It read, 135 points in Chinese, 142 points in mathematics, 136 points in English, 282 points in essays, and a total score of 695 points. First in grade. Tang Tianyu. His heart seemed to be struck by lightning, and his whole body was twitching. Father Tang was dumbfounded. He thought he was so old and had experienced a lot of things. Basically, there was nothing to move him. Unexpectedly, this simple transcript, with only a few dozen words on it, suddenly scared him into speechlessness. It was as incredible as seeing Japan being destroyed by a nuclear bomb. God, you shouldn't be cheating anymore." Father Tang swallowed deeply and said this sentence with difficulty, but he didn't doubt it. This result is really amazing. It's so scary. Is this something that Tang Tianyu, who has always been in the tail of the car, can get it? Don't worry, Dad. You don't know my personality, this is a genuine result, and the teachers have already identified it. Tang Tianyu said with a smile on his face. Celebrate, this must be celebrated. We have a big meal tonight. Wife, you go out and buy some good food and come back, our family is going to have a grand dinner. Father exclaimed like a child with excitement. Okay. The mother said happily and quickly. After speaking, she went to the bedroom and took out her wallet, and then ran out happily. It is estimated that she must also show off with others. Seeing this scene, Tang Tianyu didn't stop it. You should congratulate yourself on the things you must have fun in life, and you should always be awkward. How awkward is that life? After eating and drinking, the family congratulated them with excitement, but for some reason, Tang Tianyu keenly discovered a hint of worry on the happy faces of his parents. In the dead of night, Tang Tianyu was awakened by night urine. When he walked through the bedroom with his sleepy eyes and past his parents' bedroom, he unexpectedly found that the lights were brightly lit inside, and his parents did not seem to be asleep. Looking closer, Tang Tianyu unexpectedly heard a sound coming from the bedroom. Patriotic, what can you do about this? God bless this child, his grades suddenly become so good, he will definitely go to university in the future, but the money at home is not enough. Through the door, Tang Tianyu can hear clearly mother's voice from the bedroom. My wife, what are you talking about? Since Tianyu's grades have become so good, then even if I smashed me to sell iron, I will send Tianyu to college. Tang's father said loudly, without any doubt. Patriotic, what you said is simple. God, you don't know why the appetite suddenly increased. The food cost of dozens of yuan a day has risen to a few hundred yuan. If this continues, our family will have to eat Northwestern. Can you ask God to eat less every day? God is now in the developmental period, eating more is nothing, I guess it may be the developmental period of God blessing, so my head suddenly resuscitated, and my height increased suddenly like taking hormones. www.readaloud.com. If the food is really cut off, the nutrition supply is not enough, maybe you have to get back to the original state. Do you want to kill the child for a lifetime? Hearing these words, my mother was silent for a while, and said hesitantly, then, what do you say? This is not good, that is not good, our family is not a rich family, and the restaurant business is not very good now. Good. Or, we agreed to Lao Shen's terms. We would have to sell this store for hundreds of thousands. With this money, we estimate that we can last a while. When God bless them after graduating from university, it's easy too. Father Tang hesitated and said. No, this shop is our lifetime effort, how can we sell it to others so easily? Mother said angrily when she heard it. Tang Tianyu couldn't hear the words after that, because his head had become a mass of mash, and his thoughts were numb. A deep guilt came to my heart. I didn't expect that I was so unfilial. During this period of time, I only thought about myself, and never considered the financial ability of my family. He knew that cultivating the 6 navy poses needed to absorb a lot of meat and a lot of energy, so as to ensure that the body's energy and blood were sufficient, otherwise, it might be life-threatening. However, eating a lot of meat every day costs too much money, and my family simply can't afford such a huge amount. If this continues, the whole family may be eaten by him. More importantly, the more you practice in the later stages, the greater your appetite will be. With such a small amount of money in your family, you can't afford the next practice. Therefore, the ancients said that you are poor in culture and wealth. If you don't have enough wealth, it is impossible to practice martial arts. It seems that starting from tomorrow, I have to think of a way to make money, and I can't always rely on my family. Tang Tianyu made up his mind secretly. Chapter 50, Sculpture. After returning to the room, Tang Tianyu lay on the bed, thinking constantly in his mind, how exactly should he get the first pot of gold in his life? Is he going to do business? Although most businessmen are from a business background, successful businessmen need excellent vision and timing. These two abilities are indispensable, otherwise they will only lose money. What's more, he is now a senior high school student approaching the college entrance examination and does not have much time to do business, so doing business is not a good choice. It seems that we need to find some quick way to get money. Tang Tianyu thought for a while. Buying a lottery ticket may be a good choice, but the chance of winning is too low. Winning the 5 million jackpot requires great luck. Not insured. In other words, gambling. Tang Tianyu had this idea again. But 10 gambling and 9 frauds, he is not a genius with amazing gambling skills. Therefore, gambling is better than robbing this promising job, and professional counterparts. If Tang Tianyu takes the shot, it is estimated that few people will be able to escape, guaranteeing success. However, although he could easily do this, and he did not have the slightest rejection of robbery. After all, Whitebeard is a big pirate. Killing and stealing treasures is a common thing. Tang Tianyu, who inherited the memory of Whitebeard, how could it be possible? Are you repelled by these things? But he makes money only to help his parents reduce the burden on the family. If it is all ugly money that can't be used at all, then the help to the parents is actually not great. After thinking about it for a long time, Tang Tianyu couldn't figure out a clue, nor did he find a good way to make money. After a long time, he let out a sigh, and thought to himself, it's really hard to make money. It seems that I should enter the memory of Baybeard first, and see if I can find some useful help in it. The memory in his mind, like a movie, kept flashing in front of his eyes, and after not knowing how long it took, Tang Tianyu suddenly exhaled, with a happy smile on his face. He finally found a way to make money. When everyone saw Whitebeard at first sight, they would think that he was exceptionally brave, unquiet, heroic, an indomitable hero, an absolute martial artist. However, what few people know is that the Whitebeard also has a delicate side. He is not a brash man who believes in power. In fact, he is also a great artist. However, what he is good at is not art such as piano, chess, calligraphy, poetry, but an art handed down from ancient times, stone carving. So what is stone carving? The shape, texture, and color of the stone contain not only the concrete image, but also the beauty itself. Use a carving knife to cut off the extra part of the stubborn stone, so that the beautiful image in it is naturally exposed and revealed. This is the stone carving. From ancient times to the present, among the countless art forms, probably none is older than stone carving, and no one can express people's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Decline. For Baybeard, the art of stone carving, after countless years of precipitation and training, can definitely be called a master-level figure, and he has long reached a state of superb quality. The few stone sculptures he created once spread to the market unintentionally, and immediately caused the world to exclaim. These works have been auctioned to hundreds of millions of Baileys on the black market. Of course, the reason why Baybeard likes stone carving is not so simple. In a boring voyage, Baybeard was very boring to carve the stone in his hand, but inadvertently, he suddenly found to his surprise, carving stone can actually improve himself. Mental power. In the world of One Piece, many people know that the only way to exercise spiritual power is meditation. However, after meditation exercise, the whole person will be very tired, because meditation exercise is to continuously use the mental power, consume to a bottom line, and then let the mental power recover on its own, which will lead to a sense of fatigue in the body, and the efficiency of the mental power will be exercised. Become very low. However, the carving method that Baybeard himself created is different. It goes to an extreme. In the early stage of carving, it may take energy and sweat, but in the middle and late stages, the effect of exercise is very good. This is a method called a secret technique. The reason why Whitebeard has become the strongest in the world is largely dependent on this unique exercise method. More importantly, stone carving is a very expensive artwork, especially the famous stone carving. The value contained in it is even more immeasurable, which is in line with Tang Tianyu's idea of making money. It is said that a sculpture A Bird in the Sky by the sculptor Brancusi was sold at Christie's in New York for $27.45 million, setting the world's highest price record for a sculpture auction. Although Birds in the Air is a special case of stone sculptures, even some relatively ordinary stone sculptures may require tens of thousands of pieces, which is extremely expensive. It can be said that stone carving is a very rich job in this world. If I learn how to carve stones, I can not only sell the carved works, but also exercise them. It will do two things with one stone. Tang Tianyu thought joyfully. Early in the morning, in the park, Tang Tianyu was holding a flat knife bought from a store in his hand, and was looking at it attentively. This stone about the size of a palm was just picked up from the mountain. Starting from the basics, let's practice with this little stone first. When it comes to carving, stone carving is the most difficult. That is because the stone is hard and the carving is very difficult, and it also has to form a unique charm. This makes carving more difficult, but the more difficult it is, the more successful the work. The more precious it is. The general stone carving method requires many tools, such as round knives, flat knives, oblique knives, triangle knives, jade bowl knives, axes, saws, and many other tools. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com has so many tools because the stone itself is relatively hard. They use round knives for arrangement, flat knives for cutting, triangular knives for polishing and so on. However, the carving method of the Whitebeard is different from everyone else, because his carving method uses only one tool, a flat knife, so the Whitebeard's carving method is called flat knife flow. The flat knife flow has very high requirements for skills, and it pays attention to the movement of clouds and water, without any pause in the middle, because as long as you pause for a while, it will destroy the overall beauty and smoothness of the work. However, the hardness of each part of the stone is different. As long as the strength of your carving becomes slightly different, your insufficient wrist strength will cause you to be unable to grasp the accuracy and smoothness of the carving, which will damage the stone. Therefore, most people simply cannot master such advanced skills. Some people say how to carve with a flat knife alone. For example, how can you carve the scales of fish scales with a flat knife? Is this impossible? However, Tang Tianyu is different from Whitebeard. They both have the ability to vibrate at will. They can fully feel the internal structure of the stone, and then use the ability to vibrate to perform the most subtle manipulations to remove all the parts they want to carve. It can be said that the carving skill of Pingdao Lu was born for Tang Tianyu. Of course, this is not to say that if you have a special talent, you can learn to sculpt well. Then he will have to do a lot of practice to master these skills. Fortunately, Tang Tianyu has a lifetime of carving memories of Baybeard. He has received the experience of Baybeard's life like a divine enlightenment. Therefore, he does not need to learn from scratch like a beginner. He only needs a little practice to be able to sculpt. Make a good work. Chapter 51, Progress. On the open space in the park, Tang Tianyu was alone, and started learning sculpture under the memory of Baybeard. As his understanding of sculpture itself became clearer and clearer, he also gradually understood why the flat knife genre was in the middle and late stages. Can improve the reason of mental power. Engraving by others requires the use of a lot of tools. It takes a lot of effort to use different tools in different places, and it takes a lot of effort. Every good work is a work of painstaking effort. However, the flat knife genre is different. The tool only has a flat knife, so there is no need to think about changing various tools. Of course, it is much more difficult to use only one tool. For example, the part that can be carved with a jade bowl knife. If you want to use a flat knife to carve, you need to qualitative control is almost demanding to the extreme. There is power. Some large scraps need to be split with an axe. If you use a flat knife alone, you need enough strength. The mastery of stones can be felt by the unique ability of shaking fruits. As for the wrist strength, training is needed. Fortunately, although Tang Tianyu did not have the strange power that Whitebeard had that day, he cultivated the 6 navy poses, and the power he possessed would never be inferior to some people with unusual talents. Up to now, Tang Tianyu's wrist strength can be considered good. But his wrist strength can only sculpt small works. To sculpt large works, his wrist strength is still not strong enough. But now Tang Tianyu is just laying the foundation, not in a hurry. Time flies. Since the mastery of high school knowledge has reached a thorough state, as long as no major mistakes are made, the college entrance examination will basically be no problem. Tang Tianyu began to focus on his training, so as long as he has free time, he will be there. Practicing hard work in the back of school, or practicing carving. At this time in his practice, Tang Tianyu's appetite began to soar again, and his height went straight up. Naturally, his physical fitness and strength improved by leaps and bounds. In the stone carving skills, he has the memory inherited from the white beard, as well as the efforts of Tang Tianyu himself. Progress again and again. With a flick of a finger, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On the open space of the park, the breeze blows by, as if a lover kisses your cheek softly and comfortably. And Tang Tianyu stood in the middle of the open space, holding a flat knife nearly 30 centimeters long, and constantly carving on a half-person high stone. The flat knife almost danced into a phantom. When the flat knife passed, the waste of the stone continued. The ground flew away, and the embryo of the entire stone sculpture gradually took on a general appearance. As time passed bit by bit, the stone sculpture became clearer and clearer. Tang Tianyu's eyes are completely concentrated on the stone sculpture. At this moment, the whole person is as if immersed in nature, and his heart fits inside the stone sculpture. The wonderful feeling makes Tang Tianyu not feel that time is passing at all. This feeling of being completely close to nature, unexpectedly Tang Tianyu's mental power began to recover and even grew up with vitality. But Tang Tianyu himself didn't realize it, still using the flat knife like an arm instructed. The continuous reduction of stone waste made the entire stone sculpture more prominent. When the sun rose to mid-air, the flat knife in Tang Tianyu's hand finally stopped. Call! Tang Tianyu let out a sigh of relief, and the stone was thrown away. The entire stone sculpture appeared completely, and saw a fierce and terrifying monster standing in front of him very realistically. The appearance of this monster is fierce and terrible. It has 3 heads, a snake tail, and the hair on its head and back are all tangled poisonous snakes, and its mouth seems to be flowing with amazing venom. Bloodthirsty, dark, evil, cold, and powerful, the whole body exudes an aura of despair, as if it is a collection of all the evils in the world, so powerful that even the surrounding light seems to be distorted wantonly by it. Hell, 3-headed dog. From the memory of Whitebeard, Tang Tianyu clearly knew that during a voyage looking for treasure, this monster once left 3 indelible scars on Whitebeard's body. It was a terrible monster from another world. Its appearance has been distorted by space. It has no eyes, but it can clearly feel the abnormalities around it. When its teeth bite into your body, it is not just the bite of the lower-level creatures, but it is to invade your spirit, absorb your spirit, and make you break down. Therefore, this monster that can be called evil left an extremely deep impression on Whitebeard. It is precisely because of this that Tang Tianyu chose this monster as the prototype and carved it out. So far, monsters from another world have appeared in this world for the first time. Tang Tianyu saw this lifelike sculpture in front of him, as if he had been given life. A sense of satisfaction came out spontaneously, and the spiritual power that fits perfectly was emitted at will. Hey! It feels curious and wonderful, as if everything is under control. Only then did he realize that his mental power had improved a lot. The learning of the flat knife school also caused Tang Tianyu's mental power to continue to increase, and the range of vibration began to expand to a distance of 50 meters, and a slightly weaker stone could be shattered. However, even more astonishing changes occurred in the body. Today's Tang Tianyu has soared to 1.72 meters tall. He naturally has an aura of self-confidence and calmness. The Navy's 6 poses continue to transform his body, coupled with the auxiliary practice of shaking fruits, making Tang Tianyu support early. With the strength of the Navy's second-class soldier, the strength has reached 20 powers, with 1,000 caddies of great power. Hundreds of caddies of boulders can be lifted easily, and they can be smashed with one punch. It is called a humanoid beast. On the open space in the park www.readaloud.com, Tang Tianyu sat quietly on the ground to rest. After all, this large stone sculpture consumes too much energy for him. If he doesn't take a break and regain his strength, I'm afraid he can't even stand up. Bar. It seems that my current stone carving skills can almost go out to meet people, at least at the level of entering a room. Tang Tianyu took a sip of water, looked at the stone carving in front of him, and thought confidently. Putting down the mineral water in his hand, he picked up the phone and looked at it casually. Suddenly his face changed drastically. Hey, it's so late in the time, and I'm so involved in carving, I forgot to go to class today. Now this time I'm afraid the school has already finished 1 or 2 classes. Annoyed for a while, Tang Tianyu recovered calm. Forget it, things have already happened, and self-blame is of no avail. I'll go to school quickly, maybe I can catch up with the last class. After a simple packing, Tang Tianyu left the park. However, not long after Tang Tianyu left, a middle-aged man inadvertently broke into this open space. At first glance, he saw the sculpture of the 3-headed dog in hell. Bloodthirsty, darkness, and evil, like a demon from the deepest part of hell, a strong dark aura exudes from the whole body. The hideous fangs reveal a ray of cold light, as if choosing someone to eat. Ah! Weird, monster! The monster is eating people. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he ran out of this place crawling around. Even the mobile phone and wallet that fell on the ground did not dare to pick up. After a while, there were bursts of police sirens in the park, and countless police officers filed out with guns in their hands. Soon, the open space was sealed off. If Tang Tianyu knew that he had just carved a stone and caused such a big riot, I am afraid he would be dumbfounded. Chapter 52, The First Pot of Gold. Tingling Bell. The bell rang after class, and the classroom was filled with the sound of clearing up books. God, what are you going to do? You have been mysterious for the past 2 weeks. You have not seen anyone after class every day, and you were late for 2 classes this morning. Could it be that the relationship between you and the monitor has progressed to that point? The fat man stopped Tang Tianyu, who was about to leave, with one hand, and said in a wretched tone. How is it possible? I have nothing to do with her, don't guess. Oh, time is coming, I still have serious things to do, and I will talk to you next time. Tang Tianyu picked up his school bag and felt a gust of wind. Ran out. It's weird. But after thinking about it for a while, the fat man didn't come to any conclusion. Forget it, no matter what this guy is, I'll go home and enjoy the art film I just bought. After speaking, the fat man shook his head and walked out. However, after hearing these words secretly, Miss Li next to him fell into deep thought. Where will this fellow Tang Tianyu go? Unexpectedly, he has changed so much this month. Not only did he play basketball well, but his grades also started to get scary. There must be a secret. Humph, brat, after I dug up your secret, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me, then you will not be at my mercy. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, the little devil Li Xian couldn't sit still anymore, quickly packed his things, and ran out in a hurry, closely following Tang Tianyu. In the evening, when the afterglow was shining obliquely, the evening came with xii's cool breeze, and the cold was like a cicada's wings, and the darkness slowly swallowed the last beam of light on the horizon. The neon lights quietly lit up, the enthusiasm of H County in the noisy daylight still did not dissipate, and men and women in cool clothes were already wandering around on both sides of the street. Soon, Tang Tianyu came to Shangji Road 30 meters street. Shangji Road 30 meters street is the most prosperous section of commerce in H County, and it is also known as the Evernight City of H County. No matter when, this street is the most popular street in H County. To be honest, H County is not a very wealthy county seat. Powerful combat arms like urban management are generally not established here, maybe in other places, but in H County, Tang Tianyu really hasn't seen it. So he was very relieved to set up a stall in an open space on the street. After finding the location, Tang Tianyu took out a dozen small stone sculptures that had been carved from his school bag and placed them on the open space. Then he took out the flat knives for carving and some stones to be carved. But how should he mark the price? For art, its value is actually very imaginary. If someone likes it, then even a huge sum of money will not hesitate, but if someone doesn't like it, then it is like underground mud and worthless. Tang Tianyu gritted his teeth and marked the price of one of the dozen or so carved stone sculptures, 500 yuan. This time, he was very embarrassed, because he thought that the price was already the lowest for his work. If the price is lower, it will fall under the hands of those who don't know the goods, so it's better not to sell it. Even if he can't sell one of his works today, he won't be discouraged. The road to heaven is boundless. If it is not possible, he will rob the corrupt officials. Anyway, they are all anointed by the people and rob them. Tang Tianyu has no sense of guilt at all. Xiao Tang, if you bid such a high price, will anyone buy it? I think your stone sculptures are pretty good. If you bid a lower price, you might sell it all at once. The middle-aged uncle who was sitting in the back with a facade room was sitting on a stool. He was shocked when he saw Tang Tianyu bid such a high price, and he couldn't help but remind him. In fact, he welcomes Tang Tianyu's arrival. Doing business depends on popularity. With more customers, his business will naturally not be bad. It's okay, I believe my work is worth so much money. Tang Tianyu shook his head and did not change the price. The middle-aged uncle listened, sighed, and said nothing. Young people, always don't hit the corner, don't know the corners, don't suffer a lot, don't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. As soon as Tang Tianyu marked the price, the pedestrians passing by were attracted, because the people who set up the street stalls sold cheap things, and no one would offer such a high price. If the price is really high, then the items placed on it may indeed be extraordinary. Therefore, this approach immediately caught the curiosity of the customers. In fact, they all have this idea in their hearts: it doesn't matter if you look at it, you just don't buy it at that time, and there will be no loss anyway. It didn't take long before Tang Tianyu's stall was surrounded by curious pedestrians. There were 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It was full of excitement. I saw that there were more than a dozen animal stone sculptures of different shapes, kittens, puppies, mice, etc., on the stalls. Their expressions were cute, clever, or lively. The stone sculptures placed above are not only vividly carved and vivid, but more importantly, the eyes of the animals, the expression contained in them, is like alive, with a special charm. You know, art is not something everyone can understand. For example, Van Gogh's Sunflower, many people don't know what is so good about this painting, and they all feel that it is nothing more than a child doing graffiti. However, these stone sculptures carved by Tang Tianyu are different. There is no abstraction, there is no unintelligible place. The lines in the stone sculptures seem to contain a unique sense of beauty, naturally natural, incomparable. Beauty knows no borders, ages, races. They can't tell the goodness of these stone carvings, but they only have one feeling, that is, beauty. These stone sculptures are like a magnet, deeply attracted their eyes, they even reluctant to leave for half a second. So cute, this little cat. A young and lively girl hugged her boyfriend's arm, covered her cute little mouth with her hand, and exclaimed constantly, "Mummy, I like this little dog, you buy it for me, okay?" A cute little loli begged her mother with her big watery eyes. What a clever little mouse, oh, how can it be so cute? A royal sister couldn't bear this kind of extreme cuteness, and she fell completely. Oh my god, the lines of those stone carvings seem to be natural, are they really carved out? A middle-aged uncle in a suit exclaimed. When Tang Tianyu heard these words, he felt proud. He was not unprepared. Many businessmen said, women and children make the best money, so he specially carved some extremely cute animals. Used for sale, specially used to attract female customers. However, 500 yuan is said to be expensive, but in fact it is not too expensive, that is, the price of an ordinary Nokia mobile phone, or the price of a few pieces of clothing, or even the price of a big meal, it depends on you. However, don't underestimate women's desire to shop. They are irrational. As long as they encounter something they like, they basically buy it regardless of the price. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a girl to force her boyfriend to help her buy a stone-carved kitten. Now that there is the first one, then the next step is logical. Soon, the 18 stone sculptures on the stall were sold out, and there were many customers who hadn't bought them. They all thumped their chests and regretted it. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com had already bought it before they knew it, anyway. The price is not very expensive. Therefore, customers who did not buy stone sculptures complained. What's up? Boss, with such a small supply, do you still want to do business? Yes, that's only a dozen yuan, are you embarrassed to sell it? Next time there are so few, we won't buy it. Yes, that's right. In this situation, the middle-aged uncle who was watching was stunned. Your uncle, what happened to the people now? Spending so much money is just to buy a stone. Is there something wrong with it? Everyone, please don't worry, I will be here at the same time tomorrow, selling stone carvings on a first-come, first-served basis. Tang Tianyu shouted to these reluctant customers. After hearing this sentence, the customers who didn't buy it all left with great satisfaction. Before leaving, they kept telling Tang Tianyu that he must prepare more stone carvings. Hearing these words, Tang Tianyu was naturally very proud. This means that his work is loved by everyone. What could be more happy than this? Besides, this time the operation of stalls was a complete victory. Tang Tianyu received a total of 9,000 RMB, the first pot of gold in his life. You know, these stone carvings don't cost anything except for a certain amount of time. Even the stones are just picked up on the ground, so you don't need to spend a penny. Net profit of 9,000 yuan. It's just a day's profit. This is simply huge profits. The average worker's monthly salary is only more than 1,000 yuan, but Tang Tianyu only made a share of their salary for almost 7 or 8 months, and the robbery was not so fast. This job as an artist is indeed very rich. Tang Tianyu thought with emotion. Chapter 53, I just passed by. Just as Tang Tianyu was smirking constantly with the money in his hand, suddenly, he seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned his head, only to find a pretty beautiful woman standing behind him. I saw that the beauty was very at a loss. She didn't seem to expect that Tang Tianyu would suddenly turn around, so that she didn't have any mental preparation, and she froze there. Li Xian, why are you here? Tang Tianyu said in surprise. Tonight, she wore a t-shirt, which set off the whole chest more smoothly, not big or small, and attracted the attention of countless men. The lower body is wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans with narrow legs, which will tightly wrap her legs. The trousers gradually narrow from the buttocks to the ankles. They are V-shaped, highlighting the slenderness of the legs and making the perfect pair. The curve of the legs is ready to emerge, and the thick blue sandals make the figure taller. I just happened to be passing by. Li Xian's eyes dodged a little when she heard Tang Tianyu's question, and she stammered. It was obvious that there was a ghost in her heart. Really? Tang Tianyu looked suspicious. When, of course. Or else do you think I deliberately followed you here? Don't be stinky, narcissistic. Miss Li went wild, with a proud face. Finally, Tang Tianyu defeated Li Xian's aggressive eyes, surrendered unconditionally, and admitted that Miss Li happened to be passing by. Well, my Miss Li, it's getting late now. I'm going home for dinner, so you can go shopping slowly. Tang Tianyu said while tidying up the things on the ground. Li Xian, who was on the side, wanted to say something and stopped, with a look of embarrassment. It seemed that there was one thing she wanted to say, but she didn't know how to say it. Just when Tang Tianyu was about to leave, Li Xian suddenly became anxious, and he didn't care about being reserved, and said, "Dead, why are you so anxious? Wait a while before leaving, you will die." The scolded Tang Tianyu felt confused. A woman is such a strange animal. He asked in confusion, are there anything else for you? I want that. Li Xian said hesitantly, pointing at Tang Tianyu's school bag with a finger, eyes flashing, and a flush of cheeks, looking at Tang Tianyu expectantly. This look is very cute. Seeing Li Xian's movements, Tang Tianyu immediately wanted to understand what she wanted, but she was really cute like this, so he deliberately said, "What? What do you want? You say, you want to say ah, if you don't say clearly, how do I know what you want?" After hearing these words, Li Xian didn't know that Tang Tianyu was playing with her, so she was angry, rushed up with a sprint, and moved Fo Shan's shadowless hand with a gesture of surviving the thunder, and caught her fiercely. The tender meat on his waist, then rotated 360 degrees, and said fiercely, "Say, are you going to give it? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Give it, I give it, can't I give it back? Grandma, let go." Poor Tang Tianyu, before the forceful force was unfolded, was restrained on the spot by the intrepid Li Xian. Ns. Li Xian listened and let go with satisfaction, and said triumphantly, "Hey, demo, hand it in early, isn't it all right? I have to suffer a meal." This trick can be called a woman's supreme weapon, and Tang Tianyu is really heartbroken by her twisting. Even in the face of more than 100 gangsters, Tang Tianyu was unwilling to encounter the female devil Li Xian. "Which stone sculpture do you want? There are many kinds, cats, puppies, mice, monkeys, etc." Tang Tianyu said helplessly. "Which one do you want? It's so hard to choose. The kitten is very cute, the mouse seems to be good, but the monkey also seems to be pretty." Li Xian was entangled. Sure enough, there are not many women who can resist the charm of the lovely stone sculpture. Even Li Xian, a daughter who has never known money since she was a child, was moved by it. Seeing Li Xian's embarrassed look, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but say, "It's better to be better than you. Okay? Can I really have it all?" Li Xian pursed her mouth, her eyes flickering, and she looked expectantly at Tang Tianyu, as if a kitten begging for food from her owner. "Damn it, look at my mouth, isn't this just asking for trouble?" Tang Tianyu regretted as soon as the words were spoken. How much time would it take to carve so many stones, but seeing Li Xian who was looking forward to it, he couldn't bear to let it go. She was disappointed. "But now the stone carvings are all sold out. I will not give it to you in a few days." "Haha, great, thank you." After speaking, Li Xian was so excited that she rushed forward, wrapped her arms around Tang Tianyu's neck, and her soft body was tightly attached to Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu was a little dumbfounded by Li Xian's sudden change. The beautiful woman embraced her chest tightly with her elastic breasts. Through the collar, he could even see the looming deep cleavage inside. Water-like hair, exuding a charming virgin fragrance resembling orchids or musk and musk. Any man wants to smell this scent. The heat in the lower abdomen is constantly rising. This sudden change is really embarrassing. Although Tang Tianyu desires to rise in flames, it is not easy to move, so he can only let Li Xian hold it like this. Li Xian seems to have also discovered this ambiguous atmosphere www.readaloud.com, but after she hugged Tang Tianyu, there was no action anymore. It was not that she didn't want to leave, but a strong masculinity had already softened her tender body. There was no strength all over his body, he could only hang on Tang Tianyu like a koala. However, Tang Tianyu was indifferent, allowing herself to hold it like this, seeming to enjoy herself. Even her thighs that were close to Tang Tianyu's lower body could clearly feel that there was something that gradually became harder and harder. He was against her, and with it, the temperature of the thing was getting hotter and hotter. The strong masculine breath made Li Xian feel as though she was about to suffocate. The subtle changes in smell, taste, and touch made her a little confused and sentimental, and her eyes were more confused than when she was drunk. Such a seductive appearance that Ranjun picks, as long as he is a man, he can't bear it. Unconsciously, Tang Tianyu's hands that seemed to have magical power slid all the way from the slender willow waist to her round upturned buttocks. At first sight, things were developing in an unpredictable direction. At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from a distance. "Little brother, are you selling stone carvings here?" This sentence, like a thunderstorm, awakened the two people who were in confusion. With an exclamation of awe, Li Xian didn't know where she was coming from, and she pushed Tang Tianyu away, biting her rosy and tender cherry lips, and lowering her head shyly. Her cheeks became more and more red, no dare to look at Tang Tianyu again. But Tang Tianyu shook his head funny secretly, thinking, what's wrong with him? How could you be so gaff? Obviously, I have experienced the most incredible things in this world, thinking that there is nothing to move myself, but why just a simple hug makes me lose control. Chapter 54, I am a genius. On the stall, an awkward atmosphere spread. The scene just now made Tang Tianyu and Li Xian feel overwhelmed. They stared at each other, and no one knew what to say. Fortunately, this embarrassing atmosphere did not last long. The low voice just came in time. "Are you selling stone carvings here?" Tang Tianyu absolutely loved this person who happened to buy stone sculptures. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't know how long they would be embarrassed. He quickly turned his body and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a stiff Armani suit with Italian Moorishi leather shoes on his feet and Omega watches on his hands. A middle-aged man with a costume of no less than hundreds of thousands was leading a young woman and slowly approaching this side. And that young woman was wearing Chanel's latest dress and a snow-white mink coat outside. She looked fashionable and elegant, and she was full of wealth and elegance. These two people, a discerning person knows that they grew up in the homes of rich people, with extraordinary backgrounds. However, Tang Tianyu didn't feel much about it. He just said faintly, "Yes, this is the seller of stone sculptures. Is there anything wrong with the two of you?" The middle-aged man was a little surprised. Generally speaking, those who came out to set up stalls were not from wealthy people, so when they faced the rich, they would feel more or less restrained, and even felt a little bit of restraint in their hearts. Inferiority complex, or a kind of sincere envy. However, the expression of the young man in front of him was very plain. He did not feel inferior, nor did he have that kind of arrogance. He just faintly responded to him, and it seemed that he did not look at him. It's been a long time since I saw someone who dared to talk to him like this. Haha, funny, what a funny young man. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man showed a long-lost smile. Sorry, you two are late. The stone carvings here are all sold out. Only at this time tomorrow, there will be new ones. Tang Tianyu said apologetically when he saw the middle-aged man walking over. No, no, no. The middle-aged man waved his hand and paused. He then said, "In fact, we are here to ask, are the masters who carve these stone sculptures available now? I want to hire." He specially carved a stone sculpture for our couple. Don't worry, the price is not a problem. After saying this, the middle-aged man inadvertently showed a high breath. It seems that for him, as long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem. I am. What? You are? The middle-aged man listened and looked at Tang Tianyu with some surprise. What? You are surprised? Tang Tianyu looked at him calmly. Not very surprised, but very surprised. It seems that you are only 17 or 18 years old now. Generally speaking, you should be just an apprentice now. The middle-aged man frowned and said. You know, stone carving is an extremely profound art. Many people have been studying stone carving for decades, and they can only be regarded as ordinary craftsmen. As an art with the longest heritage, is it so easy to succeed? Especially, when the middle-aged man saw the stone sculptures on the stall, he felt extremely shocked, and there was only one thought left in his mind, that is, shock. These stone sculptures have no traces of artificial carvings, they are natural and incomparable. This is simply a master's hand. No, it's not right, even those masters who have been famous for a long time don't have this kind of skill. This kind of work not only needs the skill accumulated by the stone carving master over the decades, but more importantly, the kind of genius inspiration. The young man in front of him, even if he has been studying stone carving since he was born in the womb, it has only been more than 10 years. How could he be a master with profound skills? According to his idea, it should be the master of this kid, who specially asked him to come out to sell some works that he usually uses for practice, in exchange for ordinary living expenses. You don't believe it? Tang Tianyu frowned. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Little brother, don't be kidding. Do you think stone carving is a very simple thing? Some people, even if they have been carving for decades, are just juniors and can't get it out. It's your own masterpiece, do you think you can sculpt it with your current strength?" Tang Tianyu squinted his eyes, and there was a faintly surging aura of no anger and majesty on his body. He stared at the middle-aged man and said word by word, "I am a genius." The middle-aged man's words suddenly suffocated, his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps, his face became serious, because he felt an invisible pressure covering him, and this pressure was only on his old man. The momentum that can only be felt. Anyone who possesses this kind of aura is either in a high position or someone who is full of absolute confidence in himself. But no matter what kind of person they are among the best in this world, and they must not be underestimated. This kid is definitely not easy, the middle-aged man thought to himself. "Husband, what do you think we should do?" The young woman looked at the middle-aged man and asked. "Forget it, let him try, anyway, if the work is not satisfactory to us, we just don't buy it." The middle-aged man said helplessly. "Come on, what do you want to carve?" Tang Tianyu then asked. "We want to carve a stone sculpture based on our couple. Then you guys take a pose first." Tang Tianyu took out a flat knife and a stone about 20 centimeters high from his school bag. "Flat knives?" The middle-aged man was surprised. "It seems that you are well prepared, but I was also preparing to learn stone carving. There are many tools for stone carving, including flat knives, round knives, triangle knives, and jade bowl knives. There is also an axe or something. Why, are you going to use this kind of tool?" It seems that the middle-aged man also has a certain degree of understanding of stone carving. However, Tang Tianyu didn't say much, he just observed the pose they were posing for a bit, and then deeply reflected the picture in his mind. Holding a flat knife, Tang Tianyu naturally entered a calm and natural state. He also felt the material inside the stone in front of him. He could barely sense the veins inside the boulder. Tang Tianyu smiled and swung the knife immediately. The light of the knife was like a shadow, and the reflected light made the middle-aged man, young woman, and Li Xian next to them involuntarily squint their eyes, but the three of them still stared at the stone. Ho-ho! The knife shadow cut in the same place elegantly and quickly, and a piece of rubble was thrown away. How is it possible? The middle-aged man looked at the scene in shock. Such a hard gravel, even with the most professional tools and a skilled master, it takes a long time to slowly remove it, so as not to damage the work. The structure, but now he can cut it off with only a flat knife. What an amazing wrist strength is this! How precise is this technique? The young woman next to him and Li Xian were completely silent. Wrist strength? If you want to be as elegant as Tang Tianyu, and the cut surface is so smooth and natural, you can't just do it with a strong arm. Tang Tianyu's whole person is as natural as a peaceful lake. The flat knife in his hand is like an extension of his right hand. The flat knife quickly and continuously cuts everywhere on the boulder, and the stone waste is constantly thrown up. Tang Tianyu carved this kind of elegance. Naturally, just watching is a kind of enjoyment. God, why are you so good? Li Xian felt that her whole heart seemed to be melted, and she looked at Tang Tianyu who was seriously sculpting with blurred eyes, and her whole body exuded a charming temperament. It is said that a man who works hard is the most handsome, especially when the artist is creating, his whole body exudes the charm of attracting women. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged man and the young woman looked at each other. At this moment, they felt that Tang Tianyu was really a master of stone carving, and he was a master. Quiet, natural, and peaceful. Tang Tianyu enjoys the feeling of carving very much. To the point where Tang Tianyu is now, how much effort should he use for any stone? There is no need to think at all, the flat knife in the hand will naturally reach the point of perfection. That is a kind of subconscious www.readaloud.com compared with the flat knife genre. This kind of enjoyment is impossible for other stone carving genres. When the masters of other stone carving genres only sculpt, different places need to use different tools, and it takes a lot of thought. In this natural and peaceful situation, Tang Tianyu's mental power grows rapidly as if a grass is bathed in a spring rain. The feeling of natural growth also makes Tang Tianyu feel wonderful to the peak, which is the comfort from the heart. It's done. Tang Tianyu's right hand stopped abruptly, and the stone waste was thrown away. It took a while before he landed completely. He opened his eyes and looked down at the stone sculpture in his hand. The man's form has been fully formed, with a suit and leather shoes, his hair naturally scattered, his shoulders slightly wide, his left hand slightly bent, and he is looking affectionately at the woman next to him. The woman next to her was leaning on the man, her chin slightly raised, her lips slightly opened, her eyes blurred. She seemed to be a young woman who had just fallen in love, with a happy face on her face. "Oh my God! Husband, I want this!" The young woman was immediately attracted by the stone sculpture that had just been carved. Her heart throbbed. This stone sculpture not only outlines all their images, but also prints their faces on it. All the endless love is expressed, it is a work like a god. At this time, the middle-aged man's heart has already set off a big wave of rendering. He has never seen such an excellent stone carving work. Not only is it like a painting, he carved the image of their couple on the stone, and he even felt unique on it. The temperament, murmured. Describe the gift of God. He actually did this, genius. Absolutely genius. There were many small stars in Li Xian's eyes on the side, and his eyes rolled gurglingly, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Chapter 55, Worth 100,000. The night is misty, Shangzhou 30 meters street. Tang Tianyu held the newly carved stone sculpture in his hand and said to the middle-aged man, "The stone sculpture has been carved. You can enjoy it first before making a decision." The young woman cautiously took the stone sculpture that Tang Tianyu handed over, looked at the artwork obsessively, and gently touched every trace on the stone sculpture with her hands. She was simply not hesitating. When the middle-aged man saw this, he could only laugh bitterly for a while. So what else to make a decision? If he dares not to buy, I am afraid his wife will let him sleep in the living room tonight. Little brother, I really didn't expect your stone carving to reach such a high level. I bought this stone carving. 100,000 yuan, what do you think? The middle-aged man said seriously. 100,000 yuan. Tang Tianyu was taken aback. He had thought that this stone sculpture might be very valuable, and the two couples in front of him seemed to be very rich, but according to his thoughts, it was only 10,000 or 20,000 at most. But what? Will it be so high? He just wanted to say something. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Little brother, don't think that this is a lot of money. When encountering such an excellent work, if I make a low price, it will not only insult you, but also insult me. When I meet people who know the goods, they laugh at me for having no vision. What's more, this stone sculpture, in my opinion, $100,000 is already a serious underestimation of it. If it weren't for you to have no reputation, depending on the quality of this work, even millions of people would be rushing to buy it. Counting it this way, you are actually at a disadvantage." The young woman next to him also nodded, apparently agreeing with her husband's words, and persuaded. Little brother, it's hard to buy a daughter. If we meet a suitable one, even if it is worth millions, we have to buy it. What's more, this 100,000 yuan is a small amount for us, so you shouldn't reject it anymore. NS. What's all this? Tang Tianyu smiled bitterly. He never saw a customer desperately adding money to the boss, but they were also right. Looking at the clothes of the two couples, I am afraid that their 100,000 yuan is only relative to our ordinary people. It's only $1 or $2, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Well, since you said that, I will accept it. Tang Tianyu nodded and agreed. The middle-aged man was overjoyed when he heard the words, and said happily, "That's right, this is an ICBC bank card with exactly 100,000 yuan in it, and the password is 628. Take it." Tang Tianyu took the bank card and put it in his pocket without looking at it. He didn't worry that these two would deceive him. After all, even the outfits on them were enough to buy a few of these stone sculptures. There is no need to do such things that damage your reputation. After a few greetings, the couple was ready to leave. Before leaving, the middle-aged man took out a golden business card, handed it to Tang Tianyu, and said, "Little brother, we two fell in love, my brother is very optimistic about you. If you have anything, just call me. I dare not say anything else, there is really nothing in Tianhai City, I can't do it." Tang Tianyu didn't care when he heard it. He just accepted the business card in a social style, exchanged numbers, then thanked him and put it in his school bag. When the middle-aged man saw this, he knew that Tang Tianyu didn't take his words to heart, but he didn't say anything, just smiled slightly, and then left. After the couple had left, Li Xian came up and gently pulled Tang Tianyu's clothes corner with his hand, and said with bright eyes, "God, I want you to carve me up. Is this your first request?" Tang Tianyu said teasingly. Seeing Li Xian's cute expressions and actions, he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Humph, you want to be beautiful, but if you help me carve one every day, it's not impossible to think about it." Li Xian's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of cunning. When Tang Tianyu heard this, he surrendered quickly. If he really had to carve one for her every day, wouldn't he be her free dedicated carver forever? He. Tang Tianyu laughed a few times, and quickly changed the subject. "I made a lot of money today. I will take you to a mysterious place. Have a good meal." "Humph, coward, I don't even want others to give me gifts. I don't know how to cherish this opportunity." Li Xian saw Tang Tianyu with a reluctant face, and wanted to bite him badly. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at a nearby business stall. "This is where you want to treat me to a big meal." Li Xian looked at Tang Tianyu with contempt. How could there be such a stingy man? Does going to some high-end places to eat will die? Obviously made a lot of money today. Tang Tianyu's face is thicker than a chopping board. He had reached the state of invulnerability, bit his scalp, and said arrogantly, "Don't look at the decoration here, but let me tell you, the food here can't match even those 5-star hotels." "Really?" Li Xian dubiously followed Tang Tianyu into this food stall. As soon as he sat down, the waiter walked over, holding a menu in his hand. Tang Tianyu took the menu and didn't even look at it. In a nouveau riche tone, he said directly, "What famous signature dishes do you have here? Please give me all of them." Li Xian was shocked, and quickly discouraged, "Can you finish ordering so many dishes? Isn't this a waste of money?" "It doesn't matter, I have a big belly, and I will definitely be able to finish it. If I can't finish it, I just pack it home and eat it." Tang Tianyu said indifferently. "Humph, don't think you made a lot of money today. If you go to those first-tier big cities, you may not even be able to buy a toilet." Li Xian saw Tang Tianyu look like a nouveau riche. "Don't hit one place. Sell a few more stone sculptures, don't you have money? Smelly, you think you can meet that kind of bully every time?" Just when Li Xian and Tang Tianyu kept quarreling, the food was unknowingly full, but the 10-person table was densely covered with food. The attractive fragrance aroused people's appetite. Tang Tianyu's stomach groaned immediately. He seemed helplessly surrendered, and promised Miss Li that he would not spend money in the future. Therefore, the victorious Li Xian forgave Tang Tianyu generously. She raised her like a victorious general who had just won the battle, and tasted the food on the table beautifully. After half an hour, Li Xian was very speechless and was kicked out of the food stall. Thinking back to the scene just now, she was really embarrassed. She had known that she would not go out for dinner with this guy. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Just now, there were at least dozens of delicious meals on the table, but in the past 10 minutes, it was completely wiped out by Tang Tianyu, the big stomach king. In the end, there were only dozens of pieces neatly stacked on the table. Clean dishes. Really, don't lie to you, those dishes are really licked cleaner than the face. Not only that, this guy was like a starving ghost reborn. He even moved the rice cooker from the food stall directly to the dining table, and ate all the meals that should have been for 20 people. This overeating situation scared the owner of this store to death. Is this the appetite that humans can have? If Tang Tianyu was really killed here, he wouldn't need to do it anymore. Therefore, the food stall owner was like a plague god, and he invited them out quickly, even without the money for the food. Damn, I'm unlucky, I met such a top quality product. If I continue to eat like this, maybe I won't have to do business in the future. Even if I lose a little money, I have to drive them away, the boss thought. After going out of the food stall, Tang Tianyu hiccuped, touched his swollen belly, and said unfinishedly. The boss just now is so nice, he didn't even have to spend any money to have such a hearty meal. I will go to this restaurant next time. Li Xian's black lines and a flurry of belly deformation, don't even think about it. It is estimated that the owner of this store has long listed you as the most unwelcome customer. Chapter 56, Summarize. Just as they walked out the door. Suddenly, Tang Tianyu tightly grasped Li Xian's fragrant shoulders with both hands, turned her whole body over, and fixed her eyes tightly on her perfect face. Ah! Stupid, 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 what do you want to do? Li Xian stammered. She had never expected Tang Tianyu, who had always been timid, to do such a bold thing. Tang Tianyu didn't speak, his eyes kept drifting away, from watery hair, perfect face, attractive red lips, towering breasts, to slender legs. It seemed that she wanted to see her through. The ambiguous atmosphere is spreading. Li Xian felt that she was about to be melted, her face turned into a big apple, and her heart was constantly entangled. What should I do if he wants to kiss me? What should I do? Is it slapped up, or nothing? I'm dying, my heart is so hot. Li Xian slowly closed his eyes, her body softened, she stopped struggling, and slowly waited for the moment when fate came. After a long time. What are you doing? Tang Tianyu looked at Li Xian, who closed his eyes with a weird look. What? Li Xian opened his eyes when he heard the words, like a cat with blown-up fur, and quickly broke free of Tang Tianyu's hands, jumped aside, and looked at Tang Tianyu with a blushing face. You, what did you do to me? Li Xian pointed Tang Tianyu with her fingers trembling constantly, and her tone was very flustered. I didn't do anything. Didn't you want a stone sculpture based on you? So, I will carefully observe the parts of your whole body. This is the preparatory work before carving. Tang Tianyu said innocently. Really? It turned out to be like this. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said. Yeah. But yours seem to be too small and not perfect. If Tang Tianyu can't seem to see that a large black shadow has appeared behind Li Xian, and his murderous aura is brewing, and he is still happily taking care of himself, said self. Big idiot, go to death for me. I'm so sorry that my chest is too small. Li Xian turned into a wild cat with teeth and claws, and desperately launched an attack on Tang Tianyu. After a while, Tang Tianyu's neat hair turned into weeds, all his clothes and other things were torn apart, and there were even a few scratches on his face, making him look like an African refugee. Li Xian, who had finished venting, saw Tang Tianyu with a miserable face, puffed out, laughed, and then said, "Hey, who told you to say that kind of thing? Deserve it." Tang Tianyu opened his mouth, just about to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say it. After all, it is the most stupid to reason with a woman. The atmosphere became silent all at once, and no one knew what to say. Time passed bit by bit. "Oh, that's it. It's 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening now, I have to go home first, otherwise the family will be worried." Li Xian looked at the darker and heavier sky, and suddenly broke the silence with a loud voice. "Atmosphere. It doesn't matter, you go first, I'll give you the stone sculpture you want in a few days, don't worry." Tang Tianyu smiled and said very understanding. Li Xian listened, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and said slyly, "God, thank you very much for carving stone sculptures for me. As a reward, I can give you some gifts in advance." "Gift?" Before Tang Tianyu could react, Li Xian raised her head and suddenly greeted Tang Tianyu, tapped someone's cheek with her delicate lips, and then chuckled softly, "Don't get me wrong, this is just for you in advance. Some rewards." After speaking, she called a taxi on the side of the road and went straight home. Tang Tianyu was dumbfounded. The shocking kiss was completely beyond his expectation. It took him a long time to wake up, but at this time the beauty was already in the shadows. "Don't get me wrong? If you say that, I would have misunderstood it. What a witch!" Tang Tianyu touched the kissed part of his face, smiled bitterly, and then went home. A certain woman was sitting in the car, smiling triumphantly. "Now, that guy will probably be in trouble." "Humph, who told you to make people so ugly today, deserve it." After half an hour, Tang Tianyu returned home. "God, where did you go tonight? Why didn't you go home for dinner?" Tang Tianyu said as soon as Tang Tianyu entered the house, the well-dressed mother Tang. Tang Tianyu was taken aback, and thought to himself, "As for going out to sell stone sculptures, I should tell my parents later, and I must give them a big surprise at that time." Therefore, he said half-truth and half-truth, "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't go home for dinner because I had something to go out to party with my friends temporarily." However, Mother Tang didn't seem to mean to pursue it, or she was very busy at work and didn't have time to pay attention to these things, so she just said, "Next time remember to talk to your family first. Don't worry your family, you know." "Got it." Tang Tianyu nodded. "Okay, my mother will go to the store to help first. Now it's time for supper, there will be a lot of guests, so I won't chat with you. If you are hungry, go to the kitchen, where there are cooked food." www.readaloud.com. After speaking, Mother Tang hurried out without waiting for Tang Tianyu's answer. After Mother Tang went out, Tang Tianyu sat in the living room and watched TV for a while, but felt very bored, so he went back to the bedroom to rest. Tang Tianyu sat down on the chair, put the $9,000 in cash he earned today and a bank card with an amount of $100,000 in it all in his drawer, and then fell into deep thought. Today's stone carving business is really hot. It is a bit unexpected. 18 stone carvings were sold out all at once. It seems that I still underestimate people's spending power. If the business is still so hot tomorrow, 18 stone carvings may not be enough to sell. It seems that I will work hard tonight. If I work hard to carve dozens, it will not be like today. I will soon close the stalls. So much time wasted in vain. However, I didn't expect that carving stone sculptures for others is the most profitable. I made 100,000 yuan at a time, which is more profitable than I have worked hard to sell hundreds of stone sculptures. However, this may also be related to the wealth of the customers. Presumably, this kind of good thing will not happen too many times. I should do the stone carving business honestly. Although the profit of the ordinary stone carving business is not as high as this, but it is better than the long water flow, and in the long run, it is better to do the ordinary stone carving business. Imagine if you sell 100 a day, then a day's profit will be 50,000 yuan, wouldn't it be at least 1.5 million yuan a month later? Oh my god! With that said, I will soon become a millionaire. Dad has worked so hard all his life, I'm afraid I haven't made so much money. Thinking of this, Tang Tianyu could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. Damn, I did it! Even if he didn't sleep tonight, he would have to carve dozens of stone sculptures. Chapter 57, Crazy Shopping. In the evening of the next day, Tang Tianyu brought a large bag of stone sculptures to yesterday's booth on time. Today, he was fully prepared and carved hundreds of them. I believe there will be no buying out of stock today. After all, art this kind of things is not a necessity, and not everyone will buy it. But he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the stall, he saw dozens of people surrounded there, densely packed, with a lot of people, and it was even more lively than the Chinese New Year. In this situation, the middle-aged uncle in a front room behind the stall was very happy, because so many people stood here, but it brought him a lot of business. While Tang Tianyu was still thinking about what was going on, a sharp-eyed crowd suddenly yelled, "Look, everyone, the boss is here!" With a boom, the brigade immediately surrounded Tang Tianyu and surrounded Tang Tianyu. As soon as the crowd came round, Tang Tianyu's ears rang out with babbled voices. "Boss, we have been waiting for you for a long time, why are we here now? Are there any stone sculptures from yesterday? Buy it for me, I want to buy 3. Yes, yes, yes. I want 3 too. Boss, don't listen to him, buy it for me, I want more, buy me 10. Hearing the enthusiasm of these buyers, Tang Tianyu was happy. Although he didn't know what happened, there is no doubt that the situation is very beneficial to him now. The stone sculptures on his body may be sold right away. It's empty. Therefore, Tang Tianyu cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Everyone, since there are not many stone carvings, the price has risen now. It takes at least 1,000 yuan to buy one. First come, first served." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd exploded immediately. What? Obviously only bought 501 yesterday, and the oil didn't rise as fast as you. That's right, boss, don't raise the price, 501, I want them all. We don't want to buy it at such an expensive price. Tang Tianyu sneered. Although they said so, they did not move. The price must not reach their bottom line, so he said coldly, "Don't fall down. Because the number of stone carvings is scarce, the price is so much. Whoever wants to buy it first." As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped talking and seemed to be hesitating whether to buy it, but one of them was bold and took advantage of everyone's hesitation, and said first, "Boss, buy 10 for me, cash me it's all ready." "Okay, here are the 10 stone sculptures you want, thank you for your patronage." Tang Tianyu took out 10 stone sculptures of various shapes from his school bag and handed them to him. At this time, everyone remembered that the number of stone carvings seemed to be small. If they didn't start working again, wouldn't they even have to drink the soup? So they were anxious and said one after another, "Boss, I also have 2 rabbit stone sculptures. I want 2 stone lions. I want 3 puppies in stone." In this way, 2 or 3 were sold continuously. Crazy customers quickly sold out all the stone sculptures on Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu was so soft in counting the money. About 4 or 5 minutes later, when the last stone sculpture was sold, Tang Tianyu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone, today's items are all sold out, thank you for coming." "What the hell? You won't prepare a little more?" "Yes, it sells so little every day. Do you still want to make money?" Seeing this situation, the middle-aged boss was stunned. His grandma's bear, just such a stone, 10 yuan is too expensive. Right now, there are people rushing to ask for 1,000 yuan. That kid just a few minutes. It turned out to have an income of 100,000 yuan. Damn, the robbery is not so fast. No wonder I've been a small shop owner all his life. I don't seem to have the talent for doing business at all. Oh, the middle-aged boss squatted in a corner and drew a circle, muttering words. His back was grey. A face of resentment. Hearing the complaints from the people below, Tang Tianyu smiled and arched his hands and said, "The local stalls adhere to the principle of high quality and naturalness. The goods they buy are very expensive and very few, so I can't satisfy you all at once. I have contacted the engraver several times, and I am trying my best to buy more goods, but I haven't succeeded yet. I'm so sorry, everyone." Regarding Tang Tianyu's words, some people expressed understanding and others complained, but they could not accept the reality anyway, and everyone shook their heads and left. Some people wanted to book in advance, but they were denied by Tang Tianyu. If they really wanted to book, so many stone sculptures would be booked, wouldn't he be exhausted? He will not specialize in stone carving in the future. What's more, things are scarce and expensive, and anything too much is worthless. If you sell them in large quantities, you may not be able to sell them at such high prices in the future. However, the reason why there are so many people who want to buy stone sculptures today is actually for a reason. After all, a stone sculpture cannot be eaten even if it is worth more. You know, most people who buy stone sculptures are people from wealthy backgrounds, so they often spend huge sums of money to buy useless things to show off. Unexpectedly, when they showed this kind of stone sculpture, which can be called the best work of art, it immediately aroused the love of the people around. Immediately, some people are willing to spend 5,000 yuan to buy the stone sculptures in their hands. www.readaloud.com, and many people even clamor, even if they spend more money, they will buy it. This is amazing. It was originally worth 500 yuan, but when they changed hands, it immediately doubled almost 10 times. The profit in the middle was enough to drive anyone crazy. The great Marx teacher once said, if there is a 50% profit, the capitalists will take the risk. If there is a 100% profit, the capitalists will despise the law. If there is a 300% profit, then the capitalists will trample on everything in the world. What's more, this is 10 times the profit. How could they watch this kind of profit slip away in front of them, even if they desperately want to catch it? Therefore, even if Tang Tianyu doubled the price, it did not stop their enthusiasm for buying. After all, they made more money than this. If it were not for the scarcity of stone sculptures, and the scene was not very clear, they would have liked to buy all the stone sculptures by themselves. Of course, Tang Tianyu didn't know this situation, but this didn't hinder the excitement in his heart. Now he was excitedly counting the 100,000 yuan he just got. Because in real life, he has never seen such a large sum of money. Although he also received 100,000 yuan yesterday, the feeling of looking at numbers in a bank card and looking at objects in life is completely different. You know, the height of all $100,000 stacked together is about 11 centimeters, and one hand has to be stretched desperately to hold it firmly. The red heads of the old man are all folded together, like a pile of gold shining there. Seeing this kind of scene, it is more exciting than taking a stimulant. It's no wonder that Grandet was unwilling to spend half of his money until he died. The feeling of money piled together is so wonderful. Chapter 58, Wealth is touching. You know, things in the world will never be as simple as people think. Go away, don't get in the way. When Tang Tianyu smiled and counted the money in his hands, a loud shout came from the crowd in front, and then the pedestrians who were shopping on the street seemed to have a commotion. 4 or 5 were dressed in blue. The person in the security suit came over from a distance. However, it can be seen that these guys are not good people. First, no pedestrian is so arrogant. Second, these guys actually have tattoos such as toads, hairtails, and tigers. If you look closely, you will find that none of those guys' hair is normal, either with a big bald head, or shaved on both sides, and then erected the middle hair, or even dyed the hair colorful. Such unscrupulous behavior, such an arrogant tone, and very unusually human outfit all showed that these guys are gangsters. These gangsters unbuttoned their clothes, and with a cigarette in their mouths, they pushed away the pedestrians who were obstructing the road step by step. Originally, these people wanted to go back and curse a few words, but seeing these gangsters, more people choosing to be silent, just frowned slightly, and then left quickly, letting these guys go over, for fear of getting into any trouble. Seeing these gangsters coming over, the vendors next to them all showed a gleeful expression on their faces. They had long been jealous of Tang Tianyu's booming business, but the things they sold were inconsistent and did not cause much conflict. So it is not convenient for them to say anything. But now, these guys who cannibalize people and don't spit out bones are here, and look at Tang Tianyu's small arms and calves. If there is no accident, this young man may not only lose his whole body's money today, but he may also be beaten severely. The so-called wealth is moving. These gangsters have noticed that Tang Tianyu's business at the street stall has been very hot since yesterday. They made tens of thousands of yuan a day. They worked hard to collect protection fees and did some offense. Human life, but only a few thousand yuan a month, so Tang Tianyu's profits are really eye-popping. The big stick will not appear obtrusive if it is held by a giant. In the same way, a huge amount of money must be kept in the hands of a capable person, so that it will not attract prying eyes. Obviously, these gangsters all think that Tang Tianyu is a super fat sheep, and they can let them slaughter at will and dare not resist. Seeing these gangsters joking and not putting themselves in their eyes at all, Tang Tianyu felt a laugh. Is the lion's authority that a few sheep can provoke at will? Although human beings have become the masters of nature, their body's perception of danger is constantly degenerating. If they were animals, they should have felt the dangerous aura emanating from Tang Tianyu's body long ago, but the seemingly thin body hides extremely amazing the power of. The still ignorant gangsters approached Tang Tianyu, probably arrogant too. One of the guys with blue hair said with a wicked look, "Boy, do you know that this street is covered by our tiger brother? You don't even come to say hello, so you just set up a street stall here without permission. You don't give face to me." The other four gangsters inadvertently surrounded Tang Tianyu. This encircle was actually very particular, because they were afraid that Tang Tianyu would immediately run away when the situation was not good. Then, they would have nothing to do with the bamboo basket field. So they surrounded Tang Tianyu in groups so that they could cut off his escape route. "You thought you opened your house here, and the pipe is so wide." Tang Tianyu glanced at the green hair and said disdainfully, "Hey, kid, you're crazy." The green hair said with an annoyed smile, "Well, kid, I won't tell you more. Come today, we are here to collect management fees, because you sell the items are luxury goods, and the profit is relatively high, so you have to pay luxury tax, pay 10,000 yuan a month, and I will erase the fraction of it, so that you are a newcomer and you can't make a profit in doing business. To the money." After this guy had said these words, the other gangsters in security uniforms immediately geared up, their faces full of grimness, with an unkind look. The meaning is very clear. If you don't give money, then you don't want to leave. Looking at these people, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but smile. He deliberately shook the 100,000 yuan in front of them. As if deliberately showing off, then he put all the red old man's heads into his school bag. This is amazing. The eyes of these scumbags are constantly congested, alive like an enamored Spanish bullfight. The nostrils are constantly venting out of heat, and the breathing has begun to rush, and it is obvious that the heart is moved. My business is finished, now let's deal with the matter between us. After putting the money into his school bag, Tang Tianyu said to them with a smile, everyone who is familiar with Tang Tianyu understands, Tang Tianyu smiles that means he is angry, and the consequences are disastrous. Well, I think the hidden dangers of your business seem to be relatively large. 10,000 yuan a month is obviously not enough. I feel that you have to pay at least 100,000 yuan. King Mao hesitated for a moment, feeling that there is so much money. If you get it in your hands, wouldn't it be sorry for the old man to give them this opportunity? That's 100,000 yuan. For a small county, it is a huge sum of money. If the family spends frugally, it can be used for at least 4 or 5 years. If they squandered it to their heart's content, it would be enough to live a very chic life without worrying about money at all. For them, this huge sum of money is simply a pie from the sky. What if I don't pay it? Holding his arms, Tang Tianyu looked at these guys and laughed. Looking at Tang Tianyu's attitude, a cold light appeared in the eyes of these gangsters, and the distance between them surrounding Tang Tianyu was getting smaller and smaller. No. I'm sorry, my buddy must first teach you the principles of life. Looking at Tang Tianyu, the bully leader spit out the cigarette from his mouth, slammed his foot on the ground a few times, and then said slowly, "Oh, this is a busy city, are you sure?" Looking around, Tang Tianyu asked a little strangely. "This is the busiest street in H County. Under all eyes, these guys dare to do something here. Hey, this is the territory covered by Brother Tiger. We want to hit you, and we can fight anywhere." After speaking, the directly stretched out his hand and hit Tang Tianyu with a punch. It seemed that he wanted to hit him. Dead hand. But with this soft fist, Tang Tianyu didn't mean to dodge at all. Iron block. The powerful muscles swelled in an instant, and Tang Tianyu's body seemed to have become a piece of iron. There was a click. In this bastard's mind, the picture of Tang Tianyu being punched and flying by himself did not appear, instead his fist hit Tang Tianyu, as if hitting a steel plate. With a scream of awe, they took a few steps back quickly, looking at Tang Tianyu with a look of horror, and looking down, his wrist was completely dislocated and he was lying weakly behind him. "Pick up ideas, everyone, be careful, and go together." They waited for a while, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of 100,000 yuan, and cautiously said to several of his men. The 5 of them have fought together so many times, so when they shot, they also had a tacit understanding. Of the 5 guys, 2 kicked Tang Tianyu's knee, 1 hit Tang Tianyu's nose, and the other the one who beat Tang Tianyu's stomach, while they hid behind and waited for an opportunity to sneak attack. Looking at their frustrated performance, Tang Tianyu let out a sneer, leaky movements, powerless fists, just a few scum with only 5 combat effectiveness, killing these guys is more than crushing a bug. Keep it simple. He kicked his feet up at will, and there were after images in the air, like steel thighs. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com whizzed past, kicking hard at the 2 gangsters who wanted to kick him in the knee. With a bang, the tibia and tibia hit each other hard. Suddenly, the 2 gangsters who wanted to kick Tang Tianyu's knee with a click, the leg bones burst, the veins burst, and the bones of the calf broke immediately. The 2 gangsters clutched their legs for the first time and fell down. Going down, his face was pale, and there were waves of wailing. "It's too late, it's almost time." The who wanted to hit Tang Tianyu's nose was tightly grasped by Tang Tianyu's fist with his left hand. The hand was full of strength, like a vice clamped tightly. He touched the fist of the gangster, and then rotated it slightly. With a click, the fist of the gangster was twisted into a twist in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Tang Tianyu used a little bit of force, and the gangster flew up like a small thin male. Before everyone had reacted, he fell heavily to the ground under the influence of gravity. The bones all over his body were thrown to pieces, and he screamed like a pig. The gangster who wanted to beat Tang Tianyu's stomach saw that the situation was not good, and just wanted to escape, but it was too late at this time. Tang Tianyu clenched his fist, and the huge force weighing 1,000 pounds slammed at him fiercely. Abdomen. Boom. They slid across the ground for more than 10 meters like confetti, and finally slammed into a fruit vendor's tricycle. And the fruit fell to the ground. In an instant, the fell down like a cooked shrimp, his body convulsed and foamed at the mouth, completely losing his mobility. In the end, Tang Tianyu turned his head and stared closely at the who had already been so scared that he was incontinent, his legs trembling constantly, and sweating profusely. To be honest, how do you want to die? Please tell me in a low voice. Chapter 59, Mean. When Tang Tianyu looked at him with cold eyes, the shuddered all over his body, and his body couldn't help shaking. His brothers are also good at fighting in the street, waiting for more than a dozen people to get close, and because of this, he is arrogant and domineering on the street every day, and offends countless hawkers without being retaliated. However, just such a few incomparably powerful thugs in his eyes, turned out to be like little sheep in front of this kid, without the strength to fight back. How can it be? This is a nightmare. How could he be so unlucky today? To meet such a evil star unexpectedly, the is simply wanting to cry without tears. Tang Tianyu approached the step by step, and the surrounding air began to become dignified. The was so scared that his teeth creaked. With a bang, he knelt down on the ground, begging for mercy, and banged to Tang Tianyu. At the beginning, Master, be forgiving. It's the little one who doesn't know good or bad, the little one doesn't have eyes, and I dashed against you. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore, please forgive me. Just now I saw Tang Tianyu throw a few of his men around like rags, and didn't put their lives in sight. They knew that this guy who was gentle in front of him was definitely a ruthless character. If he had the opportunity, he would never mind killing himself by himself. This time, he really met the living Hades, and he wanted to retreat completely. I am afraid it is an extravagant hope, but if he can save his life, then he will be Amitabha. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As long as he can go back with his life, he will have a chance for everything. If all lives are lost, then there is really nothing left. What dignity, spine, compared with Xiao Ming, not even a fart. Especially since he, who has been in the society for a long time, has a very clear understanding of this principle, so he kneels down without hesitation. As long as he can save his life, he can say anything. Uncle, you are an old river and lake, and you must know that if I were not capable today, I am afraid I would have fallen into your hands long ago. Then I will desperately beg you for mercy, will you let me go? When you come out, you always have to pay it back. Don't think that you can run wild for a while, and you will be happy. If you are wronged, you have a debt. If you want to blame yourself for not having eyes. Tang Tianyu looked at the bully coldly. The boss is not moved by it. Uncle, I still have a wife and children in my family, and an old mother to raise. Since I am a gangster, please forgive me, uncle. As if he hadn't heard Tang Tianyu speaking, they continued to kneel on the ground begging for mercy, and even shed horse urine, crying like Liu Bei, and finally embraced Tang Tianyu's thighs with both hands and cried loudly. The audience around me showed compassion, and they began to sympathize with the bullshit. Some people even prepared to persuade Tang Tianyu to let the go. However, at this moment, the bullshit's eyes suddenly showed fierce light, stopped crying, and then quickly took out a sharp dagger from his waist. His face was full of hideousness, as if Tang Tianyu was his incompatibility. Like an enemy, with a smile of conspiracy on his face. Smelly boy, you go to death for Lao Tzu. No one could have imagined that the bitter cries of the just now were all performing, and when he got close to Tang Tianyu, he immediately tried to see Tang Tianyu, ready to stab Tang Tianyu on the spot. However, in this gangster's mind, the picture of Tang Tianyu being stabbed and bleeding from 7 holes did not appear. His dagger only extended 2 centimeters, and he could no longer move. His dagger was clamped tightly by 2 fingers, and he couldn't move forward or retreat. Soon, they felt an unstoppable force, and his hand holding the dagger couldn't help but loosen, and with a clang, the dagger fell to the ground. They looked up with horror, but saw Tang Tianyu's joking smile, and he said with disdain, "Are you just a little trick? Although I didn't intend to let you go, you are such a mean, the method has successfully provoked my anger." "Grandpa, I'm not." The stammered, and in the end he was still quibbling desperately, trying to get through. Tang Tianyu did not listen to his explanation, and slapped him on the face with a pop. The gangster's face quickly swelled, and his teeth sprayed out with blood mixed in, and he even turned around for a few times before stopping. The whole head was dumbfounded, and the body staggered and fell to the ground. "Don't be gangsters anymore, the earth is very dangerous," Tang Tianyu said lightly to the already delirious bastard, then raised his foot and stepped on his calf fiercely. With a click, the bastard's leg bones broke. With a scream of awe, the maida screamed like a pig. It seemed that if there were no accidents, he would never do evil again. Because, it's impossible to be a gangster if you are disabled. Gone. Seeing the appearance of these 5 guys, Tang Tianyu clapped his hands with satisfaction, and left the street with 3 shakes. At this time, the surrounding professionals dared to move and started talking excitedly about what happened just now. However, don't let him clean up these guys this time. In fact, Tang Tianyu also understands that he probably won't be able to take up this position in the future. Tang Tianyu is not afraid that they will make trouble for them. Tang Tianyu has considerable confidence in fighting. With his current strength, even if hundreds of gangsters are tied together, he is not his opponent. After all, these gangsters have poor strength. They don't feel at all when hitting them, and they don't know how to fight together. They are just facing 2 or 3 at a time. With his current skill in the Navy's 6th form, the strength of a second-class soldier is worth more than 1,000 pounds. The Julie can put them all down in less than a minute. But the problem now is not this. If there are so many gangsters coming to harass, then I am afraid that no customer will dare to come and buy things. He set up a street stall to make money, but he doesn't want to face these gangsters like brown sugar all the time. More importantly, these gangsters go on the streets so unscrupulously, saying that there is no official relationship. I am afraid that no one will believe it. At that time, if the methods on the underworld cannot deal with themselves, these gangsters are likely to use official methods. If law enforcement officers such as the police come to fight with him, he is not afraid, but he is afraid that others will follow the orthodox routine and confiscate his own stone sculptures. Then Tang Tianyu will have no choice but to attack the police. Finally, there was a way to get money quickly, and it was blocked. Hey! With a sigh, Tang Tianyu strolled on the street. Forget it. Tang Tianyu thought for a moment. Anyway, H County is the same, I find another more prosperous place to set up a stall, but it's a pity that I have been a regular customer for the past 2 days. In the past few days, let me take a break and wait until the limelight of this matter has passed before making plans. However, if these guys don't know what's good or bad, and dare to continue to come and find them, don't blame me for rooting them out. Tang Tianyu's eyes came out with a cold light, and his whole body exuded a hint of coldness, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees. Chapter 60, A Chance Encounter with a Little Nurse. In the evening, the night was misty. Nurse Song Keking is in a very good mood today, because a patient who has been caring for her for a long time finally recovered and was discharged today. Remember when she chose the profession of nurse, wasn't it just to be able to see the kind of happy smile from the bottom of my heart that a seriously ill patient can recover? When she saw this happy smile, she felt that she had been baptized again. Her body seemed to be covered by warm sunlight, and her whole body was warm. The profession of nurse is really great, saving the dead and healing the wounded, caring for the world like a virgin. My original choice is really correct. Song Keking shook a shiu fist cutely. However, even if she is in a happy mood, Song Keking is still a little annoyed, because today is very busy at work and late at work, so she has no time to cook now. Forget it, I'll go to the nearby snack bar and buy something to fill up my stomach, it's fine. Song Keking gave up the plan to go home to cook. It didn't take long before she packed a set meal in a hot snack bar, and then Song Keking happily walked home with a meal. The nurse Song Keking now lives in a relatively remote place. Although her family is considered wealthy, she is very independent and insists on supporting herself by herself, so she violated the arrangements of her family and used her meager salary to find a house in a poor location nearby. However, this is nothing. She is very happy to live anyway. What is wrong with working hard to support herself? On the contrary, those who have to support their parents in their 30s are the most worthy of contempt. With a relaxed and happy mood and humming a small tune, Song Keking can't wait to return to her warm nest. She has already thought about it. Once she gets home, she will take a hot bath and wash away the fatigue of today. But at this moment, 3 masked men suddenly ran out in front of him. Song Keking was stunned and panicked. The woman's sixth sense immediately made her feel something wrong. She stared at the 3 masked men who suddenly appeared in front of her with vigilance. Her legs slowly moved backwards. Before the 3 men on the opposite side were surrounded, she turned abruptly, and Song Keking immediately ran back, thinking find someone for help. Hee, you can't run away. The man's voice was low, obviously a voice that was deliberately disguised. Where did Song Keking have run 3 people? Before they ran 3 meters away, one of the tall men grabbed their hair. Song Keking exclaimed, leaning back, and subconsciously shouting, "Help!" But this place is relatively remote, usually few pedestrians will pass this road, it is impossible for anyone to hear her cry for help. In order to avoid trouble, the tall man hurriedly covered her mouth. He didn't know where to take out a piece of cloth with his right hand and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Song Keking had to scream, her big round eyes showed a trace of panic, and the 3 of them ignored it and directly dragged him to the dead end nearby. Although Song Keking struggled again, there was no way to escape. Tears were like pearls as big as beans. One by one, his right hand softened, and the delicious fast food that had just been packed fell to the ground with a snap and poured out. Land. While humming popular songs, Tang Tianyu walked home with ease. Although he was mixed up by a few gangsters at the stall today, he still gained a lot of money. It shows that there is a lot of money in the stone carving business, if it is not for the production capacity. Not enough, he may earn more today. Because he was in a very happy mood, Tang Tianyu chose a road that is not easy to walk. He estimated that he could get home in only 20 minutes, and he could walk through an alley to a deserted street. When Tang Tianyu suddenly the figure of the young nurse Song Keking was found. Tang Tianyu saw her walking slowly to the snack bar in front, and then ordered a takeaway. He knew that she should have come out to buy dinner. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to come. I thought we had no chance to meet again, but I didn't expect to meet in this small place today. The fate is really wonderful. Tang Tianyu thought with emotion a little bit. Just as Tang Tianyu was about to go up and say hello to her, a black Buick was slowly passing by from a distance. Inadvertently, Tang Tianyu spotted the guy driving, with a look of lewd smile, followed by a wretched look. With the little nurse. A bad premonition filled his heart. Tang Tianyu worried that there might be an accident with the little nurse, so he followed closely. Sure enough, Tang Tianyu just turned around and saw the Buick in the distance stopped. 3 figures walked off the car quickly. They didn't even have time to close the car door, their behavior was very strange. Suddenly, the 3 of them rushed to the person in front of him. Tang Tianyu glanced intently. It should be the little nurse, no doubt, and he seemed to call for help. Although his voice was very weak, he could still barely listen with his current sensitive 6 senses. Arrive. Without thinking about it, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart became more serious. Tang Tianyu immediately raised his speed and rushed to the scene of the incident in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Song Keking was dragged to a dead end by the 3 of them. The inside was pitch black, and the crystal tears on her pretty face could be clearly seen under the dim light. There seemed to be something plugged in his mouth, and there was no more sound after shouting for help. Hiss! There was a slight tearing sound of the clothes. Two men laid hands and legs, the other was tearing Song Keking's clothes violently, and the whole body was about to press up www.readaloud.com. Woo! Song Keking's tears were like a dam with a bursting embankment, rustling down. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing today. Her innocence for 18 years would be ruined tonight. Mom, Dad, come and save me. Oh, I don't dare not listen to you anymore. Come and save me. Song Keking bit her pale lips tightly, but she knew there would be no one. Come to save yourself, because this alley is too remote, and this street is very deserted, and there won't even be a ghost. Hey, my little lady, I've long been attracted to you. I didn't expect to be so conservative in normal times, and his figure is so hot. The man in the middle looked wretched and pulled off her corset, suddenly revealing it. The two huge white rabbits caused the other two to swallow. Please let me go, I have money, I have a lot of money, as long as you let me go, I will ask my dad to give you. Song Keking was frightened and desperately begged for mercy. Hey, I have money, but the best products like you are not everywhere. It seems that it should be everywhere. Stop struggling. Tonight, uncle, I will let you have a taste of what it is like to be a woman. Afterwards, you will be grateful to me. Hee hee. The man in the middle quickly untied his trousers, very anxious, and immediately pounced on Song Keking, who was struggling violently, preparing to implement the next move. Song Keking was completely desperate at this time. She felt a gloomy life. She couldn't imagine that after experiencing these things, would she still have the courage to go on in her future life? In a daze, for some reason, Song Keking seemed to recall the shy smile of the boy of the same year in the hospital. It would be great if he had come to save herself now, but she knew in her heart that these were just delusions.